GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup, comes to its championship showdown here at the Circuit de Catalunya outside Barcelona this weekend. And what a season it's been. Welcome to Paul Ricard and a brand new season. The lights go green. We are racing. Mercedes versus McLaren. Round the outside goes McDonald, gets the job done. Dean McDonald is on a mission. Round the outside then of the McLaren of Simon Gachet. Mega move by Muller. Despite the contact, McDonald is the new race leader in the McLaren. Niederhauser versus Van der Linden. Porsche just ahead, but through goes the BMW. That is the race lead. It's going to be a win for WRT, for Hugo de Wilde, for Charles Weerts and Kelvin van der Linde. Welcome to our second round here at Monza. Lights go green, it is blast off and the cars accelerate then down towards turn one. And round the outside goes Dean McDonald for third place. Fantastic move on the restart. Chris Lallam tries to get round the outside in contact with the McLaren. Marvin Kirchhoff going for the inside line. There he is, through on the inside, goes fourth. Round the outside comes Schiller. On the brakes, late. Yes, goes second. And that is Lucas Scholz with the problem. Up to the line comes Lucas Auer. The checkered flag is waved. Lucas Auer, Mauro Engel and Matteo Cairoli were victorious at Monza. Marvin Kirchhoff, Jules Gounod on the front of the grid. The 77th CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa is go.
Three wide here. This is fast and frenetic.
Proper racing.
Wow! Definitely helped. Morning, where have you been? We have a Lamborghini leading. This is brave, round the outside line, and he's done it! Mirko Bortolotti, Jordan Pepper, Luca Enschler win the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. The Grasser Racing team goes berserk.
Here we are at the Nürburgring. The field, 60 cars in all, 6th, 7th and 8th are the 3 championship challengers on this grid.
Wow.
So let's try the inside. What a great move, and that could be the move of the race.
Just dive bomb. That is proper iRacing simulator spec. And that's another position lost for the 32 car. And Harry King has got the switchback. That's 2 places lost, 32 struggling.
And the lights are flashing for Rover Racing. That is a mighty performance. Number 48 comes home in 2nd place.
There are 4 championships up for grabs. Let's start in Pro, and it's being headed by Matteo Cairoli, Mauro Engel and Lucas Auer, the Mercedes drivers who've had a really good season. They won at Monza, and they're 5 points ahead of Sven Muller, Alessio Picariello and Patrick Niederhauser, the Porsche drivers who've not had an Endurance Cup win but have been really good at banking the points. 5 points then between the top 2. The outsiders, Kelvin van der Linde, Hugo de Wilde and Charles Weerts for Team WRT. And the BMW drivers need a good result and some bad luck for the opposition. The Gold Cup is headed by Thierry Vermeulen, Harry King and Chris Lallam. They won at Spa, they won at the Nürburgring. And they are ahead of Jens Klingmann, Alfaisal Al-Zubair and Ben Tuck. The BMW team has also had a really good season. They had a win at Monza. They've been racking up the points ever since. Third is the McLaren combination of Simon Gachet, Arthur Rougier and James Kell for CSA Racing. Again, they're the outsiders, but they are still in with a chance. Silver is competitive as well, but here Jared Waberski, Will Moore and Max Janssen have a pretty healthy advantage over Loris Cabiru, Cesar Gazzo and Aurelien Panis. The Century Motorsport BMW drivers have been in good form all season, but they're being chased hard by the Boots and VDS Mercedes AMG crew. And third, and again, the outsiders are James Kellett, Pedro Ibrahim and Charles Clark, but they're only 3 points away from Cabiru, Gazzo and Panis, so they could yet take second in silver, even if they can't claim the championship itself. And bronze is up for grabs as well. This is the class being headed by Conrad Larsen, Dennis Marshall and Dustin Blattner. And they've had a really impressive season as well. 2 wins, one came at Paul Ricard, the other in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. They're 21 points up on Renat Salikov, Marvin Dienst and Gabriele Piana, so they have got a lot of work to do, but the Mercedes drivers are going to give it their best shot. And so too, battling for second place in the championship, Ricardo Feller, Gabriel Rindon and Patrick Kolb in the Lion Speed GP Porsche. Titles to be decided then. Let battle commence. So championships to be decided and a great race in prospect. Qualifying was really frenetic this morning, and that was just the hors d'oeuvre really, ready for the main course, which is about to be served up. The championship decider, everything on the line in endurance, and also some of the overall championships, in other words sprint and endurance combined, on the line as well. David Anderson and Joe Osborne trackside, Alex Legris down on the grid. Race start going to be slightly delayed. We had a red flag in the earlier GT4 race, so we're running about 10 minutes behind the original schedule here in Barcelona. But it is going to be a really competitive race because there's so much at stake in the championship, and winning one of these races anyway, Joe, is not easy. We know how competitive they are, and that's without thinking titles.
60 cars on this entry around this 14 corner, 4.657 kilometre circuit here at Barcelona, and you can see the twisty nature of it. Some fast flowing corners towards the end at 13 and 14, track limits prevalent, especially exits 5, 9, 10, 13 and 14. And tyre degradation. That's been the buzzword of the week. Very hard on the tyres here at Barcelona. And I think we're going to get a good onboard view from the 98 Rover BMW driven by Raffaele Marciello, and it's going to give you a great illustration of the Barcelona circuit from this low splitter cam. So here we are exiting the very fast turn 14 over the start finish straight up to 6th gear, getting up to 265 kilometers an hour, picking your braking point just after the 150-meter board here on your left. Now hard on the brakes, down 3 gears, get it over the apex curb on the inside to hook the front up, same on the left. Got to then drag the car over as much as you can to throw it into 3. A very long radius corner here. Speed building, short shift to 4th when the rear tyre drops off. Up to 200 kilometers an hour, 220, 230. Straddle the curb on the left, open this corner up into 4. A couple of lines here, double apex where you have 1 nibble, run wide and go for a second. Corner exit comes at you quickly. Use the gantry above you to work out the edge of the track. Over to the right, downhill, a lazy corner. The car never reacts how you want it. Hard to hook up the apex. Track limits, exit here, be careful. Now we have the fast flowing 7 and 8. Launch the car over the curb as much as you dare. Yes, you may damage it, but it's the quickest way to hustle one of these very fast GT3 cars around. Turn 9, driver's favourite, super fast, blind, committed entry. Be careful on exit. You drop a wheel in the gravel, it will send you in the barriers hard on the right. Up to 10, best overtaking spot of the lap. The slowest corner as well. Hard on the brakes under the new hospitality building. 2nd gear, lots of curb on entry. Track limits can be done on the apex there as well as exits. Now accelerate, and again a tricky corner here. 11 and 12 all happen at once. You can see the COM2 Aston Martin laying down the rubber. That's the low grip surface we're talking about. Gravel will be brought on here. Slight lift off the throttle into 13, and then we've got to be careful for 14 as well. Pit entry there, you can see on your right. 14, the slightest of lifts. Pick the throttle up hard, let's go, and then we can get the run on the pit straight. That was the 4.657 kilometers of the Barcelona circuit. A good lap in the race, anywhere in the 1 minute 40s.
So there is the scene looking down onto the grid, being prepared. Cars not yet being released from the pit lane. As I said a few moments ago, we are slightly delayed here after an incident in an earlier race, but the teams are ready, and just a sort of 10-minute delay or so from the original scheduled time. It was quite a bit of barrier damage that was really quickly attended to by the officials here, so keeping things pretty much on target. It's been a funny sort of a day. It is slightly sunnier than it was about an hour or so ago, but yet, depending on which weather app you look at, there's also the hint of rain.
Yeah, there's definitely something in the areas coming in off the med, so it could break quite quickly.
Championship-wise, we are looking at the overall situation. Thus, Matteo Caroli, Mauro Engel, Lucas Auer, the leaders by 5 points from Sven Muller, Alessio Picariello and Patrick Niederhauser, and then Calvin van der Linde, Ugo de Wilde and Charles Weerts next in the championship. Those 3 could win that class. Raffaele Marciello, Jesse Krohn, Augusto Farfus winners at the Nürburgring.
they are out of the equation, but still competitive. But over 3 hours, it's not that easy to overtake around here. It's going to be a tough race if you're not up near the front. And actually, nobody has won an endurance race from lower than third in the history of this event. In the Gold Cup, Thierry Vermeulen, Chris Lallam, Harry King are the leaders. They certainly got the advantage over Jens Klingman, Alfazl Zubar and Ben Tuck, and then Simon Gachet, Arthur Rouget and James Kell, the outsiders, but mathematically still there. You can see the gap over Tommy Foster, Reece Barr and Alex Buncombe for Bob Neville's team RJM, and then Louis Pret, Adam Smalley and Dean McDonald next in the championship. But that is a significant McLaren because it's going to start from pole position. So the cars will be brought onto the grid very shortly, and amongst them the silver championship fight between 42 BMW, Jared Wawerski, the South African, the Brit Will Moore and the Dutch driver Max Janssen, and then the French drivers Orith Kabiru, Cesar Gazo and Aurelien Panis, 18 points between them, with James Kellett, Pedro Ibrahim and Charles Clark. Third, Pedro Ibrahim, one of the drivers that's just been on GT4 duty, now having to switch from one rule set to another, ready for this final round of the championship. They are the outsiders there, most definitely, but anything can happen. It doesn't take very much around the first few corners to really have some mayhem break out, as we saw in the previous support race here. Conrad Lawson, Dennis Marshall and Dustin Blattner are the leaders in bronze, ahead of Renat Salikov, Marvin Deans and Gabriele Piana, with Patrick Kolb, Gabriel Rindone and Ricardo Feller in contention as well. Just a further point back. They're going to find it tough, but it is mathematically doable. Quite a lot of this is going to depend on keeping out of trouble, certainly over the first few corners.
Yeah, that's for sure. And the 32 BMW didn't stay out of trouble in qualifying. 10th-place grid drop for them for improving their lap time under a yellow flag. So that has made their afternoon even harder. They're going to be starting down on the 16th row.
There is the Champions Trophy, and it's certainly not yet anything like decided in which direction it is going to go. Mauro Engel there, ready to take number 48 out into the race. Last year's overall champion, last year's Sprint Cup champion, and looking to try to sew up this year's endurance title as well. Massively experienced driver is Mauro Engel.
Yeah, and that's why he's been nominated to take the start. Thierry Vermeulen there, taking the start in the Verstappen.com Aston Martin Championship leaders in their class, but haven't had an easy weekend. For me, really, only Vermeulen in the car currently did a good job in quali. Harry King really struggled and hasn't been happy with the balance of the car, and Lullam lost a couple of laps, especially his fastest to track limits in qualifying. So Championship looks good points-wise, but at the moment form not going their way and going particularly slowly to the grid, trying to save as much fuel as possible, I would suspect, in case they can go longer in the stints. Worth talking about stints. The drivers have a maximum stint time of 64 minutes. Unless there's a long full course yellow at any point of the stint, it gets extended to 69. Why is this important? I think the undercut's very important. So when you come in and get a fresh set, you suddenly get boosted up the order. So you've got to work from the race backwards. I think stint one could finish as early as 49 minutes to then get the undercut, but then the last stint becomes very long and the tyre deg becomes a problem. I expect some big rolls of dice here, speaking to the teams today.
And tyre degradation has been a major talking point. Lots of drivers suffering with poor balance, and we've heard from other race categories this weekend about how the tyres do drop off. So there's that management as well, although at least every hour you're good for a new set.
Yeah, exactly. In the set of tyres they have to run is the qualifying set. Some drivers doing more laps than others. The 59 McLaren starting in second seem consistently the best at doing the least amount of laps. So potentially their tyres anything from 5 to 15 kilometres fresher than others. This car was ultimately the fastest single lap under Dennis Marshall's reign in qualifying number 3. And again, just look at the pace. It's fuel save mode here, isn't it, for the 33? And that's not budgetary concerns. That's just if they can save a litre or two of fuel, they could maybe go to the 69 minutes if we got an extended stint time. Here, there's the 96 Rutronic car, and you can see Picarello's distinctive crash helmet there, climbing aboard this Porsche GT3 car, mechanic ready to strap him in. And it's always an honour as a driver to be given the start stint. There's a lot of responsibility upon you, but actually you've got the least amount of effect on your result. Be there a safety car after your stint, suddenly only your track position, not your pace, is counted towards the end. So different strategy, and you can see the tape on the front of the McLaren there. They're trying to get those brakes as hot as they can to try and keep the tyres warm on the grid. So the McLaren doing that in GT3 and 4, it seems, the most aggressive, blanking the brakes there.
So the cars making their way round to the grid, and there you can see the teams, the mechanics, all the tyre trolleys, just in case anybody has a drama on their way to the grid, in case they need any sudden attention. And it's not out of the realms of possibility that that could happen. We even had a car leave the pit lane in qualifying and suddenly have to peel out of the lane with a problem that then was incurable.
Yeah, and cars leaving pit lane all of a sudden, and it's a fine balance. I was interested to see how early Verstappen.com went to the grid, because the tyres are out the oven for even longer. They'll have their plan, but personally as a driver, I like to go as late as I could to keep the tyres in the best possible operating windows. And actually lots of teams blanking the brakes. The Mercedes there, the Boutsen VDS car with a huge amount, and there's the 33 car rolling into position, the 2Cs operation, running that on behalf of Verstappen.com, and have done a phenomenal job all season getting to grips with a new to them Aston Martin GT3.
Yeah, 2Cs, the Anglo-Bahraini team there, up to the grid, then trickles the Mercedes AMG, Mauro Engel at the wheel of the car. Mauro knows about winning championships, he knows his way around here, and this has been a really well-drilled effort this year. When they haven't had the ultimate pace, they've gone for points and put together a really good championship assault.
Yeah, the positive of going to the grid early is, of course, you get a free run into your grid box. You'll see later on as the grid gets busier and busier with 60 cars and the amount of staff to run it, cars will actually turn off and get pushed to their grid box to save the engine overheating, to save any wear on the clutch as Picciarello makes his way on out of pit lane. And yeah, we really haven't seen that much brake blanking this season, so I think maybe with the delayed start to the race as well, teams are conscious of that. Engel into his grid box and push back, and look at the amount of people. This season, I feel it's been a real breakout year for crowd attendance at all GT World Challenge races, but here at Barcelona, we have been blessed with a huge support race, and then also the paddock to back it up.
Yeah, next year's calendar is already out. It comes to the UK at Brands Hatch for sprint. There's the crowd strike, 24 hours of Spa. We finish in the Portuguese sun near Portimao. So check out the dates on the GT World Challenge Europe website or the app, and come and join us next year. This event is also benefiting from a huge amount of promotion. It's an event called the Festival de la Velocidad. It's promoted by a guy called Jesus Pozzo, who's a fantastic enthusiast for not just cars but planes. He also promotes an air show, and every year he builds something else into it. He puts another support race in, or more supercar laps, or Formula 1 cars. He just makes a proper festival out of this weekend, and it's brought the crowds in, as you see, in their numbers. Now, all of the success of GT racing is overseen by Stefan Rattel. He is with Stefan Wendel of Mercedes AMG Customer Racing. Let's get to the grid and join Alex Le Gouy.
Stefan, Gasper, what an exciting grid. Here we are, the final round of the endurance season. And Stefan Rattel, as announced at Spa, the SRO GT Academy expands to the GT2 European Series. Tell us why this is such an exciting step.
But you know, we run so many GT championships around the world, and as you can see, there are more and more young drivers into GT racing. It used to be a sport of gentleman driver. Now it's a sport of professional driver, with a lot of young drivers aiming at becoming professional. So we decided to create our own academy that we started in France this year, where we measure only the performance of the drivers, not taking into account the performance of the teammates. So it's only your performance, best quality time, best lap time, best overall 10 laps, and you lose points if you do mistakes. And Gaspar is the first winner. He won it in French GT this year. And we said, okay, we should expand it to GT2, bigger car, faster cars. And we found a partner for that with Mercedes AMG, and also with Maserati and with Ginetta, and young drivers under the age of 30 that will race with one of these cars and win the prize will get an even bigger prize that Gaspar did with a full season in GT World Challenge endurance, a full season entirely paid for.
Wow, it's absolutely incredible. And Stefan, what does it mean to you guys to be part of or partnering such an important initiative?
Oh, for us that means a lot. So first of all, I have to thank you, Stefan, and SRO organization to create this unique competition. And we've been long-term partner with our customer teams here on this platform, and we enjoy racing for this championship here in Barcelona at the final round of 25 season. And so it's one of the most competitive GT3 championships in the world. And it's not easy to jump onto this platform. So that's why this step from GT4 to GT3 is quite big. And we, for Mercedes, we like very much the initiative to create a competition which is just linked to performance of the driver, not so much linked to the ranking at the final round, so that drivers on the Pro-Am combination has also a chance to win this unique prize. And I think to race the 27th season, including the 24 Hour of Spa on the Mercedes AMG in one of our customer teams is something huge, and we are happy to bring the next talent into the competition of GT3 in 27.
It really is something, and Gasper, you are a big part of this, as you are the first GT Academy winner. Just what does it mean to you to not only be the winner, but the winner of such an incredible prize?
For me, it's a great achievement to be in GT3 next year. It's a big step to drive in this category. If in 2023 I have the opportunity to step in GT3, I don't know if that's possible, but from the Caterham Academy in 2023, and since last year in GT4 France category and Alpine F Cup Series, to step in GT3 category next year is a childhood dream, and I'm very happy about that.
It's really exciting. Congratulations for this partnership. Really big adventures to come.
And it looks as though the future of GT racing is pretty healthy, doesn't it, with another wave of very quick young drivers coming to the grids, and the grids already so strong. 60 cars ready to do battle here.
180 drivers as well, and great to hear from Stefan Rattel, the inventor of GT3, and now investing in it to keep the cycle going and to keep the best GT championship in the world at the forefront of it. The drivers strapped in, ready to go, going through their pre-race ritual. And you can see Adam Smalley there, the teammate there to Dean McDonald, and they've got their sister car alongside them, and that's going to be started by Benji Goethe. So team orders, I don't know. There's our first traffic jam. That's what I was alluding to. And you come late to the grid, you want to turn the engine off and get the car pushed. It seems like 911, the Purex Racing there, have got some of the slower mechanics and they're not ready to go. You see that turquoise nose McLaren 720. That's Greystone GT. Great to have them on the grid for their first GT World Challenge race. It's proper toe in the water, and I was really surprised of their performance actually. 20th in qualifying, never driven on a Pirelli before. Here's car 32. This was the car with the 10-place grid penalty, and this is a similar story to what happened at Valencia. They had a very average qualifying in race 1, got wiped out at turn 2, and that's the problem. When you're in mid-pack, suddenly the risk goes through the roof.
But you rule out WRT at your peril. We know how good they are in the pits. They also so good on strategy. We thought we had written them out of the Paul Ricard race, and then they came storming through in the second stint. Let's get back to the grid. Thierry Vermeulen with Alex.
Okay, Thierry, how much are you boys fired up to seal the deal in this Gold Championship?
Yeah, very fired up. It's going to be a long race. Degradation will play a big role, so we just have to keep it clean and maybe chip away some positions. But I got a good feeling ahead of the race. Okay, this is good. To what extent is it difficult with a 3-hour race, which is obviously an endurance race, but it's quite a quick endurance race? How do you get that balance right between taking risk and going for reward, max attack? It's always important to manage that right. I think, at the start we have to stay clean and then see how the race plays, see how our car goes for 1 hour. I think it will be. We're not too far back, so hopefully we'll be just surrounded by some fast cars and go with the pack to the front.
Quietly confident. I love it.
Thierry Vermeulen, whose father Raymond is Max Verstappen's manager. If you're new to GT racing, that's why that team is under the Verstappen.com banner. Harry King, Chris Lallam, the other two drivers of that car. And the start driver is going to be Thierry Vermeulen. So now he's speaking to Alex. He'll be able to get his crash helmet on and get on board the car. We're about 15 minutes away from the race start. McLaren personnel surrounding the car on pole position. Gentleman there with the wrong circuit shirt on as he stands near the front of the grid, darts out of the way as you look at that pole position car that was put onto pole really by the efforts predominantly of Dean McDonald, but Louis Press and Adam Smalley, the other two drivers, certainly not slow. Again, if you're new to GT racing, let me explain. The grid is not based on the single best time of the car. It is the average of the best time of the three drivers. It all sounds a bit complicated, but what it means is that the car isn't going to be qualified by somebody really quick and started by somebody really slow, and therefore it's in a dangerous position. The grid is sort of based on the relative pace of all of the drivers. So by averaging it out, that's how you get the grid. It also puts the onus on each driver to contribute. Each driver has to do their optimum lap, and an all McLaren front row. The Andrew Kirkcaldy Run Garage 59 cars first and second. Jules Gounon then, ready to start in number 17. His father, Jean-Marc Gounon, in the white shirt, is there as well. Jules, who's been a double 24 Hours of Spa winner. He's been a ADAC GT champion, a DTM race winner. Not only these days, of course, very much one of the best GT drivers, but also very good for Alpine, totally different brand in the World Endurance Championship.
Yeah, and he's been in great form, hasn't he? I fancy that car to have a good result today. The Mercedes very good on tyre deg. Be interesting to hear from some of the drivers of which car they think is going to be best on its tyres.
Let's get back to the grid. Alex is with Cesar Gazzo right now.
Right, Cesar, is this your moment now to turn silver into the Silver Gold Cup?
Yeah. It's like it's a big race ahead for sure for us and the championship. So we are really focused on this championship. We for sure try to go for both of them. So yeah, big race ahead, big pressure. I'm gonna enjoy this race. For me, it's a really important race for the future and everything. So I just want to enjoy it and give it my best.
What was the vibe like in the garages, particularly with Aurelion, who's getting behind the wheel first?
Yeah, the vibe is, I won't say chill, but we know what we have to do. We know how we can win this championship, so we just go for it. We just do like we do.
Quiet confidence. It feels like it's been an upward trajectory this second half of the season.
Yeah. Honestly, we were struggling a bit at the beginning of the season, but I think we found something since a few races. So now we just need to finish the work and be clean.
Full attack. Go for it.
Cesar Gazzo then for the Boutsen VDS team, and he will get ready for his stint behind the wheel of that car. It is going to be Aurelion Panis who will go first. All of these different categories, again, I'm mindful that there might be people new to GT racing. We categorise them as overall, gold, silver, bronze. It is based on the grading of the driver, and that's done by the FIA.
Exactly, so there's 4 gradings applicable. Bronze is for the amateur driver, and they're the cornerstone of GT racing. You then have silver, young professionals, of which that Boutsen VDS car is made up of. Then you have gold, paid drivers, professional drivers, and then you have platinum, of which factory drivers, ex-F1 drivers, for example, fall into that category. And then the classes are made up of certain criteria for all of those. So pro, you can have whatever you want, and that's why you tend to see the pro class cars at the front by the end of the race.
In bronze, you only have to have one of your 3 drivers as a bronze grade. So that's why those cars are often out of position if you've got one of the real star drivers. There's Mauro Engel, and Alex has arrived on the scene. So I think we know where we're going to be heading next, don't we? Mauro Engel leading the championship with Lucas Auer and Matteo Cairoli. Cairoli, for me, has been one of the standouts this year. Dropped into a completely new team and a new manufacturer, having to adapt from Lamborghini of last year, and he really has done a grand job. But so too is Mauro Engel, and we can hear from him with Alex.
As I walked over here, I was saying, oh, I know a reliable, it's Mauro Engel, I speak to him a lot, and there's a reason for that, isn't there? Here you are battling for the top, you've got a very good chance, so what's the feeling?
We feel good. We're happy to be in this situation. Obviously great to be fighting for the championship at the last race of the year. Strong team, strong teammates, strong car, and the rest we'll see. It's to play for, but we're looking forward to it.
You really have been the benchmark all season, and your competitors are considerably far behind you.
We try to look at ourselves, can only influence what we can influence, try to have the best possible race, and then we'll see.
And we know that everything can happen, particularly here at Barcelona, tyre degradation and talks of rain, but actually as we look up, it's looking fine. 3-hour races, as I was saying to Thierry, it's a short endurance, isn't it? So what's the degree of attack versus risk management?
It is probably what you just said, short endurance, but every lap counts, every lap matters, so we'll take it one lap at a time.
Power's on.
Maro Engel then ready to share the car with Lucas Auer and Matteo Cairoli. Interesting, isn't it, being the likes of Lucas Auer, Maro Engel, Jules Gounon to an extent, because you hook up with different teammates in different championships, and then if you go off and do the DTM, it's every man for himself, single driver racing. So you need a good relationship in some, and you need to be almost enemies, the best of frenemies in another championship.
Yeah, and different teams as well. But that team, the MAN filter car, has had the best average qualifying position of the season in the previous 4 endurance rounds. They've been 3.7 on the grid as an average. So they're outside that in 6th at the moment, but that's why Alex Legui has spoken to Maro Engel so much this year.
And also because he's a thoroughly good egg. He is the most Australian of Germans. Maro spent a couple of seasons racing for Mercedes down under in V8 supercars, and he's never lost the Australian twang. He used to race in the UK, of course. He was runner-up in the British Formula 3 Championship and then had his spell in the DTM and in supercars. Right, all the flags are starting to make their way from the grid. The countdown is underway. Mirko Bortoletti here, number 63 Lamborghini, winner of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa back in the summer. That's another competitive car. Let's get back to the grid.
All right, 4 points down, 10th on the grid. Is it full attack from the off, or slowly catchy monkey, as we say?
Well, first of all, for sure we wanna survive the first lap without a scratch on the car. If possible, Alessio for sure will try to move up some positions. Our target is not that far away. Here's the yellow Mamba, but surely we need to have a clean start, no contact, and then see how the race evolves. Yeah.
You have been quietly consistent throughout the year and real sort of dark horses. Do you feel like it's that consistency that is slowly winning you the race?
Well, it's been the key for our season so far. That's why we are still in a fight for the championship. We haven't won a race in endurance this year, so this is clearly our goal for today. But yes, consistency has been our strong point, but now we definitely have to go for the big cup.
What do you think is going to be the biggest challenge in this race for you guys?
I think ultimately it's going to be the pace. We need to see to raise up our game if we want to really try to win this race. That's going to be our first goal, but of course, depending on how the race will go, we need to score 5 more points than the Mamba or 6 more points, and we will try to do that.
And as you compare, inevitably you compare data with the Mamba, what's been the discussions? What are the things that you know are their strengths and your strengths in comparison?
I think we're pretty equal in everything. Yeah, it will be slowly coming down to who has the ultimate best pace, who does no mistakes in the race, and yeah, then we see where we will all end up.
All right, Patrick, have a good one.
Patrick Niederhauser then for the Rutronic Racing team, and as he's just mentioned Alessio, it's Alessio Picariello who is going to start in that car. This is the Gold Cup Championship leading Aston. Thierry Vermeulen now on board. Grid all of a sudden has got a lot cleaner and calmer, hasn't it, with everybody making their way back to the pit lane, and at the 1 minute board the last of the engineers will make their way off the track as well. Ready to go racing here in Spain. Now, GT World Challenge in 2025, powered by AWS, isn't just in Europe. We are in Australia, America, Asia as well. And the manufacturers that sign up for the championship score points across the globe. Mercedes-AMG leading ahead of Porsche, BMW M third, Ferrari fourth, and the top 5 rounded out by Audi. And those bragging rights through the Manufacturers' Cup, very, very important. Mercedes-AMG has always had a very good strike rate as a manufacturer. Porsche eager to try to displace, and quite a lot of the outcome of the championship globally is going to affect or be affected by the European points scored in the next 3 hours. We are then 5 minutes away from the race starting here. The race director, Niels Vitic, formerly the Formula 1 race director, is in charge from here on in. He will give the instruction for the grid to be cleared, for the lead car to set off, to bring the cars around on the formation lap and to get the race underway. Ayşen Güven, DTM champion there, sitting ready to go in the Porsche. The Turkish driver who made a name for himself in the one-make Porsche ranks, in other words, the one-make championships, Carrera Cup Germany and in Porsche Super Cup, but a very, very good GT racer he has proved to be. That car badly delayed in Q3 in traffic, and therefore the average lap time suffered as a consequence. Joe touched on number 32 BMW being a long way back on the grid earlier. That was because Hugo de Wilde in Q3 was adjudged to have overtaken under yellow flag, so a 10-place grid penalty lobbed in his direction. When you've got 60 cars, the further back you are on the grid, I know it sounds obvious to say it's very bad news, but specifically here, because of the number of cars all around you, and through turns 1 and 2 and 3, left, right, left, there's that switchback nature. You're in jeopardy. There's contact to be had.
Yeah, it's a long run into turn 1 as well. The cars will easily be 240 kilometers an hour, even with the slower pace to the line. Then it's a big stop down to third gear, and the concertina effect gets bigger as you get further down the field, and that is where the 32 car finds themselves.
Now, just looking down onto the grid, we've got 3 cars, I noticed, that are missing. We've got one Valkenhorst Aston that's not there. We've got a CSA Racing McLaren that's not there, and the Winward 81 Mercedes not there. So the rear of the grid has looked a little bit strange. They might be able to start from the pit lane.
Yeah, the 112 had an engine change earlier in the weekend. I don't know if that's a similar issue. The 81 was the car with the problem in qualifying, wasn't it? That missed the end. And then the Valkenhorst car, I'm not sure upon. But yeah, you're right. 57 cars sat on the grid right now.
Looking down to the end of the pit lane, I can see 81 is there. And I think I can see the CSA McLaren as well, so they are going to try to join in if they can, but they're going to have to do it, of course, at the very back. But if you're at the back anyway and you've got a problem, why scramble to the grid? You want to have that time to work on the car. Let's have a quick look at how our different class pole positions line up. In bronze, it's the Kessel Racing Ferrari, silver to Garage 59, gold to Garage 59, and the overall Pro category to Garage 59. They're only in 3 classes and they've got pole position in all of them. It's going to be a very happy Andrew Kokodi and Chris Goodwin, the co-owners of the team, as we get set then for this championship showdown. We're into the last minute before the cars are released. The Barcelona circuit, one of many where your start and finish lines are in different places. The finish line is the timing line, the control line in front of race control, the start line midway down that pit straight to try to therefore neutralise or to limit to a degree the speed of the cars on an opening lap into the first corner. And it'll be from the rolling start in a moment that the field will race. And the rolling start formation lap now is underway. Lights are turned to green, and the race director is content to let the cars set off. He will want them all in a nice, neat, orderly form for the start of the race. 2 lines with everybody pretty much still side by side, and the starts are always investigated to make sure that people haven't gone before the lights change, and certainly we've had penalties flying in support races this weekend. It's the final round of GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup. We're at the Circuit de Catalunya outside Barcelona. We've got 3 hours on the clock, and we line up with Dean McDonald starting on pole position in the McLaren from his stablemate Benji Goethe. Then Vincent Abril starting 3rd and Jules Goun on 4th on the grid. It's James Baldwin, esports champion as well as GT race winner in the British Championship, starting 5th with Mauro Engel, last year's sprint champion, lining up alongside then Alessio Dono and Mirko Bortolotti. 9th on the grid is Alex Bunker with Alessio Picariello next, then Simon Gachet and Thierry Vermeulen. 13th is where you find Sebastian Oegaard, and 14th is Ian Guven. Starting 15th, Aurelien Panis, and Alex Malikin starts alongside him. On the 9th row are Faisal Al-Zubair and Maxi Goetz, ahead of Augusto Farfus and Zach Meekin. Matthew Drudy is on the 11th row with Nicola Rossi for company, ahead of Font Pereira's Lamborghini and Dustin Blattner next in his Ferrari. Gabriel Rindone starts Porsche 80. Federico Arafi is next in the dynamic Porsche. Mikey Porter is alongside Will Moore. Bonjour Ricci is alongside Ralph Bowen, and Charles Wirtz is on row 16 alongside David Pittard. Anthony Bartone is on the 17th row of the grid with Tom Calendar alongside. Then it's Jeff Machiels and James Kellett. Eddie Cheever on row 19, and the British GT champion Charles Dawson. Etienne Shelley slow away in his BMW. I think he's fallen to the back of the grid. We'll keep an eye. Ivan Klimenko, the Ukrainian driver, next ahead of Fabien Duthieux and Finn Wiebelhaus. Then Andrei Mukavoz and Yuichi Nakayama, the Japanese driver, ahead of Adam Ali and Sean Galar, the Indonesian driver. Marzio Moretti is on the 24th row alongside Fabrizio Crestani. Then it's the Indian driver Arjun Maini with Johan van Uitert for company. Jamie Day next alongside Ghanim Salah Al Mahdi, and Alessio De Leda lines up alongside Dante Raponge on row 27. Row 28, Marcello Tomassoni and the Hong Kong driver Antares Al. Jess Hawkins is on row 29 alongside Romain Larue, and if they can start, Rinat Salikov and Edgar Moloin are going to round out the grid. We have an extra formation lap, we understand, an extra formation lap. Now there at the end of the pit lane is number 35, so it is going to start. That will be the first in the queue. You can see second in the queue behind is the Rinat Salikov Mercedes. That was Romain Larue in the Valkenhorst car, and therefore if it gets into the race at all, Edgar Moloin's McLaren will be the third of the pit lane starters. Now, when I was rattling through the grid, Joe, you were looking out of the window at that slow BMW. Is that the reason we've got the extra formation lap?
Yeah, I think they're trying to get back to their position. The problem is with such a packed grid is that it held up Fabien Dufay in the Unix Racing and then also the Trezor Temto. And by rule, those cars shouldn't have reclaimed their position, but it wasn't their fault. So the race director has told everyone they can reclaim their positions, but to make sure we had enough time to do it safely, the extra formation lap has been given, but the clock has started.
So the race effectively is on, and this extra formation lap counting within the 3 hours. So it takes one racing lap out. That instantly puts all the brains trusts in the pit garages into overdrive about fuel, because lap one is going to be not burning as much as a proper racing lap. They're all in single file formation, but it will be for the proper start, if you like, the rolling start. They will, coming out of turn 12, get themselves into side-by-side formation. You're on board with Engel.
See everyone frantically working the tyres and brakes. The problem is we're the last race of the day here. We are now at 3:10 local time. So offline is very dirty. So as a driver, you want to keep it on the clean stuff. As soon as you start weaving offline, which you can see some cars doing, you're going to pick up marbles, and then it's completely negated the point of getting the tyres in the window. As we go on board the parody and competition car, the 991, Sean Galeo starting this car. This car was on for a good result. Jake Dennis in his session lost his fastest lap due to a track limit offence, so expect that 991 to come rushing through the order.
So we have then these 4 different categories within the race, all up for grabs. So we're going to be keeping an eye on the race, and certainly as we go through the 3 hours, the positions of the cars relative to their class opposition becomes ever more significant. You score points in your classes, certainly in gold, silver and bronze, so it's not necessarily the overall position that you're looking at there, it is your class position. And so as you ride on board coming out of turn 5, now we're getting close to the start of this final round of GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS. We have 5 sprint events with 2 races at each. We have 5 endurance races, some 3 hours, a 6-hour and a 24-hour, and then we have the combined championship where the points scored across all of those races go together.
Tension building. As a start driver, the last thing you wanted is another formation lap, another 3.5 minutes to overthink, overcomplicate what your plan is into turn 1. Always a plan A, plan B and a C is needed. You plan where you're going to go, you manifest some good vibes into turn 1, but at the end of the day, it comes back to you as a kid in karting. Wherever there's a gap, you fill the gap and you hope it works out.
Do not be surprised if we have a drama on that first couple of corners. They go down a long, fast straight to a right, a left and a right, and they climb the hill as well. You only have to have a tiny little error on your part to be in real trouble. A tiny tap by somebody who's making the error can also have serious consequences. We've had drama at the start of the previous GT4 race. That's why we had some barrier damage, and it's going to be really important for everybody to get through safely. It's easier said than done, and it's not just down to you, it's down to whatever everybody else around you is having. Thus the importance of qualifying up near the pointy end of the grid. So formation lap 2 is about to come under the completion, and it's now back into the control of the race officials. The safety car, the lead car, slows right down, and that will bring them through turn 14. This is lap 1 of the race, but we're going to have a proper start then. Clock carries on ticking, so all of this of course eats slightly into the opening stint of the race. The Maserati is going to dive for the pit lane. The 2 McLarens then on the front of the grid. Ferrari lining up 3rd, Mercedes lining up 4th. There's a kind of Formula 1 feel to it, this. But as they come out of turn 14, the final round of GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS is about to get underway. On pole position, it is the McLaren in the hands of Dean McDonald. It's Benji Goethe alongside him. It's a nice, tidy, neat start. The lights go green now. It is blast off. The McLarens go toe-to-toe down towards turn 1. the Alessio Picariello Porsche, the bright yellow car, going for a gap in the middle. The gap suddenly disappears. He's got nowhere to go as the cars head now down towards the braking zone. That was the onboard view for the Porsche. McLaren, Ferrari, Jules Gounon's Mercedes round the outside to go third. And Picariello has made a lightning start. Look, he's ahead of Engel, who's on the escape road. Engel actually benefiting a little bit by all of that as he blends back into the traffic. But Picariello made a demon start, and so also there's Ian Schengouwen in the black and gold Porsche.
So far, so good, and we're clean.
Except the Verstappen Aston was really sideways. Vermeulen got it all crossed up. I think he found all the marbles on the outside of the road. We're not that clean. Ralph Boehner's gone around. And there, look, number 42 BMW, the Silver Cup Championship leading car is delayed as well. It has kicked off, and that's at turn 3.
A lot of debris, so someone's going to be missing that bodywork. We're running 3 right into turn 5, and CSA car riding it around, but what a start from the Rutronic car. Picariello has lifted that car up all the way from 10th place and has had a very good start, and he's on his toes. So far, so good for Garage 59 as well. Formation flying into turn 1.
These laps rattle through very, very quickly indeed. So you can see on that timing tower who has made progress, who has not. Mikey Porter has gained 9 places. David Pittard 11 and 6 for Picariello. There in the yellow Porsche coming under attack from number 51. And we go safety car. Safety car deployed. That's not coming as a massive surprise given how many cars we had on track, but the safety car is called on this opening lap of the race.
Yeah, these all cars have got going, so it's for just the sheer amount of debris at turn number 3. Engel went to the inside of 2. It almost looked premeditated. He didn't want to be involved in someone else's incident. He didn't gain an advantage. He followed the race director's notes. He should be fine. But Picariello almost bump drafting Gounon in front down to turn 2. I actually thought Gounon had left a big gap to Benji Gerther in front, but that worked out well for him in the 17 Get Speed car. Now we get a safety car restart. Garage 59 with a massive advantage, being able to talk to both first and second place drivers on how they orchestrate this restart. Expect this to be a short safety car, possibly only 1 lap.
So Alessio Picariello, the real winner out of that leading gangle on the opening lap. Mauro Engel falling back only 1 place. Thought it's going to be worse than that. Yellow flags out there, the safety car boards, the SC boards around the circuit. The Maserati safety car picks everybody up. And this is the key area of the circuit where the debris was. Number 42 BMW, we did see rejoin, albeit somewhat delayed. Debris on track, we're being told. And so the cars now come over the line. There is 42. It has got going. Number 30 BMW ahead, Etienne Shelley, who was at the back at the end of that first lap of the race, so out of position from the delayed start that he'd had off the grid.
And a huge amount of damage on that car. That's the main culprit for the debris left. The 64 car struggling this weekend and has stayed out at the moment to make sure they stay on the lead lap, but that's not going to last the duration. I think race control might want to see it. Damage on the 888 as well. I also saw a lot of damage on the front of Ralph Bond's car. Also saw David Pittard hanging back after a very good start. He drove very close to the pit wall. Here's a replay. So it's all clean at the start. And just watch Picariello. Still at this point, he has no right to get as good a start as he does. Why does Engel go wide in the man filter? The yellow Mercedes there in the mid part of your shot. He just feels Bortolotti is catching up to the car in front and maybe Constantina up. And then you could see the BMW from Century in the side already at turn 2. So this is where it's going to kick off, and that's the natural filter into 2, into 3. There's a car on the inside there as well, and there's just so much to dissect. And now look at that, Constantina up. Wow, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars. The driver's doing phenomenally well to not make a bigger issue out of that, threading their way through the dust, the dirt, and the amount of GT3 cars spinning stranded at 3.
Here it is all from another angle. 1 or 2 drivers being really determined around the outside, others backing off quite early and just trying to keep out of trouble. Some onto that escape road. Have a look in the middle of the pack as they come back onto the road now. So the incident that took out Will Moore is coming. We had the very sideways Vermeulen look, but he hung on to the slide, and there, cars all over the road. Around has gone Will Moore. There was another, was that one of the Santalock Audis getting going? There's a BMW that's facing the wrong way as well. Ralph Bowen was involved. We know James Kellett was the BMW facing the wrong way. And this might explain how James Kellett ended up facing the music. Up behind Charles Dawson. Bit of dust in the air as they come through turn 3. We've just gone green, by the way. The race is back underway. And cars all over the racetrack at this point. So, green flag wave. We're back racing in Barcelona. The track is clear. And now in one long queue, they funnel their way up through turn 3. So we're on lap 4. We have had almost the first 10 minutes of a slightly stop-start race fall by. And Dean McDonald leads Benji Goethe. Jules Gounon is third. Alessio Picariello is fourth. Now remember, championship. Picariello, Porsche there, needs to be ahead of Engel. Yellow Mercedes there.
So far, so good for that. The Ferraris don't seem to have had the best restart there. Abril not particularly close to the Porsche of Picariello. Gounon looking racy already all over the back of Benji Goethe. They're just trying to edge him out, work out where he's strong, where he's weak. And this is where he's strong. To get an overlap here is hard. It's a short break zone. Goethe there, sensible, leaving the gap. But this 17 car at the moment seems to have very good pace, and he's going to go after the race leader.
Nicely done by Jules Gounon, one of the best GT3 drivers there is. And Jules now comes out of turn 9, down this straight into 10 with the light flashing Benji Goethe behind him and trying to have a go back to the inside line to no avail. Fourth is Picariello in the Porsche. Fifth is the Ferrari of Vincent Abril. James Baldwin 6th, Mauro Engel 7th, Anshin Guven is 8th, Bortolotti 9th. And there, up the inside line, 98 BMW, that's Augusto Farfus getting himself ahead of Aurelien Panis. So Farfus goes 12th.
Yeah, the Boots and VDS cars running nose to tail. Any team orders there, they almost need to switch. You would expect got to be quicker than Panis. And here is really the man of the moment. Great start, kept the car clean. What's his pace like now? Seems like Abril is now catching back in after that restart. He's got to try and stick with Benji Goethe in front. It seems like the pace of McDonald is really strong. And at the moment, Gounon doesn't seem to be able to stick with the lead car.
And right now, it would be a championship by a point for the Porsche drivers, but there is a long way to go as there, swinging up through the right-hander of turn 3 goes Mauro Engel. Now he's coming under attack anyway with Anshin Guven, the Turkish driver, sitting up behind him. 99 under investigation for the start. So that is the investigation surrounding Sebastian Oegaard's Audi. Now, though, after a lap or two, things calm down a touch and people start to get into a rhythm. But Guven then, in the Copenhagen Racing Team Porsche, crawling all over the back of Engel.
Yeah, this Porsche was slightly out of position, I think, in qualifying because Gueretti lost his fastest lap to track limits. So this Porsche, I think, on pace deserves to be somewhere inside the top 4. And that's why I think at the moment he's got the issue with Engel. He's trying to get past and get to the front end where that car should be.
There, Simon Gachet in the McLaren flicking through shot. So Dean McDonald leads the way, 1.4 seconds, the margin going up to 1.5 indeed at the end of sector 2 over Jules Gounon. So he's edging away. A couple of 3 years ago when Dean came into the championship as co-driver to the quick Portuguese and Miguel Ramos, he was dubbed as Baby Dean. Well, he's certainly grown up in a big hurry, and he's a very formidable GT racer. Mikey Porter, McLaren number 5 here, ahead of Al-Faisal Al-Zubar in the BMW. The Lamborghini 163 around the outside of all of them. That's trying to hang on to the position. He's not quite going to work for Font Pereira. He's on the outside line. And Al-Faisal Al-Zubar hangs onto the place. Good move. Yeah,
got to get his elbows out. It was a battle with the McLaren that lost the 777 Almana racing car some pace. And Faisal Al-Zubar now trying to steady the ship and stick with the hard-charging Optimum Motorsport car of Mikey Porter.
The race leaders go by. Here in the meantime, with the gap slightly extended, Dean McDonald, he's done the fastest lap of the race thus far, but that potentially is going to change as cars get a bit lighter during the course of a stint. There's the lead gap look. In third place, it remains Benji Goethe. Fourth, Alessio Picariello there in the yellow Porsche. Not had an outright race win in the Endurance Cup this year, but bank in terms of points brings them into the equation. Behind Picariello is Vincent Abril, and then James Baldwin leading the Silver Cup in the next of those Garage 59 McLarens. James Baldwin, who's been a British GT race winner. He's been a gold medalist in esports in the FIA Motorsport Games. He's been a commentator on British GT. There's not much in GT racing he's not done, real or virtual.
No, and just picking up Vermeulen then, the Verstappen.com car behind Drudy of the factory 007 Come To You Racing. The Aston's really struggling here, aren't they?
Yes.
I think that's something that's going to come to them. I do think these front engine cars, the Aston, the Mercedes, the BMW, very good on tyre wear, and that's the phase of race we're getting into now. Now we've had 3 laps of green flag racing. We're starting to see the second phase, and now Zubair back on Mikey Porter in the background. We saw that a lap ago here at turn 10. They're at the moment 4th as we have a yellow flag out in sector 2, and it's a car I think spun at turn 5, but it's got going. It was the 15 car, the BMW Team Italia BMW.
Which is a long way back anyways. There you've got number 32, the Charles Witt BMW, just going through ahead of 93, the Ziggo Sport Tempesta, Eddie Cheever driven Ferrari, so that's for 25th and 26th. Charles Weirtz having a pretty torrid opening stint. Bit of damage there, look, on the Boots and VDS Aurelian Panis Mercedes. That's another one in the hunt for silver. Still leading the class by, well, notionally leading the class, because tying on points with Waberski, Moore and Janssen after their earlier dramas. Then you start to have to look at the number of wins that each has had, and it's one win apiece, and then you end up going to second places.
Yeah, there's a damage to a lot of cars. I could see staying on the front of the Rover Racing BMW as well. The Farfus car has some damage on the front right bodywork. At the moment, all okay. And actually, I said about Boots and VDS swapping positions, but Panis has got the pace over Gotts, and he's dropped him anyway. So the silver car outperforming the pro car at Boots and VDS.
This is Jules Gounon. Let's just eavesdrop on the radio traffic for a moment.
Jules, great first lap. Trying to find out the rhythm. You have a great pace. Conserve the tires. Race is long. Good job.
So Jules Gounon's engineer just giving him a bit of encouragement, saying what a great job he's doing, which is true, and also, again, tyre management a focus.
Yeah, predetermined almost, that radio message, wasn't it? As soon as we got into this part of the race, the engineers keen to stress to the drivers, okay, now let's think about the tyres. If we can just look after them, take out some steering angle, be patient on the throttle, don't light up the rears, and you can just make them last better for you later in the stints. You will pay dividends, as that 64 Mustang that had damage earlier getting out of the way of that battle into turn 10.
So Weirtz versus Cheever here, but to be talking about Charles Weirtz down in 25th place is not what we anticipated, not what WRT anticipated. The best BMW comes out of the Rover Racing stable at the moment. It's the Augusto Farfus car in the white and yellow Rover Motor Oil colours. Eddie Cheever, the American driver, son of Eddie Cheever, ex-Grand Prix driver, comes up towards the timing line and will go over the line now then in the Ferrari that he shares with Marco Pulcini and Chris Froggatt. Down towards turn 1, and Eddie Cheever on the brakes, sets the car up for the right-hander, rides the curve on the inside, then goes left. The road starts to climb at this point as well, and now right again through turn 3. A little bit of a twitch midway through that sequence of corners. We've got a car limping into the pit lane, which is Marzio Moretti's Lamborghini, and Charles Dawson, British GT champion, coming down pit lane as well, I noticed. So wonder whether they've had a little coming together.
Yeah, the 333 and the 222 boxing at the same time. And the good thing riding on board with Cheever there is the balance of the car looked really nice. Frustratingly, the BMW pulling away on the straights. That is the nature of balanced performance. We say it all the time. The BMW needs a straight line performance to even it out its lack of corner speed. And look at McDonald's speed dropping away. And Goethe actually, maybe he feels he should have defended from Gounon, because I think he's getting held up now. And I think the other car here, James Baldwin, Silver Cup leader, of course, in the 188 car, is getting held up by the AF Course Ferrari in front of Vince Abriel.
We did hear that radio message to Gounon about preserve the tyres, so maybe Jules is not necessarily at 10/10, but Dean McDonald certainly is pushing. He's done an absolute best middle sector, so there's no denying the pace of the number 58 McLaren that's been really quick and really unlucky this year. Adam this morning made the point in the interview after qualifying that they've certainly been one of the fastest combinations, but probably the most unlucky as well.
Yeah, I'd agree with that statement. The first 3 cars, the only cars in the 1:42's pace, much slower than drivers were telling me, and I don't think they were just lying to my face. They expected to be in the high 1:40s. So track temp has come up since quali, of course, 25 degrees now. I think this pace is what they've got, and it's just illustrating the lack of grip from the surface, and then that lack of grip is working the tyre, and that's why we keep going on about tyre degradation. Which car, which driver, which team can do the best job over a stint?
We have a number of drivers being looked at for leaving the track with an advantage. I suspect it was all in the turn 1, lap 1 skirmish, but one of them is Mario Engel. Now, I don't think he did anything wrong. I thought he was in that rejoin lane and was able to get back okay, but it's being looked at. That's not to say that there is going to be a penalty. It's just that the officials want to make sure, yeah, that's okay, that's wrong, and they can make sure everything's done fairly. But Engel is on that list of people being looked at. In terms of an overall top speed right now, it is Finn Wiebelhaus's Ford Mustang that is the fastest in a straight line at 272 kilometres an hour. The BMW's next, of Will Moore recovering after the spin, and Charles Weirtz, Jon van Aert's Audi 4th, and James Kellett the 5th bravest. But a lot of BMWs there with quite a lot of pace in a straight line.
Yeah, we saw that, didn't we, as we rode on board with Cheetah. And just be interested to know the Manfield to Winward racing team spoken to Engel about that turn 2, lap 1 incident, just to get his side of the story. If they need to go up to race control, at least Mauro might be able to put his input of going, yeah, Bortolotti just checked up in front of me, that's why I had to go, or they're just leaving him to it. It's a hard one, but someone cool like Mauro as a team, I think I would want his side of the story to go and fight the case as best I could in race control.
They're going through Thierry Vermeulen, number 33, and 007 is the Aston Martin of Matteo Drudi that's currently in 18th place. It's been a really tough season for the Aston drivers. You've got two different teams running the same car here. The green Aston Martin from the Confuse stable out of Belgium. They're the Anglo-Bahraini 2Cs team, the Verstappen.com car right up behind. It works well, that livery, doesn't it? The blue and red on the 2Cs car. And Thierry Vermeulen pulls out, pulls back in again. How is David Pittard doing after his delayed start? He was way back on the grid as well. Up to 20th place now, the very quick but still underrated David Pittard, and he's making good progress.
Yep, he made a mega start. He went to the outside into turn 1, really committed, potentially overtaking off the track, but he will claim it was the safest thing to do. The Valkenhurst Aston Martin there, making it 3 Aston Martins from 3 different teams running in close order. And it does seem like Drudi is holding up Vermeulen. Yeah. Is there going to be any inter-manufacturer communication there? Drudi obviously getting paid by Aston Martin. Is he going to let Vermeulen through?
Thierry Vermeulen then has David Pittard's Aston behind him. So you've got, in fact, 3 different teams running the cars, haven't you? ComTU, then 2Cs, and then Valkenhorst. And there is the Verstappen.com car out of the 2C stable. Thierry Vermeulen goes through, David Pittard tucked up behind him. Now remember that Vermeulen is in the fight for Gold Cup honours, and right now that car is 4th in class, so he could do with making some progress, not necessarily against Drudi. He has to clear Drudi to get up with the class opposition, but the class advantage that they have is being whittled away by Rougier, Gachet and Kell driving number 111 McLaren.
Yeah, and if he could get past Drudi, then he's got a few silver cars to get past, then Gotts, then Gachet, then finally he will be somewhere in the mix. But at the moment, overall leader and gold class leader, Dean McDonald, 3.6 seconds clear of Jules Gounon.
Race leaders then go by, and as they do so, Dean McDonald is now 3.6 seconds up, and Dean has just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:42.289 then, to extend that advantage over Gounon. Goethe in 3rd, Picariello 4th. You're on board now with Thierry Vermeulen, who is almost within touching distance of Matteo Drudi's Aston Martin ahead.
We rode on board earlier in the weekend, Drudi running wide there, struggling for traction. And we saw this oil residue on the windscreen earlier in the weekend, so it must have a slight oil leak coming out of his own engine bay. Balance looking good. You can just see the steering wheel in the left of shot. ABS lights lighting up, traction control lights now as he picks the throttle up. 530 horsepower or so in these GT3 cars. Hard on the brakes again. This is this difficult turn 5 that falls away. Gets it well to the apex curve. Can he get a run? This is where Gounon got down the inside, and actually it was Drudi able to get the throttle earlier and get the exit speed there. You can see the speeds they're carrying through these fast corners and the flow, the big kick of curb as he hits the Sochi curb on the exit T7 or apex of 8.
So now Vermeulen powers on ahead of Drudi, just a little bit further up the road. It is the Al Rifai Porsche, there it is, so 17th for the Dynamic GT Porsche, and Drudi, in a sense, almost becoming the cork in the bottle, isn't he? Because he is not up with the Porsche, but look how many cars are queued up behind him.
Yeah, maybe not the cork yet, definitely the cling film on the Tupperware box going in the microwave at the moment, but there's no chance he's letting Vermeulen through now. It would have happened if there was going to be a manufacturer cool, and it's every man for themselves. Different teams, like we said, so I didn't expect it, but maybe just to unleash the 33 would have been a smart move for Aston Martin Racing.
Because there is, of course, bragging rights to make sure that wins the Gold Cup. Over the line then goes Matteo Drudi in the green and yellow Aston there. The blue and red is Vermeulen. Then the other green and yellow, the different paint scheme though for David Pittard. He's got Mikey Porter's McLaren queued up behind him. And then Al-Faisal Al-Zubair. Mikey Porter in that McLaren, one car but one behind Vermeulen, is in that Gold Cup battle in the race. So Vermeulen's not out of the woods, is he? He needs a little bit more breathing space.
Yeah, and I think he's been the fastest driver this weekend as well for Verstappen.com. So interesting to start him, because if there's a safety car at any point, like I said earlier in the programme, his performance is really negated. The position is the only legacy of a stint at the start as we pick up the 74 car that's been very quick in the hands of Dustin Blattner at the moment. That's why you saw the purple light flashing on the tail of the car. That indicates the bronze driver is in the car right now.
And second in bronze in the race, championship leader, Sean Goliath, you're on board with, is currently third in bronze, chasing after that Ferrari. So if things stay as they are, that would give the championship to Dustin Blattner, to Conrad Larson and to Dennis Marshall. Blattner, the American driver, has only been racing for really 2 full seasons and has done a massive amount of mileage and really has gone from being racing rookie to one of the best bronzes around.
Better than a bronze, because look at the bronze class. Chiva, the leader, is the gold-rated driver, so they went with their fastest. Blattner is doing the strategy the strategist wants to do. You put your slowest driver in first, which the bronze is, and then Galael is a silver-rated driver. So Darren Lung, the bronze driver in the 991 BMW, still to come. So at the moment, Blattner is hitting above his weight, a long way above his weight, in fact. And at the moment, if we stay green, this car would easily win the bronze class. Is it going to stay green to the end with 2 hours and 35 minutes remaining? I doubt it.
We have our first track limit penalty being given. A pit stop of 30 seconds has been given to 888 Porsche Fabien Duffieux, as there David Pittard has to fend off Mikey Porter going down into turn 1. That helps to an extent Vermeulen, because while Porter is attacking Pittard and Pittard has to defend, it takes some of the pressure off Vermeulen. But Drudy has got away, hasn't he? Look, the gap has widened between those 2 Aston Martins.
Yeah, Vermeulen's last lap, a 45.3, a full second slower. Must have made a mistake. Here's the mistake. Or was it? Pittard is in the door of him, forcing him out wide on the exit of 12. How does Pittard not get this move done? Vermeulen chops across the front. They're still hitting each other side to side into turn 13, 140, 150 kilometers an hour at this point. And Vermeulen just sends it across the front of Pittard and just asks him the question, but Vermeulen must have gone in deep at the previous corner to not get a good run, and that's really lost him time. At the moment, no damage on the right side of 33.
Unless David Pittard thought, oh, I might get looked at for this, I better give him the place back. Either way, it is still Vermeulen ahead, and David Pittard also having to defend now from Mikey Porter. It's a really long traffic jam of cars, but up front, over the timing line here, comes Dean McDonald. Now, there's not been a change in second place. That is a lapped Mercedes that has rejoined. Charles Dawson has gone a lap down after the pit stop. So the second place car you're looking for there is the red-nosed Mercedes. Yellow flag in sector 2. There's been a drama. Jules Gounon then in second, Benji Goethe in third. Fourth still is Alessio Picariello ahead of Vincent Abril. And there is drama. It's another of the Aston Martins. That's the Jessica Hawkins car, is it not?
Yeah.
It is, and Jess Hawkins has been off the road. She's trying to get the car back to the pit lane, maybe with a puncture. Oh, and there's even more drama. This is going to be the safety car again, because look, you've got debris all over the racetrack and 2 cars that have merged.
Race leaders are about to come round as well, so Marshall
and they're facing the wrong way, aren't they?
Yeah, really the wrong way in the middle of it.
Full course yellow call. That slows everything down, and this is going to be a long interruption. There's certainly one Ferrari in all of that. It's number 8 Kessel car, and 81 is the Mercedes, isn't it? So you've got the number 8 Nicola Rossi and 81 Renat Salikov cars that have managed to get themselves together. So full course yellow is called, and another interruption. But this is, I would expect, to be a relatively long interruption now.
Yes, and if it goes to a long full course yellow, then we change the stint time from 64 minutes to 69. So the strategy evolves once more. Niels Vicic, race director, has been very proactive, I think, with the use of full course yellow in a positive way, and we tried to get back to racing as much as we can without safety car. But I think if we're under full course yellow for anything close to 10 minutes, we're going to have to go to safety car to allow the drivers to get the tyre temp back.
That 69 minutes kicks in if the full course yellow or safety car conditions are there at the end of your stint. If we've gone green, then you're back up and running in a 3-hour race. Into the pit lane has limped 270 Jessica Hawkins then. So that car is possibly a legacy of having gone over some of the debris down the pit lane, as the race leaders then for the moment continue on their way, but under not safety car conditions but control conditions. Let's try and piece it together. This first of all is number 270, a separate incident then for Jessica Hawkins, because the Audi gets sideways and glances off the side. That's how Jessica Hawkins came to grief, rattling over the curb and the gravel. But then there's the separate incident between the Ferrari and the Mercedes. And to have those two cars connect where they are and face the wrong way at that part of the circuit is a slightly unusual one.
Yeah, I thought the damage was on the right-hand side, but maybe just a puncture on the 270. Going to get some radio here to listen in on.
We will not lose a lot on the focus yellow.
Yeah, correct if it doesn't go to safety car, but if it does go to safety car, there's your race leader, and that is a lap down then for the 270. But engineer just trying to keep a positive frame of mind.
Yeah, the safety car you've seen go on circuit ready to be there when we are ready for safety car conditions. The benefit of that full course yellow is that everybody slows pretty much instantly, and you don't need to worry about the safety car finding the leader. You can just instantly, from race control's point of view, take charge of the race, can't you? You can get everything under control and then start to work out what to do next.
Yeah, and that was definitely needed, wasn't it, with the cars stranded in an awkward place, and the marshals keen to make sure the drivers were okay. But when the cars are thundering towards those cars, it was a lucky tool to have for race control to get the cars all the way down to 80k at a moment's notice.
So the cars now come up through turn 4. Dean McDonald, Jules Gounon, Benji Goethe ahead, Alessio Picariello next, and we are already at safety car conditions. So that would suggest that the race director is happy to get things underway.
Yeah, exactly. So everyone will now bunch up. Bad news for the 270, and the safety car effectively goes to this extended stint time of any point in the stint now. So this will be 69 minutes. So cars will need to be in pit lane no later than 1 hour and 51 minutes remaining. It's actually rounded down to the minute. So if they were in with 1 hour, 50 minutes and 1 second, that would still be okay.
And you can see lots of the circuit vehicles suddenly joining in. You've had a couple of recovery cars. This is so that they can go and attend to picking up debris, treating any liquid. So it's a rather unusual look as vans and random saloon cars appear on the circuit. However, it's all to try and get the road cleared. The benefit now of putting everything behind the safety car is there is one compacted line of cars. That means there's more time available for the marshals to work. Full course yellow, yeah, it has its advantages. You slow everybody down, but the gaps don't close. So still the cars are all the way around the lap.
Yeah, exactly that. And also the safety car can lead the drivers where they want to be taken. So race control saying stay left in between 5 and 7, and that will allow them to tend to the cars. Is this a strategy call? I don't see how it's going to work out, but it's a full service, so it gives us an opportunity to talk about the pit stops. The fuel has to be connected for 44 seconds. Everything else can happen at the same time and as fast as it needs. So the fuel dictating the length of the pit stop. The pit lane here, 370 meters at 50k, takes 26 seconds. So a minute and 10 is lost in the pit. So it just feels like the Valkenhorst team, they're trying to lose a pit stop, but at the moment they would be really rolling the dice on every stint being an extended drive time, which if you're out the running is, I guess, worth a roll, but that is a very long shot right now.
So the field turn through, and drivers being told to go to the left-hand side between turns 5 and 7 while the debris is treated, while the liquid is treated as well. They're going through is Maro Engel. So the safety car slowing the pace just to give the marshals more time to work before the queue comes through once again.
Yeah, the big win here for Dean McDonald in the lead is those two cars in between him as we see the cars getting extracted.
Oh, wow.
And,
a lot of damage on the Ferrari.
Yeah, so what happens here?
Mercedes gets into the Ferrari. Ferrari fired into the wall, spins across the road, debris all over the racetrack. That was a big hit, and Nicola Rossi in the Ferrari would be somewhat shaken and winded by that, won't he, to say the least.
Yeah, that was a big hit to the inside and a relatively unprotected part of the crash barrier because you don't see cars go off too often, and yeah, that was a big old hit, and it's an interesting one there because Rossi was kind of coming across the front of the Mercedes, and it felt like the Mercedes didn't want to yield. He had the chance there, that 81 Mercedes, to roll out the throttle, and it would seem that Renat Salikov didn't want to do that, and I feel Rossi was taking his normal line, and Salikov there was trying to force the issue. So here is the left field strategy. I was reading the regulations, and I was actually with Optimum at the time. You've got a maximum stint time, you've got to go on the tyre you qualified. But could you invent a fourth stint on any tyre? Because some teams have an extra set of tyres that are brand new. They're unable to be used in the regulation because they weren't used in qualifying. But if you invented a fourth stint for those tyres at the end of the race, you could effectively end the race on a brand new set of tyres. But you've added a whole pit stop. That's the left field strategy. I think that's what Optimum are doing there. So we will keep an eye on that Optimum McLaren to see what it's doing. But I think that's why they have pitted well out of strategy at the moment. As we see another hit, and it's just the Mercedes just isn't that far alongside the 8 Kessel car for me.
That Kessel Ferrari destroyed, isn't it? The whole of the front ripped off. And you could tell from the way Nicola Rossi was walking away that he was somewhat battered by the impact with the wall around the seatbelts, doing their job of securing him in the car. But the marshals diving for cover, they're all okay as well, we understand. But now we've got the extrication, not of the driver, that's done, but getting the car out of the way. When the car's done, then he can clear all the debris. This does give us a chance, though, to go to the pit lane, I reckon. Alex Le Guy is busy trying to find drivers for us, and indeed team managers. Klaus Graf, who looks after the Rutronic Racing team, is with Alex. Let's get to her.
Klaus, are you allowing yourself to breathe? What's the pressure like in the garage?
Well, I mean, it's still a long race. We had a very good start. Alessio did a fantastic job at the start to really move up a few positions. And at the moment, I think we have quite a long interruption with the safety car, so everybody can relax a bit. But for sure, the tension is on. We are in a good position at the moment, but it's still a long, long way to go. But I think the first kind of important piece was a good start from Alessio to get up there. It was phenomenal.
It was incredible, and that car just looks like it's on fire. It's amazing, isn't it? What's been the ambience in the garage over this weekend?
I mean, we're very relaxed about it. I mean, obviously, you need to make sure you keep everybody motivated so they do a very good job, but you can also overdo it on the pressure side. You need to make sure to keep a balance so everybody kind of stays alert, stays focused, but it's not getting nervous. And I think we found a good mix this weekend.
Okay, I know that I dragged you away. You go back, do your thing. Good luck.
Klaus Graf then goes back to the team. That used to be a Ferrari, that wreck being dragged away. And you can see now just how much debris is on the road. On the other side of the track where the Manitou was going, that was the barrier that was attacked in the GT4 race. The concrete on the other side stood up to that impact pretty well.
Yeah, a fair amount of liquid out the radiators out of that 296, which I don't know if you can even call it 296 now. It's more of a 148, isn't it? It's been cut in half, and shows you the strength of these cars. But I think the marshals will want to address that liquid, maybe with some quick dry, so expect another maybe 3 to 4 laps under safety car.
So all of this taking us closer to the end of the first hour, and that is roughly where you would anticipate the stops to come. It's an easy divide for the teams, an hour pit, an hour pit, an hour checkered flag. But as Joe's been making the point, now that this can be an extended stint with the safety car aspect to it, it just opens up the fuel window a little bit and gives a little bit more freedom on the strategy perhaps, and a bit more dice rolling can be done. Key to all of it, though, staying on that lead lap. And this is how we look in bronze for the championship. Conrad Lausen, Dennis Marshall and Dustin Blattner, they've done it with 81 Mercedes out of the title hunt. The championship belongs to this car. They can relax to an extent.
Yeah, congratulations to them, and well deserved. They've been in amazing form, not just qualifying pace for Dennis Marshall, but Dustin Blattner's race pace, like we touched on earlier, has been world class, and well done to everyone at Kessel Racing. And unfortunately for them, it really is bittersweet, isn't it? One car written off in the incident with the 81, while the other car wins the championship.
So now picking their way out of turn 5, you can see Marshall's working, trying to wave the cars away from the debris. That's all going to have to be swept, but there are still bits that they're going to have to drive over. Number 611 Nordic Racing Mercedes just going through in the background of Yuki Nakayama. And then on this part of the racetrack, the pace can quicken once again. The safety car crew being pretty busy out of all of this as the drivers come around the back of this very full paddock. The Barcelona circuit busy for race weekends and test weekends. But a real shame that we've got this lengthy interruption. And there the Maserati GT2 safety car leads the field back down towards 14. So race order, Dean McDonald in the McLaren ahead. Ignore that blue Mercedes, that's a lap down. Ignore the Aston behind, that's a lap down. Jules Gounon second, third Benji Goethe. Fourth is the blue and yellow Porsche of Alessio Picariello. Then it's fifth Vincent Abril, James Baldwin's McLaren in sixth place. The other car, the outsider for the Pro Cup title, is the red BMW coming towards us right now. Charles Weerts in 24th place. And this is not going all that well for the WRT squad. They've won the Sprint Cup, but really struggling here, it seems.
Yeah, just haven't had the pace all weekend, have they, BMW? And I do think this car is probably the best on its tyres, but under a safety car, it's the same for everybody, so they're not able to use that to their advantage and just unable to do anything to get anywhere near the points right now, all the way down in 24th place.
Past that huge grandstand on the outside of the pit straight. We're at the top of that, looking down onto the pit straight, and indeed you can see quite a lot of the circuit from up here. It's another of those kind of paperclip circuits, the Barcelona circuit, in as much as you've got this rectangle of land and then lots of corners all folded into the middle of it. Let's head back to the pit lane, get to Winwood Racing. Alex is with the team having a good and bad race at the minute.
So when I grabbed Steve, asked for an interview, he was like, not quite going to plan at the moment.
Yeah, not that great, of course. So 81 had a really fantastic start, starting from the pit lane, considering that Rinat was doing a fantastic job, and then unfortunately the Aston turned into him, and then yeah, all started, and now it's the end for the 81, which is not good. 48 still in contention, so fingers crossed. But also there we need a little bit of luck.
What sort of feedback are you getting from 48?
It was a difficult start, it was a messy start, so we lost some positions over there. Now we recovered a little bit, but we have to gain something during the race then to secure the big one.
The race is long.
It is, indeed. Thank you.
All right, I'll let you get back. Good luck.
Who'd be a team manager right now with all the stresses, not only of the race, but of championships up in the air as well. We're still under safety car conditions here in Barcelona, and we are on lap number 18 right now.
Yeah, and just trying to work out on the stint averages so far, which cars we need to be looking out for. And Arjen Guven was definitely one, but couldn't get past Maro Engel, so his pace was really kneecapped. The Ferrari didn't feel particularly quick, did it, with Vince Abril seeming to struggle, and the clean-up process going well. The marshals look like they maybe need another lap or two just to finish sweeping up the mess. Look at the tyre wall. Luckily, Rossi did catch that last part of the tyres, didn't he? You can just see before it went to full concrete, so that actually could have been a lot worse, and now the quick dry is put down on the fluid.
Still lots of bits of rubber as well as little bits of debris needing to be attended to. There's a blower out there. There is the brooms as well. There's the guy with his, looks like a huge leaf blower, just trying to waft away some of those bigger chunks. And that works very well, better than a broom. Right, so at least one more lap behind the safety car. And the safety car conditions still are in operation. That means no overtaking. Drivers come then now down through turn one. With it being a short, in quotes, endurance race, 3 hours, there's no wave by. In other words, you're not allowed to unlap yourself if you're in one of the classes. So that still goes against Charles Dawson. We mentioned early on that 48 Maro Engel was one of those drivers being looked at for the first corner. Let's have a look at his start on board.
So the initial start's good. Piccarello does well. Look at the run. He gets wiggles in front of us. And then we're just on the back foot, and suddenly we're going to get the Lamborghini Bortolotti coming round our outside. And then as we're about to turn left, suddenly I feel we're going to get very close to the back of this Lamborghini because he gets a touch. Bale's left it. That makes it look a lot worse for Maro Engel for me. There was no real reason to bail left in hindsight on that view. From the outside shot, it looked like he was concertinaing up, but he looked like he just wanted to get out of there. And although he lost a position on the opening lap, he stayed in front of the 63 Lamborghini, didn't he? So there was an advantage gained, even though he followed the protocol of if you take to the access road, you have to go all the way around the bollard.
So that's being looked at, as it is also for one or two others. So we're coming down through the incident zone. That's turn 5. The other part of the circuit you can see is turn 1, 2, and then the approach to 3. So we've sort of looped all the way back round. Marshals stand to one side. The drivers now all being told to go to the right. So that takes them around that area where the speedy dry is. So, yeah, it's looking as though we're not far away. The broken Mercedes you just see on the recovery truck at the bottom of the shot. And we are now with 44 minutes of this opening hour done. Silver Championship is still tied on points. Kabiru, Guzzo, Panis in this car. Weberski, Moore and Janssen. They've had the same number of wins. None of them have had second places, but in terms of thirds, it's advantage to Weberski, Moore and Janssen. And that, down the pit lane, is the leader. That is Dean McDonald. Also in is Benji Goethe. So Garage 59 rolling the dice and bringing their cars in.
This is a huge call. So
and they're not alone.
Yeah, what they're doing here is they're getting the pit stop done. So this is an extended stint, but because the next driver gets in under a safety car, the next stint is extended as well. So they're guaranteed another 69 minutes of running. But they would, to be comfortable, they need the last stint that we don't know about yet to go to extended. It's going to be really tight, but this seems to be the main strategy, doesn't it, for the lead cars?
And this is where you need a good strategist who's able to know the rules inside out and be able to second guess and third guess and fourth guess what might happen, not just in this stint, but in the next and the next, and the knock-on effect of it, as you say, because if this, now that you've got a second driver and you start a new stint, has a safety car in it as well, that becomes the extended stint. And it's understanding all of that on the fly that wins you races.
Yeah, so the mathematics at play is tight. So these drivers are going to leave with 135 minutes remaining. The next stint can be 69. That means there'll be 66 minutes remaining of the race. The maximum stint time, normal, is there's a problem for the 59 here. What's going on? That car wasn't firing up. That's lost a lot of time already. And it just seems to not be able to engage. There's no engine running on the 59. We saw this at Paul Ricard at the start of the year.
Yeah. It's like it can't get a gear, there's no drive, and this is the car that was brought in by Benji Goethe, and it hasn't got going, and it's tumbling down the order, and nobody seems to know what to do.
There's no power, the rear lights aren't on. They need to get a battery in that car stat. Garage 59 here, getting to work, they're going to put the skates in. Day done. How's that gone wrong so quickly?
And this is what we've said all season. The cars have been quick, but they've been suffering with reliability. And for a change, it is 59, not 58, that is the unlucky one. But that is after a good first stint. And also, strategically, a good roll of the dice, potentially. It's all unravelled with something as simple as a lack of power. Just wouldn't fire up again.
Yeah, they've rudely interrupted my strategy call as well. So basically, at the moment, 66 minutes remaining, and 64 is the maximum stint time if there isn't that extended. So if the last hour was all green, they're 2 minutes short. The pit stop is just under 2 minutes. This is how close they're getting to rolling the dice, but the team's feeling to get away with it. This is the safest strategy. One lap later, the 2.5 minutes gets them into that window.
And it's Gounon coming in the Mercedes. It's Picariello in the Porsche coming down the pit lane. Also in is Vincent Abril. Also in is James Baldwin. This now puts Mirko Bortolotti's Lamborghini into the lead of the race. We're still under these safety car conditions, and we're getting through the first round of pit stops, but relatively speaking, they're really early by normal standards. We've still got 13.5 minutes of the first hour to go.
And this was the... So let's have a look. Concertinaing up. You can see everyone slamming up, and Picariello was close to the back of Gounon there, but seemed to have judged it perfectly. Engel out. His job done. Is there going to be a penalty? Be interesting to get his thoughts. Why did he take to the inside? And it looks like Caroli's helmet there getting aboard for this middle stint. This is the problem. If you've started your fastest driver out of the three, you haven't had value out of them. And that's where, again, the 74 Kessel car in the bronze class, I think, could be in contention for a very good overall result.
So the rest of the cars that aren't electing to pit yet go through. It's going to really shuffle the order, this. So you've got Bortolotti leading. Up into second place, he's going to go Alex Buncombe in the Team RJN McLaren for Bob Neville's enthusiastic team.
It's a good pit stop by AF Course there. They've got the jump on get speed, and then Rutronic can't go out, so they've lost time as well. That AF Course team have serviced that car very, very efficiently, and it's now Yefe in the car.
The Le Mans winner ahead of Fabian Schiller, who takes over in the Mercedes, and the number 96 Porsche back down the pit lane as well. It's got Sven Müller behind the wheel of it. So it feels like most people have made a pit stop. Not all, but the majority have. There's only a real handful now that are saving it for another lap.
The negative for these guys who stopped on this latest lap is they would have lost track position. So that's why everyone was keen to get in, but so marginal on the times. And you can see them pushing hard at the moment to make sure they catch the safety car. But there will be a hint of looking after the tyre at the same point. And that's always the balance here. A bit of damage on the front of this black and gold Porsche. You can see it's missing a whole front left wing from this aerial shot. You can see the whole front left tyre, and that isn't how it left the factory.
Right, so that now looks as though the road is clear, doesn't it? And so we can't be far away with marshals back on post and getting the race back underway here at Barcelona. 2 hours and 11 minutes on the clock. Really frustrating opening hour in many senses with those interruptions and a relatively short rhythm for the drivers to get into. Weaving around Fabian Schiller, getting the tyres up to temperature, sitting on the back of Yeifei's Ferrari. The Chinese driver there. Fabian Schiller in the Mercedes, Sven Müller in the Porsche. There's another wave of cars, by the way, coming down the pit lane right now. But Bortolotti has stayed out. Fabrizio Crestani is second. Fabien Duffier is third. So as the cars come through, number 32 BMW, which is now Hugo de Wilde, that goes through in 21st place. That's gained about 4 places from where it was. So it's not gained massively, but it has gained a bit. And now as it comes through with the next wave in the pit lane, it will be up into round about 15th. So over the course of 2 laps worth of pit stops, it gains 10 places. It's getting itself into the equation.
Yeah, and some of the pit stop discrepancies as well. So the fastest pit stop was the 51 AF Course Ferrari, 74.8 seconds. 32 car was 75.1, so only 2/10 slower. And even though you've got that minimum refueling time, there is still time to be won in a slick pit stop.
What 32 has also done is jump up ahead of many of the other Pro Cup cars that pitted a lap later. So when you say they've lost track position, absolutely they have, but those that stopped early have seemingly gained track position. So that helps the likes of Alessandro Giretti, now in 22.
Oh.
And there, ready to leave the pit lane, is a rather delayed Aston Martin. Was that because the pit lane lights were still on red, or was that because the car just wasn't ready to go? It's delayed a whole train of cars.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they were red, because the end of the safety car train is at turn 4 now.
Yeah.
So either a very late going back to green or a problem for the Aston Martin getting out of pit lane. But you'd say it got to be at a red light, because racing drivers don't like to wait, and they're all queued up very politely behind that car. So red lights are on, and what we can't see is where the train is. Then it goes green. It was a quick restart, so it was just a delayed going back to green, and sometimes hard for race control because it's when the track is clear into one after the safety car's gone, but the cars are still quite spread out behind that safety car chain, so obviously deciding to err on the side of caution.
And now the race leader comes in, Mirko Bortolotti, and also in comes Fabrizio Crestani. So these were the top 2 in the race.
When do we go back to green? The race director has got to try and give everyone a fair shot, but if we're going to get drips and drabs of cars coming in for the next 10 laps, well, we've got to go to green. Someone should get the advantage from good strategy. And at the moment, I feel like we could get rid of the safety car. And at the moment, we are only doing this to get the pit stop cycled up.
You might be right, but these are pretty much the last 2. Everybody else has now done a stop. So possibly this is the lap on which we can get rid of the safety car. And the Mirko Bortolotti Lamborghini arrives. So there, driver change cycles through. Luca Angela, Jordan Pepper, the other 2 drivers of that car.
Get it ready to inscribe on my tombstone, but I don't get this strategy. This is really conservative. This is making the last stint very short. They're going for the opposite of undercuts, which isn't what the Barcelona tyre degradation seems like it wants. They've lost the most amount of track position. They have the shortest final stint. I don't see the positive in that strategy, no matter safety car or not, from here to the end.
Let's see how it pans out, because there are brains in that garage that would have been looking at their options, and they reckon this is the way to go. They'll have seen what the others are up to, and they've elected to wait effectively 2 more laps over that first wave of cars. And so now that Lamborghini drops down and is ready to rejoin. In fact, we still have 2 that haven't pitted, Fabien Duffier and Dante Raponge up front. But the car now behind the safety car is Charles Dawson, who's a lap down, then the battered Porsche of Duffier, then the Lamborghini of Raponge. So this is going to give the lead of the race to, I think it's going to be the Oliver Söderström Aston Martin, isn't it? Which is the green car 4th in the queue, that one.
Yeah, so these guys are on a real different strategy. The real leader is Smalley if we get an extended stint in the last stint. Yiffy Ye in 17th is definitely the leader if we don't. So we've almost got 3 groups of strategy. 4th with the Optimum McLaren in P4, the number 5 car, doing what I perceive to be a 4-stint race. I don't think anyone else has read the regulations like they have and I have with them earlier, so that will be an interesting one. The 19 pits again, so this is now our 6th lap of pit stops, and here is what I would call the race leader with an asterisk.
And there, look, the Charles Dawson Mercedes has been allowed through. So that has been allowed past the safety car. So that now puts treble 8, Fabien Duffieux, who has not pitted, in the lead. But look at the state of that car that got roughed up early on. The front's damaged, the side is damaged. Ignore that, because that owes us a pit stop. So it's leading on the road, but it's totally out of sequence. The best of those that have made a pit stop, irrespective of what the strategy is that Aston Martin in 2nd place. But now at least the safety car's got the leader behind. This does suggest that we're getting ready to go racing once again.
Yeah, we've got to be close to it now, haven't we? And Duffieux also the first car to get a penalty for track limits today. So he's had a pretty brutal start to his GT World Challenge career. Got the very fast Bastien Boost in the car alongside him and Mathieu Detry as well. And here's the 59 car. And it got hit, didn't it? The Aston Martin pulling away, hit the rear of it. That wasn't why it didn't pull away. It was already in a problem. I think that's had a full electrical issue, and that's exactly what they had at Ricard earlier in the year. And that is gutting for them. And I think that was a potential race winner taken out.
And it's still in the pit garage as well. It's not as simple as just firing it up again. It will not go, seemingly. It's still in there. So the safety car was deployed at 15:52. It's now 16:06. So we've had quite a lengthy safety car period like this. And we are awaiting a message to come up to say safety car in. But not yet. It hasn't. Got Charles Dawson still pounding around trying to play catch-up, having been released in 222. And he stayed in the car, interestingly, as well. They haven't done a driver change, unless the driver ID is telling us fibs. So now everybody vigorously weaving around. That's always another indication that we might be getting ready to go racing once again. Cairoli is now on the tail of Sven Muller, the two fighting for the championship. So they've dropped back in the traffic. Where does this then put Hugo de Wilde in number 32 BMW? Well, into the mix is the answer now, because that car is up to 6th in class. But another lap done behind the safety car. Over the timing line comes the race-leading Fabio Duffieux Porsche. And you talk about the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini being on the conservative strategy. Well, this one even more so, because they look like they're dragging it out to the hour. You might argue that if you're in bronze and you're not necessarily thinking of a category win, you might as well give the drivers the track time. They've paid for it, give them their full hour. It's going to compromise the race to an extent, yes, but they were never necessarily in the hunt for a class win anyway. However, Duffieux leads the way. We've been talking about that car 32, Hugo de Wilde, big winner on those pit stops. Charles Weert's out of the car, and he's with Alex in the pit lane.
Charles, after a wonderful sprint win, this weekend just doesn't seem to be playing into your hands. Just how tough was that stint out there for you?
Yeah, I mean, definitely not going the way we wish for. We struggled already during the whole weekend, to be honest. We know Barcelona is quite a tough track for us, but yeah, we seem to struggle a bit more this weekend, and qualifying somehow got even worse, at least for me. And yeah, we struggle again. I struggled quite a lot in my stint, just absolutely no grip, and we don't really have an explanation therefore. But I mean, the guys did a great job here. So the GYs, we jumped quite a few places. So I mean, yeah, I think the cards has been reshuffled. So everything is still to play for, as we know, a GT World Challenge. But yeah, we can definitely not count on our raw speed.
Bummer. Thanks very much. Bad luck.
That says it all, Alex, I reckon, doesn't it? So the safety car is going to be in this lap. That means that it has been out for getting on for 15 to 20 minutes, and the car's now coming up through turn 12. So the car in the lead on the road will be pitting soon anyway. So Oliver Söderström leads the race, leads in silver, from number 5 McLaren, the Optimum car of James Allen, from 58 Adam Smalley. then Mercedes number 9, Michael Grenier, then 99 Audi Leonardo Moncini, and then Jesse Krohn up into 7th in number 98 BMW. That's been another big winner. The cars that pitted first have certainly gained a lot of track time in a lot of places. So the green flag waves once more, and away we go, back racing as we've had nearly 58 minutes of the race now. This is on board with Matteo Cairoli.
This is going to be wild. The lead Porsche is 4 seconds a lap slower than the quick cars, so that car's got to filter through the whole of this pack. It's going to be wild. Drivers have got to have their eyes up, and the 32 car already on the front foot.
Not entirely sure I'd like to be Fabien Duffieux with all these cars behind me as another one goes off the racetrack there. It's the Ferrari, isn't it? That was the car of possibly Froggatt as the car get back on track. Certainly one Ferrari off the racetrack, and there, look, Cairoli getting up alongside the Porsche number 96 then, so it's Cairoli versus Sven Muller. Muller stays ahead just, he's on the back of Fabian Schiller, and there, Adam Smalley losing out as past him. Now goes number 9 and Michael Grenier, so that's a change of place for 4th. Now 3rd, and Smalley fights back, goes back through on the inside. The gold and black Porsche dropping down the order of Fabien Duffieux, but everybody on their toes right now. This is where you can be another hero and gain a lot of ground. Everybody all in a long queue, tightly bunched on the restart, and if you can gain a place or two here, then it's going to really be important significantly for the championship. Muller in that Porsche staying ahead of Cairoli here in the Mercedes.
I think it was the 51 of Yayafei going wide at 2. He's just in front of the Mercedes of Schiller at the moment on the left rear shot, and is now starting to get franicky, isn't it, with Rocco getting there. It's frenetic and panicky.
That's what it is. As you see, Matteo Cairoli in the Mercedes, very wide up the road there. Ahead is the Ford Mustang that gets a little bit roughed up, forced out wide. That was the car that suffered damage early on in the hands of Arjun Maini. It's Jan Mardenborough in that car right now, having taken over from Arjun Maini, but it's a lap down as Cairoli comes onto the pit straight. And now that we've gone green, that Porsche that led away has come in to serve its first pit stop. So that strategy baffles us all completely. Oliver Söderström leads the way then. James Allen is 2nd, Adam Smalley is 3rd, Michael Grenier is 4th, Leonardo Moncini is 5th. In 6th place, it's Jesse Krohn. 7th is Ben Tuck, ahead of Nicky T, Mugo de Wilde 9th, and Alessandro Giretti 10th. And then that battle pack you're looking at is a lot further down, with 16th, 17th, 18th being the order for Schiller, Muller and Cairoli. Antonio Fuoco there in the red and yellow Ferrari, looking to make progress as well. Fuoco, another member of the Ferrari factory stable, driving GT and World Endurance hypercars, and a very rapid driver too.
Yeah, he looks like the car with the most pace, doesn't he, inside the top 20. This car's running side by side. He looks to the inside of Cairoli. Cairoli too wide, so that covers off the inside. They're all getting held up at the moment by Froggatt in that Ziggo Tempesta car. As who was that? Was that Fuoco running wide?
I think it was, so that allows back past him the number 10 Mercedes that goes through. Cesar Gazzo goes ahead of Antonio Fuoco, who launches himself up over the curb. Now coming up towards turn 12, goes through the right-hander. Up front then, race leader Oliver Söderström trying to get away, build that gap over James Allen, then Adam Smalley in effectively the surviving Garage 59 car in that leading line. The other one, 188, that was 5th before the pit stops, has fallen back into 24th, and a very bold effort being made there against Jan Mardenborough by the Santa Lock Audi that elbows its way through on the inside line. Goes by then, so Reese Gold through, up towards the line now. Then come the race leaders. Söderström is 1.2 seconds ahead, 1.2 seconds on the following lap as well. So no real gain. Adam Smalley still hanging on to 3rd there. 4th now is the silver and yellow Mercedes. That's Michael Grenier. The Audi is 5th, Leonardo Moncini. The white BMW, Ben Tuck 6th. The yellow and white BMW 7th. That is Jesse Krohn. And this is how we look in gold in the championship. Vermeulen, Lallem, King are on target to take that.
And then suddenly Grenier has found some real pace, hasn't it? Now Grenier is aboard. That car has rocketed up through the order. Yes, it got past Smalley, lost the position back, but suddenly the 9 car a contender for the race win today.
Now, if Ben Tuck can get up through the traffic, he needs to be attacking Adam Smalley and James Allen. They are other Gold Cup drivers up the road, so he's got quite a lot of work to do to get there. If he can start mixing it with them and gaining places and gaining points, then we need to have another look at those championship standings. But right now, Tuck's a little bit stuck behind Leonardo Moncini, who is silver. Seems rather odd, doesn't it, that at the moment, in the top 6, there's only one Pro Cup car.
Yeah, the left field strategies are taking the first 2 places, though, in my opinion. So I think the 777 car is the real leader of the gold class thus far. And Ben Tuck will know that as he battles with Moncini into turn 10. This is the best overtaking spot, like I said earlier.
Mauro Engel's car, Matteo Cairoli at the wheel of it, is being given a 10-second time penalty for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. He's not the only one, because also number 9, the Boutsen VDS Mercedes, that is now the car that Mikael Grenier is driving in 4th place, being given a penalty. James Allen in 2nd place on the road, being given a 10-second time penalty as well. And there is also the Dustin Blackman, Dennis Marshall 74 Ferrari that Conrad Larson is sharing. That's being given a 10-second penalty. And the other one is number 22, which is the Aenshin Guven, Alessandro Giretti and Larry Tenvura Porsche. So lots of cars up at the pointy end on that first lap. Significant cars with another 10 seconds to serve on their next pit stop.
Call me cynical, but most of those cars had a mega opening lap, didn't they, with positions gained. So I think Race Control have made some good decisions there on the evidence I've seen. And you could see the Winwood Manfilter team in disbelief. But I feel Mauro Engel probably knows deep down, not that he would admit to us, that was the right decision from Race Control.
He would argue that his only other decision was to go into the back of the car and risk damage. It was safer not to do that, but...
If only you had a pedal in the car that slowed the car down.
Indeed so. Cairoli then is behind the wheel. It's going to elongate their next pit stop, so the car then goes by currently in the hands of Cairoli in 18th place, but the one that is second, the James Allen McLaren, is going to be penalised. The car that's 4th, Mikael Grenier, is going to be penalised as well. So this throws everything else up into the air. This is 96 then, Sven Muller. That car has not copped a penalty for anything on the first corner. And Sven Muller goes now down into turn 10, sitting on the back of Fabian Schiller as they brake and go round the left, a small climb up the other side. So right now, Oliver Söderström, the outright race leader, the silver leader, and James Allen leading in gold behind him, but with a 10-second penalty being applied, and that will be served on the pit stop. Adam Smalley then will gain ground. He's currently 3rd. Mikael Grenier with a penalty hanging over him 4th. Moncini 5th and Tuck 6th.
This is the interested progress bar. A huge amount of numbers and colours thrown at us. The top part is all if they pitted on that first lap, which leaves that last stint over the minimum stint time at the moment. Everyone below is on the conservative, safe strategy, and that is where P14 Yiffy Ye is in the lead of that battle. So we've got 2 battle packs, and that's why I'm trying to dissect who's gained, who's lost. Like the 188 down in 24th, lost 19 places, but they're on the safe strategy, which might convert them to a P8 or P9 overall at the moment.
But it's very impressive when you're Oliver Söderström and you've gained 57 places up from the very back of the grid. So Oliver Söderström then goes through as the race leader, but on that different strategy. The car in 2nd, remember, has a penalty on the next pit stop, and so does the one in 4th.
And the stint times, that's how close it is. That's that group. They're in their 20th minute, the others in their 18th. That puts them below their maximum stint time, and that's what is going to be so hard to call. So everyone in the top half, in the top 13, need a safety car in the last 69 minutes.
Söderström and Allen over 30 minutes in the car in both cases. Others, as you say, in the 20s. So Söderström, the race leader for now. Cairoli needing to press on and try to gain ground because it's going to be that longer pit stop. And there'll be some very frustrated teams, as Joe was touching on a little while ago. Right there, number 51 Ferrari, Ye Yifei, going up now through turn 10, the Chinese driver chasing after Tommaso Mosca in another of the AF Corsa cars that runs in bronze, keeping Fabian Schiller at bay. Then Sven Muller next in that queue.
Yeah, the pace is picked up now for the 51. Didn't have the strongest start to the stint, but is able to keep Schiller at arm's length. He's tucked behind the sister car, isn't he, of Mosca at the moment. His pace is very strong. He's actually the fastest Ferrari over the last 2 to 3 laps. And then he's got the Aston Martin of Cronjes in front. And this is what we're seeing more and more with GT3. The slipstream effect is strong, but the dirty air following these cars is difficult. You lose downforce. You work the tyre harder as the 93 lets the sister 50 through into turn 1.
So that now 93 Ferrari is Chris Froggatt, and lets Antonio Fuoco go by as we work lap number 31. We're into the middle hour of the 3, and of the other cars that pitted and rather surprised us with when they pitted, number 63, remember it was leading when it came in, Luca Enschler is now 49th. So by pitting a couple of laps after the others, it has just tumbled way down the order.
Yeah, and, like I said at the time, I don't get their strategy thus far, so let's see how that one plays out. Schiller now really starting to up the ante. He wants to get past Yafei, and we've seen how aggressive Schiller is.
Yep.
He won't be afraid to use that Mercedes as a very expensive battering ram.
And then behind is Sven Muller, and is that a Mercedes with a problem? It might well be, because slowing on the run down into turn 10, that was in 4th place, that car. That's Mikael Grenier, and it's not picking up speed coming out the other side. So Mikael Grenier with an issue, seemingly. The car has tumbled down the order, down to 8th. It was 4th at the start of the lap. And is he heading for the pit lane? He's offline, so this has got a problem.
He's lost electrical power, hasn't he? He's got no lights on whatsoever. He does well to get out of the way, and brake lights on, so there's something at home in that car, but no headlights whatsoever is not the normal state for that Mercedes.
Yeah, the Lumirank display on the windscreen, which gives you the car's position and the short code of the driver's name, that's still operating as well, but down the pit lane then. So don't forget, this car's got a 10-second time penalty anyway. Then get that out of the way if they can clear this problem. But it looks as though number 9 Mercedes may well be a retirement, as they're going down through turn 1 is number 50 Ferrari. Antonio Fuoco now will gain a place with the problems for number 9 Mercedes.
Yeah, Fuoco has had a great lap on that last lap, hasn't he? He's lifted himself back up the order, so going well for him. The 96 car here now looking at Fuoco's rear end.
Now, Grenier, remember, was the leading Pro Cup car. He's now into the pit lane. That means that Jesse Kroon's BMW leads Pro from Mickey Team's Aston, and up to 3rd in Pro, Hugo de Wilde in number 32 BMW, that was almost a day behind in the first part of the first stint, and now it's up to 7th overall and 3rd in its class.
Yeah, phenomenal for them as we get a good shot of the cars flying through, but it does look like the 32 BMW is a slow car. It's holding up majority of the pack here. Schiller still all over the rear of Yafei and unable to do anything thus far. But look at the battle pack forming behind the 32 WRT car, that orange car, as it looks like Cesar Gazzo getting down the inside of Chris Foggett there. Good clean move from both of them. Here are our leaders on the, I've got to call this Plan D strategy. They both are going to do a 4th stint. I don't even know how the rule book is going to take that 4th stint, but they're rolling the dice. They weren't really on for a decent result, so you might as well try something different as we see a move done. And no, it wasn't, was it? It was an interesting one. What's happened there? Schiller's lost a load of time and is now well behind both AF Course Ferraris.
So as the race leaders then go by, Oliver Söderström is being reeled in by James Allen, who's got this Damocletian penalty hanging over him for the next pit stop. Adam Smalley still 3rd on the road ahead of Leonardo Moncini, and then you've got Ben Tuck 5th and Jesse Kroon in 6th place. 15th is where you find Fabian Schiller right now. In bronze, Tommaso Mosca is the class leader. So with all of these different strategies set to eventually unravel in the 3rd hour, they're going through Sven Muller, and he is ahead on the road of Cairoli and that Mercedes with a penalty to take on the next pit stop. So it's certainly advantage Porsche, but the one to keep an eye on now against them is 32 BMW. This is how we look at the moment for the championship.
Yeah, neither of them are in the points on the overall, so points up to 10th place. So at the moment, they might as well pull the cars out. There's no point in them finishing, of course. That's going to change. At the moment, it's advantage to the Porsche, but where are they going to pan out? Championship so tight, 1 or 2 places will make or break the champions today.
Points for the top 10, so they're not in that top 10 right now as they come through the left-hander out of 10. So at the moment, with the silvers and the golds and the bronzes mixing it in the top 10, it forces those championship contenders further down the order and out of the points. Fabian Schiller having a big attack there against Ferrari number 51, Ye Yifei, who stays ahead, and Antonio Fuoco's in that mix as well. Fuoco clears Ye and then gets away up the road. Fabian Schiller trying to stick the bonnet in. Have a look at Cairoli as well. I reckon he's coming back at the Sven Muller Porsche now as they come over the timing line. The 911 ahead of the Mercedes AMG. Tommaso Mosca in the green and red Ferrari has to give way here to Antonio Fuoco. Not many people can repel Antonio Fuoco when he's on a mission.
What is in the fuel tank of Antonio Fuoco there? You saw the team orders, Ye Yifei getting out of the way and then having to close the door on Schiller. Of course, are letting Froco get through like a boiling hot lava one through butter. He has been scything through the pack. He is the man on the move. I said that earlier, then he dropped it on the exit of turn 5, so hopefully I don't curse him now. But suddenly the car is in a big bit of trouble there. The 92 stuck. Is this going to be a full course yellow?
I suspect it will be, because it ain't getting out of there on its own. It's in the first sector that the Herbert Motorsport car of Alfred Ranauer has gone off the road. Ranauer doesn't often make mistakes, which makes one feel that he may have had a bit of an assist in all of that. But it is at turn 3, and there Fabian Schiller launches himself up the inside of Yeifei and goes through. Fabian Schiller makes himself now 14th overall. Yeifei tries to fight back. Sven Muller getting involved in this as well in the Porsche. Yeifei goes a little bit wide coming out of 9. This is the view from on board. On the left is going to be the Ferrari. Underneath that Hospitality Gantry, down towards turn 10. Late on the brakes, Sven Muller. He's got Cairoli right up behind him. Ferrari on the inside, leans on the Porsche. Cairoli's going to try and find a way through. He's up the inside, that's going to be the outside. Damage to the Porsche though now. Look, the front of Sven Muller's car has been damaged by rubbing up against the Ferrari. The front balance has dipped, and all of a sudden, it's going to change the situation massively. It's not dragging on the ground quite, but that's going to be an evil handling Porsche. Things get turned upside down yet again.
He's got super lucky there, Muller, that the air pressure has forced it back onto its mounting point. Of course it's damaged and it's loose, but A-OK at the moment. If you return that to the hire car company, they'd be none the wiser. But Yeifei is trying to stop this as we go full course yellow.
So full course yellow is called, and it might be a short one. Pit entry is closed. So full course yellow, and this, another interruption. And it is to get the Porsche of Alfred Ranauer out of the gravel. There it is. It's at turn 3. So it got there thus.
CSA McLaren was there, wasn't it? The 111 car looked very close, in an odd place to go off, and a very odd place, like you said, for Alfred Ranauer, a very fast and consistent driver.
And those Porsches inside out. He is with his twin brother Robert, the Herbert Motorsport team, so drives them, prepares them, and that's another car then out of the race. So another interruption. What have we had? A safety car early on, a full course yellow into safety car because of that accident, and now a full course yellow, which neutralises things, and we will wait and see whether it's going to be short or long. If it's short, then the pit entry is closed. If it's going to be a longer one, then race direction will advise the teams and open the pit lane. But look, that Porsche very rapidly to be hoiked out of the gravel. I don't think it's got much damage, so if they can just quickly get the rope off it and fire it up, then that car might be able to rejoin, or it will have lost a lap, but could be a lot worse. Now, Matteo Cairoli here, looking at the back of Sven Muller. You're right, that was a pretty charmed life, wasn't it? I was expecting that front balance to drop onto the ground and get gobbled up by the car, but managed to get itself reattached, and much mopping of brows for Rutronic Racing.
And they'll just be praying it stays in a similar position. That car was already missing its front left wing, so it's been in the wars. And they're just at Rutronic be hoping their Porsche front bumper stays on and they can get some tape on the pit stop. But you really wouldn't be able to tell, would you, on that class quick glance? And from potential, it's not quite sat back there, is it? You can see a gap between it, and they'll be ready to try and fix that. They'll be hoping race control don't look at it too closely. Right now, it's safe enough to continue letting it race.
But they'll have a plan, Sue, as you say, make sure it is secure on the pit stop. The full course yellow is ending on short notice. That means the teams have to be ready for a green flag. There's the in-car marshalling display. This is how the contact came. Look, it almost swipes it off. It drops onto the ground, it drags, and then somehow, as you say, the air pressure forces it back onto its mounting. I thought that was about a part company. We've gone back green. The race is back underway, and Oliver Söderström is the race leader as he comes across the line. James Allen's McLaren second, ahead of Adam Smalley's McLaren, and then you've got Leonardo Moncini in the Audi next up. Gaps have certainly opened up, but in the background there is the red BMW of Hugo de Wilde, which is becoming a little bit more of a threat now. But taking with him as they go down towards turn 1, another car with a penalty to serve on the pit stop, Alessandro Giretti in the Porsche 22.
Yep, Froco looking for his next victim. This time it is Chris Lullum for 10th place as well. And amazing the difference in the cars slowing down, wasn't it? Because WRT seemed to have taken advantage along with the Schumacher Porsche behind, and then there's a gap behind them, and suddenly there's a maybe a discrepancy of full course yellow procedure. We'll keep an eye for any penalties.
Yeah, full course yellows always follow with an investigation into the procedure to make sure that people slowed when they should and didn't accelerate too early. The lead may well be changing on the track before long, mightn't it? Because Oliver Söderström here is being given an increasingly tough time by James Allen in number 5. James Allen, the former single-seater racer, the Australian who came out of Formula Renault, double class winner in Pro-Am in LMP2 at Le Mans, and he's getting himself up onto the back of Oliver Söderström, another former single-seater driver, F4. He drove in before going the Swedish touring car route, and he's done some Lamborghini Super Trofeo racing as well. Alessandro Gueretti in the Porsche here, trying to distract Hugo de Wilde in his BMW, the WRT car, the Belgian team, based in its new lavish premises in Liège. And there, number 22, the Schumacher CLRT car, getting the power down better, seemingly coming out of turn 12. Gueretti in his first race in a GT3 car, doing a very good job.
Yeah, used to the hard, fast racing of Porsche Super Cup, of course, so he's got to work out the differences of BOP, and he'll now see the BMW start to go, and he needs to be careful he doesn't wear out the headlight flash button, and he's loving that, isn't he? That's for sure. And the more you get flashed as the driver, the more you look in, less you look in the mirror, sorry, so potentially he's actually the undoing, but he'll be getting the hurry up, because if Fuoco can get past Lulham, then that's going to be a problem for Gueretti being the pace, and actually Allen now into the race lead.
Indeed so, which was on the cards, wasn't it, given the pace of the McLaren, and Adam Smalley will soon be having a go as well. The McLaren in the lead then, a different team from the operation that handles Adam Smalley's car, Optimum Motorsports for James Allen's car, Garage 59 for Adam Smalley. Oliver Söderström in the middle in the Valkenhorst Aston Martin, still leading silver ahead of Leonardo Moncini in the Audi. But Smalley now right onto the back of Söderström, so his tenure at the head of the field, I think, is coming to an end, because now one car goes through. It isn't long really before a stream comes by, and there is a stream of cars queued up around him. Adam Smalley thinking about the outside line down at turn 10. This is the battle for second place overall. It is between the Silver Cup leader and the second in gold as well. The Aston Martin running in the Silver Cup, the 58 McLaren running in gold, as is the overall race leader. In Pro, Jesse Krohn 6th ahead of Nicky Thiem, ahead of Hugo de Wilde, and we're getting Jan Mardenborough under investigation out of his Mustang for not respecting the blue flag, possibly. He's being looked at for his observance of it. The leaders go by, 37 laps are done, and we've got now an hour and 40 minutes of the race to go. So McLaren leading the way, Aston Martin second, McLaren third, Audi fourth, BMW fifth, BMW sixth, Aston Martin seventh, BMW eighth, Porsche flashing the lights ninth, Aston Martin 10th, Chris Lulham then in the blue and red Aston in the background, with Antonio Fuoco right up behind him. Over the line they come. Fuoco in the Ferrari, close enough to make a dive. Lulham tries to cover him off. Fuoco feints to the inside, goes to the outside. Good defence by Lulham, but has he gone a bit too deep into turn 1? He just about survives. Fuoco is quicker through the corner. He's alongside coming into 2. That's the inside for 3. Nicely done. Antonio Fuoco goes through. Great stuff.
High-risk move, great driving from both. I thought Lulham had done it and closed the door. He's now got to look in the mirror again. He knows the Ferrari. He races that 296 in the GT World Challenge Sprint Series, and Fuoco just sent it around the outside, and there was just enough room to make that move done. And now he's released, and I think he's going to get on the back of Schiller. Now gets down the inside of the 52 of Moscow, and again, Lulham has to look in his mirror for a different car under attack now.
So Fabian Schiller goes up through turn 7. Just going on to a different tangent for one moment. The incident involving that Porsche of Alfred Ranauer that was in the gravel is being looked at. The other car involved was, as we said, the CSA Racing McLaren. That was James Kell. James Kell currently is 3rd in the Gold Cup Championship. So if he were involved in that and a penalty comes, that's going to have a negative effect on their chances, of course, of doing anything about taking the title, or indeed taking 2nd in the Gold Championship. Right, here it is Sven Müller. Porsche almost looking as good as new, and still fending off the challenge of Matteo Cairoli. That battle for 16th place overall. You get points in the overall situation for being in the top 10, so neither of them are scoring right now. So even though the Porsche is ahead for the championship, it's still advantage to the Mercedes drivers. In the race, it's advantage Porsche. Now, I'm still convinced they will move up the order in the final hour overall. The golds and silvers and bronzes will get weeded out of this to an extent, and they'll buy back some places, and that's when the championship really becomes interesting.
Yeah, and that's when the focus for the last drivers getting in gets very tense. Some drivers want to know all the permutations. Some want to be left alone and just told at the end of the race, have they done it? Cairoli here sat in the dirty air of that Rutronic Porsche. The bumper has seemed to have found a happy place right now for Sven Muller, who is still behind Yafei, and that's the problem. They're starting to lose pace with the cars that have cleared these two slower cars directly in front. And actually, at the moment, the Aston Martin of Cronje seems to be a bit of a roadblock.
That pace judge graphic you saw proving that Matteo Cairoli has been above the average lap time in the class for 4 of the last 5 laps, so the pace is decent. Numbers treble 7, Ben Tuck at the moment has managed to wriggle himself, look up past Leonardo Moncini. So Ben Tuck up into 4th, Moncini down to 5th, still 2nd in silver. That takes some of the pressure off Oliver Söderström. Here, you've still got Hugo de Wilde fending off the challenge of Alessandro Giretti, and they're being reeled in by the flying Fuoco, aren't they? The Ferrari is oh so nearly there now as they come up round turn 12 onto 13, and Antonio Fuoco 10th on the road. Adam Smalley then 2nd, chasing after James Allen. The lead gap 2 seconds now as they came across the line.
That's unbelievable, this Ferrari. Is he pushing too hard? We talk about tyre day. We haven't spoken about it so much in the last 30 minutes. Is he thinking there's going to be a safety car at some point, so it's not going to be a 69-minute stint for me. It might only be 30. I might as well give it everything. And what's the saying? Everything guaranteed in life is taxes and death. And Giretti flashing his headlights, I think, is the saying. He is loving that flash button.
He is, but he's not looking in his mirror too clearly, because he would have noticed that Fuoco is getting closer and closer, and it won't be long before Giretti, having failed to get past the BMW, is under attack. Fuoco's found his headlight flash button now, and he is therefore on the attack against Giretti. The way that he's carved himself up onto the tail in a couple of laps is really impressive, and straight away, look, de Wilde gets away. Giretti has to go defensive. This is a steep learning curve for Alessandro. He's been very impressive in one-make Porsche racing, but these cars have a lot more grunt, a lot more aero. He's adapting well in his first outing in GT World Challenge Europe, but it won't be long, I think, before Fuoco is past him.
Yeah, and the headlight flash game, hard to explain to folks at home how it feels as a driver to press it. It's a bit like buying a new iPhone. It's completely pointless, but it makes you feel good when you do it. And at the moment, I think Fuoco is going to pick off the Porsche at any moment, and he's made overtakes at every single corner, it seems. So it'd be hard for Schumacher CLRT to tell Giretti where to defend from.
Fuoco was one of the great overtakers in the FIA GT World Cup round the streets of Macau last year, and you've got to be brave to do it there. So he's got a bit more space on this circuit. Over the brow, they come into turn 13. You're looking at the fight for 8th, 9th, 10th. De Wilde in the red BM, Giretti in the black Porsche, and the red and yellow Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco, all fired up as he comes up towards the timing line. Through just there goes Nicky Thiem. He is in 7th in number 7 Aston, and there goes the BMW. Now this is where Fuoco tries his move again to the inside. Job done.
It's like Giretti lifted off and let him go. Aggressive on the headlight and not on the defence. So has he done that on purpose? Has he decided, actually, my best chance to get past the BMW is to follow the Ferrari through? If Fuoco opens the gap now on Hugo de Wilde, can he just follow through? But at the moment, I would say not, because he's dropped well off the back of this 50 car.
Yeah, the Porsche has faded a little bit, but we'll see now what Fuoco can do. Giretti tried and failed to get past Hugo de Wilde in his first season of GT3 racing at this level, and there you've got number 50, Antonio Fuoco, an experienced Ferrari GT and indeed hypercar racer, closing up all the time. Antonio Fuoco then now heads through the left turn 7, climbs the hill the other side, and Antonio Fuoco, last year's Le Mans 24-hour outright winner, goes through turn 9, edging ever closer to Hugo de Wilde, and he's made short work of that, hasn't he? In the space of about half a lap, he's arrived on the tail of the Belgian driver.
Yeah, he's got the fastest stint average of anyone in this middle part of the race. Big shout out to James Allen, leading the race on that different strategy. His tyres are older on. He's the 2nd fastest, so running in clear air, yes, but the pace of that Optimum car is very strong. That could help them out later in the race. This BMW just doesn't seem to have anything about it this weekend. Balance-wise, fine. Front end looks okay. Rear end looks stable. Straight line performance, good. Under braking, fine. But over a lap, it's just not got the pace. And where's Frocco going to make his move? It's not going to be at the end of the straight, I don't think, unless he can get in that huge slipstream pocket. But normally the BMW edging away, but the BMW not able to pull away from the Ferrari so much.
Yeah, Frocco goes to the inside, gets back onto the lights, all of that trying to distract Hugo de Wilde, who is wise to it, but the gap has come right down under braking then. This is coming through turn 2. They'll go right at 3 on the climb up the hill. It's a long corner, turn 3, and then the straight towards 4. Look, a tighter line by Frocco, trying to get up alongside the BMW now on the run down towards the hairpin at turn 4, and he's alongside and he's going to get the job done. And Guiretti watches all of that and thinks, oh, that's how you do it. Antonio Frocco, in the space of a lap and a corner, has gone past the Porsche, caught the BM and passed it, and it took Guiretti many, many laps to fail to get past the BMW.
Stint of the season for me so far from Frocco in the 50. Where's he going to end up? This is the leader coming into turn 10. At the moment, car 50 is 4 corners behind. Let's listen into what Optimum say.
Okay, James, we are getting some spots of rain off the start finish straight. Light, very light spots of rain.
As long as it's not getting worse, this is fine.
So spots of rain reported by the Optimum team to James Allen. Just on the subject of other news, 22 is having the cancellation of its penalty for leaving the track. Now that is the Guiretti Porsche that we've been looking at in that earlier battle. So there is a team that have successfully perhaps convinced the stewards that they don't need it. Whether others will follow suit, we don't know. But 22 Porsche doesn't have to worry about its 10-second penalty anymore. Cancellation of that.
Interesting. And the engineer there talking to James Allen, Charles Hodge, the dulcet Welsh tones, used to be a racing engineer at WRT. So that's why we're seeing a very aggressive strategy, in my opinion, on this number 5 leading car. And they talk about raindrops. It looks okay at the moment, but the humidity is high, so it could break at any given moment, I would say. And the drivers need to be aware of that. And the call is difficult, knowing when to come in for wet tyres, if that is going to be needed.
Yeah, indeed, for many, many years, as you say, Charles Hodge at WRT overseeing many of their successes. So there is James Allen leading the way, leading goal. But Adam Smalley is getting closer, isn't he? The gap last time around was down by 0.3 of a second. It's 1.2 seconds then. Adam Smalley, Carrera Cup GB champion 2 years ago, and he's getting ever closer now. He was the Pro-Am champion in British GT last season. This is second year of multi-mark racing. Does a bit of brick car as well, successfully, but largely he was a one-make GT racer in Ginettas and then Porsches, and it's almost a one-make battle he's in, isn't it? McLaren versus McLaren comes up through turn 12. Adam Smalley, the man from Skelmersdale, goes now on to 13. James Allen, the Australian, fending him off at least for the moment. This is for the outright race lead, and it is for honours in gold. The Silver Cup leading Aston Martin of Oliver Söderström is still in third place as the McLarens come by. Last time the margin 1.2. And this time around, the margin is 0.8 of a second. So Smalley is hunting down the race leader.
Yeah, the only thing Allen's got against him, he's done 4 extra laps in this stint over Smalley, so 20 Ks more on his tyres, and maybe that's starting to hurt because the last 2 laps have really fallen away pace-wise for that 5 car. There's Frocco already with a pretty healthy gap to the BMW. Guiretti there. Where's the flash coming? Oh, maybe the button's broken. Lullum still with Schiller behind, and Cronjes seems to be falling down the order there as well.
So the race leaders go by. Richard Leeks, number 911, Porsche goes through. This is the James Kell McLaren coming towards us with the Porsche of Ricardo Feller behind. And the Greystone GT turquoise McLaren also heading into turn 1. There, the second of those Rutronic Porsches, number 97. That's the car that Luke Hartog has in 28th place. Now for 4th and 5th and 6th here, Söderström, Moncini and Jesse Kroner together. And significantly, the Aston Martin versus the Audi for Silver Cup leadership. Jesse Kroner won in that Rover BMW at the Nürburgring. Was that a spot or 2 of rain on the camera lens there as the BMW went by going up towards turn 9. So this is the BMW of Ben Tuck you're looking at, 3rd. 4th Söderström, and the challenge for 5th place, the Rover liveried BMW. It is now in the hands of Jesse Krohn, and he's crawling all over the back of Leonardo Moncini.
Yeah, this BMW seems to have a bit more about it, doesn't it? This Rover Run 1. We've seen very different pace at times between Rover Racing and WRT, and at the moment Rover seem to have a pretty fast car. Jesse Krohn hustling on, and the Audi at the moment in the silver class is battling hard to keep it behind because it wants to stay with the silver class leader, the Aston Martin, in front of Soderstrom.
So over the timing line, there they go. And past the pits once more. Soderstrom leading silver, Moncini his class rival. While they're squabbling, I reckon that Van Aston and Nicky Team in 7th place is getting a bit nearer. There, Jesse Krohn could not be much closer to the back of the Audi into turn 1. Almost peeling a layer of paint off the back of the car there. Jesse Krohn in the BMW trying to carve a way through as quickly as he doesn't want to get stuck. A drive-through penalty for the Nicky Team Aston Martin that is next in the queue. So having said it's getting closer, it's about to get a drive-through, and that was for clipping the McLaren that was stranded in its pit box, 59. So there, it's taken a little time for it to percolate through the system, but this car is about to get a drive-through for that unsafe release from its first pit stop.
Yep, 26 seconds, that will lose them, and Smalley definitely on the back of Allen now. And what does Allen do? Because they're on such a different strategy, like I've said. I think you let him go. I don't think you lose time here. I think you bite the bullet on the ego, lose the race lead, but keep up your pace as quickly as you can. The distance looks interesting weather-wise. My weather is saying we've got an 85% chance of rain in the next 30 minutes.
Okay, and James Allen, race leader, does need to be mindful of all this pressure from Adam Smalley, because that leading McLaren is on 5 track limit warnings, so penalties are not far away. James Allen's got to be squeaky clean here as well as withstand the pressure.
Yeah, and we're going to see a flurry of track limit penalties. So many cars really have used their warnings up quickly, and I was going to suggest maybe Jesse Krohn uses one up to get a run on this pit straight onto on the Audi of Moncini, but he can't afford it. He's only got 2 left for the whole of his stint, so I think he's got to try and keep them in his pocket.
Over the timing line then go the leading McLarens, 5/10 of a second, just over half a second is that margin between the two of them then. Third going through is Ben Tuck. Now Ben Tuck's last lap was a 44.4. He's not catching those two. And what about Jesse Krohn all over the back of Leonardo Moncini again? He's a bit stuck, isn't he? He's good on the brakes, he's quick in a straight line, but then the Audi good through the corners. Slides his way out of turn 2, bit of oversteer as the power comes in and the car tries to break away from Moncini. And he goes wide at 3. Does that give a chance to the Finnish driver, Jesse Krohn? The answer is no. Still not quite close enough. So Krohn in that white and yellow BMW, the Rover Racing car, looking for the position. And Jesse, who was Formula Ford's champion and Formula Renault champion in Finland. He's based GT cars pretty much all over the world in recent years. But Jesse Kirki Suonio, to give him his real name, sits there on the tail of Moncini as they drop again on towards the left of turn 7.
The pace in this battle is so slow. In the mid-45s, Frocco is in the mid-43s in the background there. 2 seconds a lap quicker. The 007 car is going to disappear in a minute for its drive-through. So Frocco will be on the back of this battle, I think, in the next 3 to 4 laps, even though he's 180, 200 metres behind on this back straight into turn 10. His pace is phenomenal right now. And just to clear it up, all the drivers are on the same tyre they did qualifying. There's no advantage on tyre strategy here. So this is pure pace from Frocco and the AF Course Ferrari,
which is looking so strong. Jesse Krohn still stuck behind Moncini. Moncini stuck behind Soderstrom, the Silver Cup leader on that timing tower. The yellow background to the race number is gold. Cup entrance, the blue background is silver. White is the so-called Pro Cup. And there is Giretti round the outside of De Wilder. He's done it. Has he into 13? Yes. Finally, and well done, Alessandro Giretti, because that was brave. Round the outside he has gone. And so Giretti now up into 9th place. You can see where the Pro Cup cars start, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, all the way back. The leading bronze is 13th, the orange background to the number for Tommaso Mosca. And look, Giretti this time goes a lot more defensive down towards turn 1. He doesn't want to let the BMW behind benefit from the slipstream. Chris Lullum is not that far behind either. Here's the move. We've got a yellow in sector 2, but quickly let's look at Giretti. Brave, all the way around the outside. The car twitches coming out of turn 12, but that was really well done.
mega move, and using the traction of the Porsche, there's the reason we've got a yellow. The 30 WRT is dead. It's got no lights on it either, so I think that car could be stranded. This could be another full course yellow. Who would this benefit? This would really only benefit the 5 car and the 35 on their very odd strategy, because they are sort of in their pit window, ready for a fourth stint. Look at the rain falling on the windscreen.
It's starting to come down, only lightly, but 1 or 2 more spots falling on the windscreen of the BMW. So number 30 has stopped then. The race direction team giving him about half a minute or so, 30 seconds to power down, cool, power up, see if he can get going. If not, they might have to intervene to get the car out of the way. Might only be a short full course yellow just to get it to the nearest access point, push it out of the way. There's not enough rain yet to really make the road wet, and the tyres are nice and warm anyway, so they'll be able to deal with any little spots that may be falling on the ground. But it's just teasing the teams, isn't it? Because it's not raining, but it's not totally bone dry.
It's not like a rain shower in the background there. It's just the pure humidity, isn't it? And I think that's why we're seeing sporadic spots of it breaking. Lap time sticking okay.
Full course yellow is coming to get that BMW out of the way. The pit entry is closed, so it's going to be a short full course yellow, and there are the flags, so everybody's going to have to slow down because the full course yellow is now in action.
I'm pretty sure this is going to really hurt the Soderstrom car, because I think his stint is at 66 minutes, so he can't go longer than 69. He needs to be in the pits in the next 2.5 minutes, but pit lane is closed, like you said, so that'd be an interesting force majeure one for race control to consider.
So this full course yellow for BMW number 30. Is there not a regulation about an emergency stop, like if you're about to run out of fuel or run out of drive time? So they might be able to plead that as the cars come over the line. So the full course yellow slows everything down, doesn't bunch everybody up. You can't join the queue. You have to stay at this delta speed, and it is the speed, not the gaps, that are monitored. So all the cars with the GPS technology will enable race control to see if people were still at too fast a pace after the full course yellow had been called, or indeed accelerated before it had gone back to green. And right now you can see everybody trickling their way out of turns 1 and 2 and 3, and the pit entry remains closed. Should not take long to get that BMW out of the way.
No, could be done in the next 60 seconds, couldn't it? And correct me if I'm wrong, David, I know it's your favourite pastime, but we didn't have any full course yellow infringements, I don't think, earlier on in the race that I saw.
No, I would concur with that. It was always going to be looked at, and like the earlier one, to get the Porsche out of the way, this one's going to end on short notice. But I think people being very respectful of it. We've gone back green then, so very short, sharp interruption to the race, and away we go, racing once more with Sven Muller in the Porsche getting away from Matteo Cairoli as they speed down towards turn 5. The BMW that caused that, by the way, has just driven into the pit lane.
Yeah, interesting. So got it up and firing, and that's why we can get back to green so quickly. And it makes a big difference where you're on circuit when it goes back to green. When you're going into a corner in the brake zone, it's hard to judge because you're doing 80, so it feels slow, and you can't work out, shall I get on the throttle, shall I be braking, or shall I just be on neutral? And I think at the moment the leaders are all in a good part of the track, and the gaps have stayed similar. But we're going to start to see some pit stops forming from the Valkenhurst Aston Martin. You can see it in the back there, diving for pit lane.
Yeah, indeed. So that was always slightly out of sequence, wasn't it? And that's just given the silver lead to the Audi of Moncini, and into the pit lane as well comes number 5, James Allen. Don't forget that car's got an extra 10 seconds to serve on this pit stop by way of a penalty from the first lap. So that has got to be factored in as well before they can cycle through to the next driver.
And you can see good communication from the car controller there, telling Zach Meekin he's good to go. Here we can see Villagomez getting aboard. We saw him primed, ready like a praying mantis, ready to find his next victim. He jumps aboard the Valkenhurst car. These two cars on the other strategy, remember, so it's going to be a big call for them to be able to get anywhere near the sharp end by the end of this race in under 1 hour and 20 minutes. It's flown past the first 1 hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, Larginali, I think it is, isn't it, getting into the optimum cars? That Meekin for the Greystone GT team, but the driver change happens, and others up and down the pit lane going for new boots. That's the Valkenhorst squad sorting out the car that Oliver Söderström had brought in, number 35. So number 222 is under investigation. Tom Levin for a blue flag violation. The blue flag is your about to be overtaken, get out of the way, flag. In the background there, look, you're about to see Nicky Team sorted out by Fuoco. Don't forget that Aston has not yet taken its drive-through.
It has to do it within 3 laps, and it feels like a lot more than 3 laps it was given. So unless the team have gone to argue about it with some evidence saying it was a safe release, and just about keeping that inter-team battle going on as well, it'll be interesting to see how that pans out.
Yeah, so there is Nicky Team, and he's not coming in this lap either. He's lost the pace to Antonio Fuoco, who's up into 6th overall now as the car comes by. So Adam Smalley is the race leader. It is gold, gold, silver, and then the best Pro Cup car is now in 4th place. Jesse Krohn there in the Rover BMW, Rover Oil, sponsoring the car as it comes now down through turn 1. So you've got Smalley to bent up 5.8 seconds. Cancellation of drive-through penalty, steward decision for number 7. So there's us pondering why it's not been done, and up onto the message line comes cancellation of the penalty.
Yeah, so that keeps them in the fight, doesn't it? And that's lucky for them. But look how much time he has lost to Fuoco. Fuoco has cleared Nicky Team and has dropped him. And Jesse Krohn here has dropped off the back of the Audi as well, hasn't he? Is that just following for too long? Has he cooked his front tyres, or is he just dropping back, regrouping, and he's going to go for another attack? But he's going to be looking in his mirrors in the next lap and a half, I would suggest.
So there is Fuoco in now 5th place in the Ferrari. He has certainly wrung the neck of that car, and he isn't done yet either, as the car runs 5th overall. And in the Pro Cup, you can see the Pro sticker on the back of it, 2nd in that class. But there's no official Pro Cup. You score points where those cars are overall.
Yeah, and I just wonder where his best chance is. It's got to be into turn 1, but the problem, the overtaking turn 1, it's set up at turn 13, the next right-hander, and they're 2 fast corners at 13 and 14, and it's hard there in the dirty air to follow, and I think that's what he's struggling with. But this just hasn't been a problem for the 50 car. It's been on rails. He's been able to place the car where he wants. He's got great straight line speed because he's stuck with the 32 WRT BMW down the back straight. But yeah, let's see how this stint will continue. And we've got roughly 22 more minutes, I would say, for this 50 car before we will see it in pit lane.
So there is Fuoco then heading into turn 1. That is Sven Muller in 96, still hustling on in pursuit now of Christian Cronjes. Race leaders go by, and here is Matteo Cairoli still charging on in the championship leading Mercedes. So a frustrating stint in a way for both him and Muller. They're not really making progress up the order, but for the championship, at least they're not losing points to the Porsche here. Again, 1 or 2 spots of rain, but it's not amounting to very much at all, is it?
No, and actually, so Fuoco's going to be in pit lane in the next 12 minutes, and a huge snap of oversteer there for Cairoli, and that's not dirty air, that's the rear tyre starting to give up as he's getting towards the end of his stint now, but all the way down in 15th place. They're on the safe strategy, so they could catapult up inside the top 10, I think, but at the moment they're not able to get anywhere near the sharp end on pure pace.
So the race leaders work lap number 51 in a much interrupted race, this, with safety cars and full course yellows having peppered the lap chart. Out of turn 8 here comes Cairoli, another very successful former Porsche racer before he came into the Lamborghini ranks last year. That didn't really work out very well for him, so he switched again, not a Mercedes factory driver, but into the team. Carrera Cup Italy champion. He's also raced in the German Carrera Cup Championship and now doing a different German brand. That Mercedes then currently runs in 15th place overall. So the next round of stops not that far away to get us towards the final hour of the race. That Porsche now, Sven Muller, looks like it's getting away, doesn't it, quite discernibly from the Mercedes, which goes back to Joe's point about tyres starting to give up the ghost on the Manfield to Windward Run Mercedes AMG. And don't forget as well, they've got that extra stop or extra time to serve as well. Cairoli in for Engel, but Engel given the penalty from earlier on.
So you can see the stint time on the timing hours there. So that's how long they've been in the car. They need to be in before 1 hour, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. There's a minute leeway. So maximum stint time is 69 because we started it under a safety car, this stint. So they're allowed to do that. So this is where it's going to get interesting. What we need to keep an eye on is those cars that are longer into their stint at the first part of the field is when the driver leaves pit lane. If they leave pit lane with anything more than 64 minutes and 59 seconds to go, they will go over their stint time and they will have to do another stop. And that's where Fuoco, who's trying to get around the outside of Jesse Krohn, has the biggest advantage. He's got another 2 minutes to be safe. Another car done. What a move.
Beautifully done. Round the outside into turn 10. Goes a little bit wide around the corner, but he's got the inside line for the next part of the racetrack, which is the 11 and 12 sequence of right-handers, which tightens a little bit, but he's gone through. And Fuoco in this stint has just been unstoppable. Every car that he's come up to, he's made short work of, and he isn't done yet.
And it's just a shame for AF Course that the 51 car hasn't been able to do the same, because they could have had two prancing horses in the race. Now he's got the Audi and Moncini, and this will be annoying for Jesse Krohn in the Rover car. I think he's just going to see Fuoco fly past the Audi that he's been following for the whole stint as the Rinaldi Ferrari is getting out of the way.
Indeed so. So is it a prancing horse or a galloping horse? Because it is closing on the Audi of Moncini. Fuoco comes down through turn 2. And Jesse Krohn gets stuck, doesn't he, behind the Ferrari. So the Silver Cup leading Audi, it is Leonardo Moncini at the wheel. Sebastian Ugard was being investigated earlier on in the race. Ben Tuck up the road then is going to be the next target for Fuoco once he's cleared the Audi, which surely can't be far away given the pace that he's got. Tight line going through turn 3. You can almost hear that Ferrari whimper, such as the abuse he's had up the inside at 5. Nicely done. Why can nobody else do what Fuoco is doing? I mean, every car he's come up on, he's got through within a lap. Just outstanding stint.
He's got so much pace, but he's got momentum. It's like playing a racing game with the cheats on, and you're just able to sieve through. You've got the AI setting too low. It makes you feel good, but deep down it's a bit hollow. But I'd love to find out from Fuoco after this stint, where does he rank this in his own rankings of stints in his life? Because I've not seen anything like this season in GT World Challenge. It's a standout performance. Look at the pace. It's just been easy. He's been over a second quicker than the average of all of the field he is competing against.
Yeah, he was way down the order when he got into the car, wasn't he? And he's carved his way into the top 10, through the top 10, and now into the top 3. And not only has he got ahead of the Audi, he's pulled away, whereas Jesse Krohn spent lap after lap looking at the back, and he's nowhere to be seen. There is Ben Tuck, who for the moment is in second place. Fuoco in the Ferrari third. Ignore the Aston, that is a lap down.
We also need to ignore the windscreen wiper on the Aston. We saw this at Donington Park British GT last weekend. It gets stuck on this intermittent wipe.
Right.
So don't let that fool you thinking there's rain.
Okay, so through turn 1. Now, Jesse Krohn thinks, right, well, the Ferrari's done it. I must be able to do it. But he can't, because coming out of turn 2, the Audi gets away. Then it finds the traffic in the way. This might be Jesse Krohn's opportunity, as there is the car leading in bronze at the moment. It is Tommaso Mosca in that AF Corsa Ferrari who goes through, running in 12th place overall. So that's a good effort by Mosca, with the father and son of Louis and Jeff Machiels as co-drivers.
I don't want to curse it, but the 50 car, when you were a young kid in karting, you'd suddenly pick up a bit of pace and you thought you were the next Ayrton Senna, and then the engine went pop. There was always a last hurrah for the engine just before it went. And I just hope that isn't what the 50 car is about to experience, because the pace is just phenomenal from it. And I just wanted to say it out loud, just so I can say, I told you so.
Right, okay, thanks so much for that. There's 51, the sister car of Ye Yifei, the Chinese driver, closing up onto the tail of Chris Lullen in the Verstappen.com Aston Martin. Right now we're on lap number 54, and we have an hour and 10 minutes of the race to go. As you look at Sven Müller in number 96 Porsche, the Rutronic car, going up through turn 7, the other side of which Tommaso Mosca here is pounding up towards the right of turn 12. So Adam Smalley is the race leader on the road, but the next round of stops and the order the other side of them is going to be absolutely fascinating. Who is going to win and lose out of all of that? There is Sven Müller, keeping Matteo Cairoli at bay. But the Cairoli Mercedes, with that advantage penalty for Engel to be applied, That's the one that might be a bit vulnerable. And more drama now because off the road is 88 Audi with a lot of front damage, and that's another interruption coming. It is Rocco Mazzola at the wheel of the car. He's had a big off coming out of turn 8, and that is going to be another interruption, surely.
That is dream world for all the cars on the strategy where they needed an extended stint time. I think this has got to go safety car, so the last stint can be 69 minutes.
Yeah.
How long do we have left of the race? 69 minutes.
Absolutely.
So everyone is safe, apart from the 35 Valkenhurst and the 5 Optimum on their other strategy.
Right, full course yellow then, though that neutralises everything, and it is for the number 88 Audi with that big accident then that has, for the moment, neutralised the race. Full course yellow called, and Niels Vittich now will, I think, be going to a safety car. He's not saying that the pit entry is closed, as in comes Konrad Larsen in the Bronze Cup Championship winning Ferrari. Go on.
This car's going to win. So that's what I'm saying. They have got Dennis Marshall to go in.
Yeah.
He's going to do the full 69 minutes. They're going to get the best track position if we go safety car, which I think we are.
But also, in look, he's 63, and they're going to buy back, aren't they, all those places lost on that first pit stop.
Yeah, so they were too late coming in.
Yeah.
They thought it was going to go green earlier. I was speaking to Jordan Pepper on their strategy, and he told me that's what they thought. It didn't work out, but this has brought them back in the game. This is amazing. This is fair for everyone now. It didn't matter what strategy you're on. It's actually where you are on track. And there is Jordan Pepper about to get in. We've seen a fiery Jordan Pepper this season. Are we going to see it again here at Barcelona?
Right, well, that car was 29th when it came in, and 74 was 27th when it came in.
This is going to be a busy pit lane. There's going to be a lot of losers just getting boxed in.
Yeah.
The problem is if you're one of the early cars in, you're more likely to get boxed in. You'd rather be late in and work out how to get into your box.
But also the way that that full course yellow was called, the drivers towards the back of the order were coming up to the timing line. They got in ahead, whereas Adam Smalley, as the race leader, was ahead on the road, but further around the lap. It's taken him, of course, a bit more time to get to the pit lane. So it's worked out really well for those that were 20th and back, for example.
Yeah, totally. There could be a sick twist here, and it wasn't a long full course yellow. I think it's going to be. But imagine if it was short and we got back to green with more than 64 minutes remaining. Everyone would be wrong. Let's listen into the 98.
The car feels good. No issues. Just stuck. But still the balance is good. Just difficult to pass.
So Jesse Krohn talks to the team. Away now goes Dennis Marshall in that blue and white Ferrari down the pit lane.
He is behind Jordan Pepper, isn't he? So my premature guess of him winning the race. It's still on. Very quick, Dennis Marshall, but advantage 63.
And the reason that swapped is because 74 had an extra penalty to serve, didn't it? Because that was another one that was deemed to have gained an advantage earlier on. So 74 is one of those cars with a longer pit stop. This is 58 Adam Smalley. Race leader has come in.
This has got to be the stint of Louis Prett's life now, hasn't it?
Yeah, and there's the good news that Rocco Mazzola is out of what's left of the Audi. That's an R6 and a bit, isn't it now? There's not much around the front of it, but Rocco thankfully is okay. The adrenaline's got him out of the car and over the pit wall. And now just starts to throb a bit. Down the pit lane comes Sven Muller to give way in that car to Patrick Niederhauser for the last stint. Matteo Cairoli to Lucas Auer in the other overall championship contender.
Race in pit lane. We saw quite a lot of shuffling for a minimum connection fuel time of 44 seconds. It's normally pretty close, but in the first round of pit stops, we saw a lot of losers. And actually, the 777 there pulling away ever so slightly from the 50 car. That shouldn't be too much of a concern because we will go to safety car. So it's only track position that is the issue. And there is Louis Prett back on track.
Did so as 96 then for Patrick Niederhauser. We're getting ready to go.
Look at the dash. Everyone's thought about this now, and they can see how much fuel he's got left on 30 seconds. Cairoli out, and that's going to be Lucas Auer in after Engel started that 48 car. Look how tight they are to the 32 WRT rival championship car.
As 64 Mustang peels in, 77 McLaren peels in, teams are ready, drivers are ready, and it's going to be a big shuffle of the order after all of this. Although many of those cars that pitted as soon as they could have served their stops, they can't really go pounding around because they've still got to go at this delta pace, haven't they? 80 kilometres an hour at full course yellow speed. Away now goes Lucas Auer, just ahead of the Schiller Gunnar Stolz Mercedes. Lucas Stolz at the wheel of it. I wouldn't want to be a strategist right now, would you?
Nicky Teams was deemed to be unsafe earlier and cleared. This looked close as well, the Valkenhurst. Watch this. Does the Get Speed car need to lift off? Does he need to brake?
No brake lights on.
I think it's just okay, isn't it? But it will be investigated, I'm sure.
Optimum confirming they've done that time penalty, and the drivers then having to negotiate a battered car and the debris, a bit like that earlier incident. That's what's left of the Audi, as it is put very quickly onto the back of the flatbed. How did it get there? Let's try and piece some of this together. So there is 88, and a tap in the back. That's coming out of turn 3. That unsettles it, and it was the 333 Lamborghini. We're not done yet. Round the outside at turn 5 now. 333 still can't go by, and he's going to have a look up the inside down towards turn 8. He's gone through, and then Rocco Mazzola accelerates out of the corner. And does it just brake? The Lamborghini of Maximilian Powell bounces over the curb, comes across the front. Audi gets up the inside and is sideways, and by that stage he's lost it.
I think he's just had to lift when he wants to be on the throttle. That's taken the weight off the rear, and watch that crunch. Oh. Ow. Wow, the slow-mo making it very, very dramatic, and you can see the energy that's been dissipated in the crash structure on the front there. But I think he's just unfortunate where the Lambo in front of him has jumped over the curb, lost some traction. He's had to lift, which has unloaded the rear axle, lost drive, and sent him in the wall.
All right, we'll try and have a look at that at full speed in due course. Let's just check out people coming back from the pit lane under full course yellow conditions. So it's not quite as clear cut as the safety car, where you can obviously go at the safety car pace. You have to go at this 80k delta speed for full course yellow. Don't cross that white line either. The white line that trails out of the pit lane is the blend line, and you've got to stay one side of it without crossing over it down towards turn 1. So 58 then has been the car last time around in the lead over the timing line. Louis Pret at the wheel will update the order once they come trickling through at the end of the next lap. The safety car, I expect we will be going to in due course, but we're not there yet. Into the pit lane comes Luke Hartog in the 97 Rutronic Porsche. And there is the Ferrari in the hands of Alessio Rovera, so that's been a driver change. Patrick Niederhauser in 96 has taken over there. You've got Lucas Auer, behind him is Lucas Stoltz. So the final drivers on board pretty much every car now, ready for the last stint. But it's the order that's going to be of real interest as they have, again, shuffled with that last round of stops.
Yeah, we've got to wait for the safety car, punch everyone up to see where we're at, aren't we? And it's been an amazing race to call strategy-wise, and I feel for Volkenhaus and Optima on their other strategy, because they pitted under green. This has really hurt them. But if there's a late safety car, let's just keep an eye on those two.
Down the pit lane is coming Tommaso Moschka, who was leading in bronze. There he is. So that's going to go back to Machiel's family for the last stint. Louis and his son Jeff Machiels are the two other drivers of that car. No, it's not. It is going to be a reset. Louis Machiel shown on the Lumirank as being behind the wheel, so literally in, stop and restart. So that resets the stint. It's playing it safe. Away that car goes back down the pit lane. I'm looking to see where Jordan Pepper is, because after we were getting all excited about Jordan Pepper and Dennis Marshall, they've not really gained very much as yet out of all of this. Maybe it will update on the next lap, but only in the background are they coming now, still quite a long way down in the queue.
Yeah, you can see the total pit time. There is a fair amount of variance, isn't there? Some cars have been in pit longer because they were serving 10-second penalties, for example. But WRT, the big winners again, even in pit lane on a mandatory stop, WRT service their cars the best.
Let's listen to Arthur Leclerc's radio.
Okay, Arthur. So Antonio is suggesting to manage the rear axle, to keep eye traction control, and to use tight lines in entry of the corners. We expect this drizzle to continue for 30 minutes, but we expect also dry end of the stint.
Was that the secret to Froco? High traction control. Was he managing his tyre deck with the help of the traction control as an aid? Did that look after the tyre? It looked phenomenal. And if we're hearing it, then I don't believe that's a double bluff. Then the tight lines as well. And I think that's more just maybe to the characteristic of the car. They're trying to just do the shortest distance. And if it's got strong traction, you can get away with that. But the 50 car has been phenomenal.
And so as that Ferrari goes over the line, there's been drama, we understand, in the pit lane for the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Ferrari that crawls away. Crawls in. Can't find a parking bay. So because it's all rather crowded around AF Corsa, where do I go? There are 2 cars in already. They now have to be pushed back. That's going to delay 51, isn't it? Which is the car of Alessio Rovera. That gets delayed. 52 is still having the pit stop. And somebody finally gets to 93, and what do? Wave him around for another lap? Try and service the car? Nobody seems to know.
Interesting. A lot of teams go with the strategy of whatever car in their team is in first goes to the furthest pit garage, so you can just keep filtering in. That doesn't seem like what AF Corse have done, and oh God, I can imagine the frustration and anger going inside the AF Corse team. They're still not in the right place. It's got to go up on its dollies and go, and you can see the car controller ready to use his lollipop as a weapon.
Yeah, exactly. Out gets Chris Froggatt, thinking, how did that all go so horribly wrong? And Marco Pulcini will take over that car, but that has tumbled down the order as a consequence. Right, Jordan Pepper, when he came in, was 29th and is still 29th. And Dennis Marshall was 27th when he came in, had a penalty to serve, but has actually come out 30th. So those two haven't really benefited at all.
Yeah, I don't get that one at the moment, because they seem to have locked in, didn't they? Because they were first to pit, but because everyone was under 80, it's negated that win, it would seem. The big winners are cars that had to serve penalties, the 48 being one, serving that 10 seconds under full course yellow is effectively more like 3.8 seconds of a penalty, so that's a big win for them as we go to safety car.
Yeah, now the safety car kicks in. Had it been under safety car at the time, they would, I think, have been benefiting, but because everyone was going at the 80Ks, there was no benefit. The speed of every car was comparable, so now they speed up. The full course yellow is 80 kilometres an hour, but the safety car is what is loosely termed as motorway speeds, so that means now everybody can speed up. It also means the gaps are going to come right down. It's going to give us a very, very compacted order going into the final 55 minutes or so. We're not there yet, but we're heading towards 55 minutes. So again, very good work by the marshals and the safety team here to get Rocco Mazzola's Audi out of the way. And now as the cars come up through turn 12, we'll get them all in a line. There is Alessio Picariello talking to Sven Müller about the race so far and the stint to come for Patrick Niederhauser. But at the minute, that car is 11th overall, and that's not therefore scoring points. The Matteo Cairoli, now Lucas Auer Mercedes, is 13th overall, not yet scoring points, but it doesn't matter, it was ahead anyway. So it's really the Porsche team that have got to get up the order. Even if they are scoring something, it's better than the Mercedes.
Yeah, and just looking down the order, of who I fancy looking pace-wise, we saw how quickly the 50 car was. Can Arthur Leclerc keep that up? Marcello is a standout name there, isn't he? 10 Forda has been seriously fast in the 22 Porsche, and Van der Linde, what can he do in a seemingly average pace 32 BMW?
If the number 48 Mercedes stays outside of the top 10 overall, then the number 96 Porsche would need to be 7th to take the title, and right now it is 11th. So Niederhauser has got to drive the stint of his life, I think, now, because getting up 4 places is far from easy.
Yeah, so if you were Rutronic talking to Niederhauser here as we ride on board with him, okay, we need you to find 4 places. Niederhauser maybe go, okay, who's in front? Okay, you've got Rivera. Okay, that's not an easy one. Harry King. Okay, not great. Van der Linde, Ten Voorde, Sorensen, Marcello, Alex Acker, Leclerc, Klingman and Pret. Yeah. Find 4 places he thinks he's going to find out of those cars, the 10 in front. There isn't an easy one out of any of them.
Certainly is not, but that is why we love GT World Challenge Europe, isn't it? Because it is so competitive. Number 66 there. A surviving Trezor Attento Audi. That now is into the lead of bronze with Alexei Nesov behind the wheel. Patrick Kolb's Porsche there is second in bronze. And third in bronze is Louis Machiels in the number 52 Ferrari. So, yeah, Dennis Marshall already crowned as champion, only 5th in class. And the Jordan Pepper Lamborghini that we were thinking was going to buy back a load of places has not, because under the full course yellow situation, the speed was the speed was the speed. Had everybody bunched up under a safety car, they would have been able to leapfrog a whole heap of cars, but it doesn't work out quite the same under full course yellow. There's number 60 Lamborghini, the VSR car, which is another one looking to gain some ground from 43rd of Mattia Michelotto behind the wheel. The safety car is going to be in this lap. So Louis Pret is the leader. The second place car is the BMW that's 4th in the line. You've got a couple of back markers there, which can be ignored effectively, and that then is behind Klingman, Arthur Leclerc in the Ferrari. So we're ready to go racing then as the cars come out of turn 13. Green flag is ready on the start line, and Louis Pret accelerates away. That's the second place car, Jens Klingman, who's going to get through the traffic before anybody gets past him, and he's almost a bit ragged up the curve at turn 14. We're back racing then.
He's done well, Klingman. He's got the run on the Lamborghini, or the first one out the two he needs to clear. Louis Pret still working the tyres, interestingly, there. And you can see Arthur Leclerc looks like he might have to defend from the Audi, who's getting attacked from Raffaele Marciello, squirreling under brakes and just about gets it stopped.
Marciello goes through. They've got Nicky Team's car now in the hands of Marco Sorensen, the number 7 Aston Martin. There is Marciello up the inside of Alex Arca. That's the car leading in silver, the black and orange Audi. But it's going to lose a place overall as Marciello goes by. And in fact, Alex Arca is forced way wide off the racetrack. Have a look at the background to see what progress, if any, Patrick Niederhauser is making. The answer is nil so far, as in 11th place he is still stuck behind Rovera. Downhill comes then Jens Klingman.
The battle in the background, 10 forward, I think, put Van der Linde on the grass. Van der Linde, of course, in the championship, if he can get some more points, it would swing in his favour.
Yeah, possibly so. They're very much the outsiders, but at the moment that car is 8th in the race, so that will put them on 59 points. They still wouldn't outscore the Porsche nor the Mercedes crew, but it does get them a little bit nearer. There is Calvin van der Linde, Larry ten Voorde in the black and gold Porsche, just ahead of Harry King, then Alessio Rovera. So Louis Pret leads the way. Now, a little bit of time lost, of course, by Klingman here to get through the traffic. Arthur Leclerc in 3rd. It's Marciello in 4th place, and there to the inside line, trying to wriggle up the inside of the back marking. Number 12, Ferrari, is Kelvin van der Linde, but he can't find a way through. Gerhard Schweraza there in the blue and white Lamborghini. He is a lap down as well, trying to drive his own race, but he's got all of these quick cars queued up behind him.
Yeah, luckily at the moment, all the blue and white cars, be it Ferrari or Lambo, are the back marking cars, so they're the ones to discount at the moment. But this is boiling up. People realise this is the last hour of the championship. We've had Spa 24 hours. We've had the 6-hour race at Paul Ricard. We've had 2 other 3-hour races earlier on in the season at Monza and the Nürburgring. Now, this is it. You've got to give it everything you can.
So the race leaders come by. That's Harry King up the inside of Larry ten Voorde. They have raced together in Porsche Supercar. They're racing together in GT. Harry King alongside. He's got the inside line coming through. And that's personal. Harry King puts one over on Larry ten Voorde up the inside now. Goes Patrick Niederhauser, who's going to gain a place. That's vital for the championship. Niederhauser gets through, moves himself up past Rovera.
Yeah, Rovera had nowhere to go. He kicked up the dirt, and I think that's why he ran wide. And now look at that's Sorensen getting pushed out by van der Linde. That's aggressive. Van der Linde knows what he needs to do, and he's on the front foot clearing the traffic too.
Rovera fighting back against Patrick Niederhauser, who's going to run him out wide, so the Ferrari has to give way. So now Niederhauser closing onto the back of ten Voorde, who's not in it for the championship. This ought to be a Porsche call, shouldn't it? Let ten Voorde get out of the way and allow Niederhauser to go through. So he's gained 1 of his 4 places. We need to get Niederhauser up into 7th with Lucas Auer not in the points.
Yeah, it's a good call with the Porsche strategy there as van der Linde clears the back marking Lamborghini. Sorensen now having to defend the back marking Ferrari coming back. Where's that come from? Sorensen seemingly has got no pace. He can't even stay in front of the back markers.
So that Harry v Larry battle goes the way of Harry. Harry King ahead of Larry ten Voorde. As I was saying at the time, they raced together in Porsche Supercup for many a season, and now Harry King able to get ahead. Now ten Voorde is still trying to defend from Patrick Niederhauser, but from Porsche's point of view, they need those cars to swap over to help Niederhauser jump up the order.
Yeah, best place would be do it here on the pit straight. ten Voorde could peel to the right, lift off the throttle, keep the line to Niederhauser, and then could probably block the Ferrari. But at the moment, Niederhauser hasn't got the pace. David Perel in that back marking Ferrari, you can see, is the man with the pace. 45th position, doesn't care. King to the inside.
Yeah, had a look at Sorensen, couldn't go through. Niederhauser still stuck behind ten Voorde, so they haven't done that switch. It's 4 seconds between Pret and Jens Klingmann. And Louis Pret's just done the fastest lap of the race, by the way. So Louis Pret leading to try to build up that gap. Louis Pret, quickest man in the race. This is Niederhauser's view. That's Ten Voorde ahead. It's Harry King ahead of him. Is Niederhauser near enough to make a move? He doesn't want to risk anything, but he can't afford to just sit there in the dirty air and get hypnotised by the back of that Porsche ahead of him.
He's in the middle of a huge gaggle of cars, isn't he? So if he doesn't get the move done soon, he's got to worry about defending as well. He will want to get on the front foot. How much can he trust that other Porsche of Larry Ten Voorde?
Who is not in the championship fight, not done a whole season. The Schumacher car has been on the grid all year, but they've shuffled drivers around, and he's still defending, isn't he? He's not going to roll over and let Niederhauser have this. Larry Ten Voorde trying to prove just how good a Porsche racer he is, whether it's in one make or GT, goes right up through turn 9. There's a whole queue of cars here from Marco Sorensen, Harry King, Larry Ten Voorde, Patrick Niederhauser. Meanwhile, David Perel there in the Ferrari battling with Gerhard Ferrauser, tries to go through. And look at Marco Sorensen, that Aston Martin just hanging on in there.
Yeah, and you can see now we're riding on board a Lucas Auer, that train that is happening. And like you said, they get a bit hypnotised, and it shows you how good these drivers are. Their braking points, no matter what manufacturer car they're in, are within centimetres of each other. And that's why it's hard for them to overtake each other, because they're doing the same thing at the same time. It's like when you're at school and you said the same word to someone, that was impressive, you gave them the jinx. They're doing that of all 14 corners every single lap.
Lead gap's going up then, because it's 5 seconds between Pret and Klingmann. So Niederhauser is now ahead of Ten Voorde. That puts him up to 9th. 2 places to go, Patrick, and then you're there. He's on the back of Harry King now. So Patrick Niederhauser looks for a way past. King can't do it. And where is Lucas Auer? He's still stuck in 13th place. So much as Niederhauser is trying to go forward, Lucas Auer has got to do something as well. He needs to be in the points just in case. Niederhauser now on the back of Harry King. He thinks about the inside line. Had a long think about the inside line up to turn 4.
Yeah, dramatic pause, and Harry King would have had to be looking behind him to work out whether the move was coming. Does Niederhauser send it? Does he now just steady the ship? His teammates look on. Sven Muller's not going to have any nails left at this rate, is he? He's got to keep this momentum going. He's got to get more points. He's got to get the championship.
Pure and simple. And now, look, Ten Voorde is under attack from Alessio Rovere. Now he is being really defensive to try to let Niederhauser go. But Niederhauser is still stuck behind Harry King, who's doing nothing wrong. Harry King here on target for a Gold Cup Championship success, even though he's only third in gold in the race, with Pret and Klingmann also out of gold further up the road. Ten Voorde, look, defending for all he's worth, but Rovere to the outside line. Alessio Rovere, last year's Endurance Cup champion with Alessandro Pierguidi, turns now up through the left of 10. Niederhauser just not escaping enough, is he? He's still trying to find a way past Harry King, and that is easier said than done. If anything, he's dropped back a length or 2.
This is GT racing, world-class drivers, world-class circuits, Porsche versus Ferrari. And suddenly the Ferrari very slow. It's lost a lot of time, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Rivera has dropped to 2nd maybe in the last 2 corners.
King goes ahead of Sorensen. So if one car can get past Sorensen, Niederhauser might be able to do so as well. Over the timing line they go. Wait to see that yellow and blue Porsche dive out of the draft. Here he comes. Niederhauser thinks. Does he commit? Tentatively, but eventually he can't do it. He realises that and slots back in behind. So Niederhauser is 9th. He needs 7th, and he's got 46 minutes to do it. Lucas Auer is still 13th and not making progress.
He's got to go. He's got to stick with King. He's got to keep this momentum going. Gaps starting to form. So the next couple of cars of Sorensen and King are easy targets, but then the cars in front of that are starting to get away. We can barely see Van der Linde in the 32 BMW. His pace has been good in this last stint.
Ten Voorde all over the back again of Niederhauser, who's got a bit stuck now behind Sorensen, but Patrick Niederhauser will be working out where to make the move. Here comes Rovere against Ten Voorde coming out of turn 5. Larry Ten Voorde is very, very aggressive in that defence, isn't he? He's got the sharpest elbows of anybody, but Rovere goes through. Beautifully done.
Yeah, really good. Whoa. Huge side is going to be back to 2 wide as they come into turn 9.
To the outside is Ten Voorde being crowded off the racetrack almost. He has to slot back in behind Rovere, and that just gives a little bit of breathing space to Niederhauser as they come down now towards turn 10. Patrick Niederhauser thinks this time about the move against Sorensen. He goes through and he's done it. Porsche up the inside line. So Patrick Niederhauser has the inside. Rutronic start to celebrate. We need to see what's happening next. He's done it. He's cleared the Aston going in towards turn 12. So now Niederhauser is 8th. 1 more place. That's all he needs.
It's Harry King who's just got past the back-marking Lamborghini of Michelotto in 44th. Will Niederhauser get past him on the pit straight? You've got to keep the momentum going. I've said it already, but it's so key here.
Over the timing line they go then. So Patrick Niederhauser goes by sitting on the tail of the Gerhard Tveraza Lamborghini. That's a back marker. It's in 44th place, so Niederhauser breezes past. Here comes Rovera up the inside of Sorensen. That was very easily done as well. No resistance by that Aston Martin, which just does not have the pace. Right, Harry King now sets off in pursuit of Van der Linde, but he's 5 seconds back. Niederhauser sets off in pursuit of King. I don't know what else might shake out of that leading line. Niederhauser then needs one more place in order to win the championship overall, and a bit of damage there possibly as Ten Voorde gets into the back of Sorensen.
Yeah, I think it did come off the Sorensen Aston Martin, didn't it? As they went into turn number 4. What's Harry King's motivation as Ten Voorde sent it to the inside? Sorensen just hasn't got any pace right now. He's trying to send it round the outside. He will have momentum, but I think this will go to the Porsche on the inside.
So right now, 1 point is the margin between this car and 96 Porsche. Lucas Sauer is trying to find his way through the order. If you're in gold and silver and bronze, you score points in your class. But if you're in the so-called Pro Cup, you only score points in the top 10 for your overall position. And right now, not in the top 10, Lucas Sauer, that you're riding with, so he's not scoring, and that's why we're down to 1 point. But for one more place, for Patrick Niederhauser, it is 2 more points, and that's enough to go from a point behind to a point ahead. So Niederhauser versus Harry King is the most important battle of Patrick Niederhauser's career.
Yeah, at the moment we're not fighting for big points, are we? That's the problem. But the WRT car at the sharp end, suddenly, if that starts to gain points, it goes from just 7.5 to 9.5 to 12. That's where they could still be in this championship. But at the moment, I think 96 is looking strong. Are Mercedes going to be able to do anything here to help the 48?
So down towards turn 1, they all come. I think Lucas Sauer is the best place, is he not, of the Mercedes AMG drivers? All Mercedes can do is stop anybody getting up with him, but they can't really help him get up the order.
Yeah, I think that's what's the only possibility, sorry, is Stolz being a rear gunner for Lucas Sauer, so he can at least just focus forward. And the point I was going to make about Harry King, Porsche Super Cup driver for so many years, does he feel aggrieved he was never given a Porsche factory contract? Has he got an added motivation to not let the Porsche past?
Possibly so. Certainly here Larry Ten Voorde has some pretty tough battles. That's why I say that was personal earlier on when they were squabbling, and so as the cars now then make that run down through the turn 6 kink. Got the order with Alessio Rovera making his way up the order. So right now, Patrick Niederhauser runs in 8th place. That would give them 4 points and 71 in total. But he needs 7th place, 6 points and 73 in total to win the championship. So he's edging closer. Harry King to Patrick Niederhauser, 7/10 of a second at the start of this lap. Now there is Lucas Sauer, 13th at the start of the lap, but he's got to be in the top 10 come what may. There's just been a pit lane penalty applied, but it's not to a car ahead of any of our championship rivals, so it doesn't really affect life.
We just haven't got enough mental capacity to focus on anything that isn't the championship battle right now. Niederhauser closing in on Harry King. It looked like Rivera was to the inside. Was that on the back marking Lamborghini? Oh no, he's pitting. What's that? I don't see that being a strategy problem for Rivera.
Okay, so the car looked like it had good pace because it was picking off 1 or 2 on that last couple of laps, wasn't it? So Alessio Rovera down the pit lane, that's effectively raced Charles's run because he's going to tumble down the order. So is there a problem for the AF Corsa Ferrari? He may have felt something, or an alarm may have come on in the dash. So into the pits comes Rovera. That's Niederhauser then, who over the last few laps has been, for 3 of them, above the average lap time in the class, therefore quicker than the average lap in the class. And Patrick Niederhauser pressing on. His last lap was a 1:44.0. It was a 43.9 Harry King's lap, so Harry fractionally the faster. Lucas Sauer up into 11th place now with Rovera getting out of the way. Lucas Sauer suddenly is nearer to the points, so Niederhauser has got to push. Ahead of Sauer is Enrique Chavez Aston Martin. Still no Mercedes AMGs that can help. So Auer's got to do the hard yards, as has Niederhauser. No Porsches to help him.
No, and it's now starting to get into this part. How much are they looking after their tyres? Got to shout out Louis Pret. I said it had to be a stint of his life, and it is. He's 10.4 seconds ahead of the BMW factory driver Jens Klingmann in the 7.7 Almanar racing car. Good result for them anyway, but that gold class battle is also our overall lead battle.
So it is one of the more frantic races with so much going on across the classes, so many incidents as well. It's been Spa-like, hasn't it, in the nature of the accidents that we've had. Quite a lot of damage done, as there, a dive to the inside line from the Paradigm BMW. This in silver is the championship elect crew, Jared Oberski, Will Moore and Max Jansen. It is now Max Jansen, the Dutch driver, at the wheel. But for Nathan Freak's Century Motorsport team, it looks like the Silver Cup is there. And don't forget, that car was stationary after a spin on that one. They fought back really well. And how lucky were they not to pick up damage? The leader has gone by 10.8 seconds now. And now 48's under investigation for not serving its time penalty.
It's 10 seconds, wasn't it?
Yep.
And we didn't see it in pit lane if it got served. We said they might have got lucky being able to do it under full course yellow. Maybe it wasn't done. Optimum, we saw not touch the car for 10 seconds. Yeah. That is the procedure. And yeah, this 42 car, what a roller coaster race for them. We're hearing from Alexander Legrouille that it was a rear left puncher for Rivera. So we've seen it on the tyre pressure monitoring system as we see a McLaren battle here between RJN and Optimum.
That's right, 23 is the RJN car. And the Optimum one just up the road ahead, so that was a car delayed early on. Lagim Ali at the wheel. The RJN car was well placed, wasn't it, early on in that middle stint of the race, but that is another one that has dropped down the pack a little bit as they now accelerate through once more. What's going on in bronze? Alexei Nestov ahead of Maurice Schuring. Patrick Kolb's fallen back and he's about to fall back another place, look, because he's got Dennis Marshall behind him in the blue and white Ferrari. Patrick Kolb's Porsche is the orange and white car here at the head of the queue. Dennis Marshall's Ferrari is the one tucked up behind. So if 48 has not served its penalty and gets hit by another time penalty, or even worse, then that is going to compound the woe, but still Niederhauser needs to gain another place.
Yeah, where's he going to do it? Where's the pace? Is he saving it? Is it just locked up, ready to go? Still got 38 minutes remaining, plenty of laps there. He's just got to keep the pace going. That's the main bit for him, is just making sure that the pace is there.
So the timing service from Swiss Timing will give Race Control all the information about the pit stops for 48 Mercedes AMG. They'll be able to have a look and make sure whether the extra 10 seconds was served. And it looks as though these things aren't investigated without good reason. So the last pit stop was 1 minute 15, which is the same time as pretty much everybody else's. In other words, there wasn't the extra 10 seconds. When things are investigated like that, it's not without good reason. So now 48 could well be on for an even more serious penalty if Race Control confirm that hasn't been served. Now, this is Patrick Niederhauser, still 0.6 of a second back from Harry King, and not yet with an answer. Now, who ahead is closing? Is there going to be a battle that's going to bunch everybody up? Leader Pret, last time getting away from Klingman. He's getting away from Leclerc. Leclerc being caught by Marciello and also by Alex Arca. So there is a little bit of concertinaing going on within that top six. 7th is Harry King, 8th is Patrick Niederhauser, who now is going to have to think long and hard about what he does and how he does it to get past Harry King. If he can at all.
We're right on board with him. There is no tyre saving. He is giving it everything. He's on the ragging edge already, and we've still got over half his stint remaining. He's got to be careful he doesn't kill the rear tyres. He's got to keep this car in the fight. Yes, get it by the scruff of the neck, but also whisper in the air saying, I love you still. You don't need to give every lap like a quali lap.
He's also on 3 track limit warnings, Niederhauser, so is Harry King, so they've got to be mindful of that. So race leaders have gone by, and Louis Pret 11.9 seconds to the good now, as in 3rd place is Arthur Leclerc in the best of the Ferraris. Raffaele Marciello still 4th for BMW, and here coming through is Patrick Niederhauser. You can see the lap times are all quicker than the class average, so the pace is there. He is leaving nothing on the table. Harry King, what's that, 4 lengths up the road, maybe 3 under braking, but now finding it harder and harder and harder as Patrick Niederhauser to get close enough to make a move.
I've just been praying for a mistake, praying that the traffic in front, David Perel in that Ferrari, are they going to catch them? Is that going to be the curveball he needs to try and get past the Aston Martin? We're talking about the endurance title. Remember the overall as well, combined with sprint and endurance at the moment. That is going to the 32 WRT BMW, because Van der Linde has made enough positions in this stint.
Now, here is the battle for second and third and fourth. So what might tip out of this, if anything? Jens Klingmann, who is in second place in the race, has been reeled in by Arthur Leclerc, having the best showing, really, of the season for him in the Ferrari. And then in fourth place, Raffaele Marciello is there in fourth place. Let's have a listen in to Arthur Leclerc's radio.
He's doing a couple of what is he doing? Try to survive, P3 is good.
Not an overly happily sounding drive there. You could actually see him wiping some sweat away from his brow as he exited the last corner, and now he is in a BMW sandwich. And where does he look? Can he get on the front foot to try and get past Klingmann, or is he going to have to look behind at the hard-charging Raffaele Marciello in the 98 Rover racing car?
Mauro Engel's been up to visit our German colleagues on the corridor, and the question was put to him about that time penalty not being served, and Mauro's answer was, we can't do it under a full course yellow, so it's going to have to be applied post-race. So it's being investigated, but there is, in the team's opinion at least, a reason why they did not serve it. They didn't want to contravene a regulation of doing it under full course yellow, and therefore they did not do it. So that's the argument that's going to be coming from the team. So we'll see how that rumbles out. But even if the car is 11th and they put the 10 seconds on at the end, it's going to drop the car further away from points, isn't it? Yeah,
that's going to be real hard for them, and that could be a nail in a championship coffin. And at the moment, the three cars in shot, pace looks quite similar, and actually Alex Arca and the Audi behind is starting to reel them in.
Yeah.
Surprised at the lack of pace from the 777 car. Is that just the BMW this weekend? Is it a WRT thing? Like we said earlier, Rover seems to have a bit more of a pointy car. This other BMW seems to have to rotate and get out the corner. So potentially all three cars in the wrong position pace-wise.
Yeah, exactly. Jens Klingmann hanging on to second in the race, second in gold. Arthur Leclerc looking to try and find a way past. Raffaele Marciello just drops back a little bit, lets some clear air come into the front of the car, gives the tyres a bit of a breather, and then we'll be able to push on once again. The King to Niederhauser gap was down to 4/10 last time. There in the background is the BMW of Calvin van der Linde 6th. Alex Arca in the black Audi 5th ahead, and he's still way clear in silver. Now, as the next group come through, two back markers look ahead of Harry King and Patrick Niederhauser. This might be the lifeline that Patrick needs.
Yeah, I think it might be the lifeline that he Niederhausen's to get him past Harry King. And where's King going to try and get past this Lamborghini? It's got pretty good pace in its own right. There's the graphic of the times, and really Niederhauser is just having to do the same times as Harry King. He's unable to make a difference because he's just starting to go, and actually Larry Tenforder starting to close back up on the back of this Porsche.
So there through turn 4 they come, accelerating now along the short straight down towards turn 5, and Niederhauser looking a little bit nearer. Now Harry King is in danger of being held up, isn't he, here by that slower car just up the road. So the next sequence, the turn 7-8 little chicane before the climb up the hill, not ideal to get past a back marker, and Niederhauser does look nearer. He's on the lights. So you've got the VSR Lamborghini, then Harry King, then Patrick Niederhauser. King could let him go and still be good for winning gold in the championship, but this is Niederhauser's best chance. He's right on the back of the Aston Martin. The Rotronic team are watching. He thinks about the inside line into 10. Harry King covers that line, then nose to tail through the corner. Crawling all over the back of the Aston Martin is Patrick Niederhauser. Nearest to you in that box is Sven Muller. At the other end, it is Alessio Picariello. They've done their stints, they've done their work. There's nothing more they can elicit out of this. As now, into turn 13 comes Harry King. He's trying to clear the traffic, but actually he's gone defensive and fallen away from the Lamborghini.
Yeah, the traffic shouldn't be affecting King as much as it seems to be. The dirty air potential on the front of the Aston. The Aston hasn't looked good this weekend. Harry King had that spin, didn't he, in free practice. The rear has looked loose. Is the tyre going to start to go away? We still have 31 minutes remaining. This is not done.
Down to turn 1, Niederhauser is close. The car quivers under braking. He goes slightly to the inside there, thinking about a move, but that was never seriously on. 3 lengths are between them. Niederhauser with a different line going into 2. Looks for the tighter line into 3, which will give him the inside line to the next corner after this one of turn 4. Still that back marker is up the road. Niederhauser, when they came across the line, was 0.3 of a second back. He knows this is an opportunity. He knows he has to do this with out of the point. One more car to overtake Niederhauser is champion.
Yeah, I just don't think the Aston's holding King up. I think this is King's pace, and the illustration is how quickly that you can see Larry Tenford has caught up in the Schumacher CLRT car behind, and Niederhauser now starting to look more and more. Look under braking how much he can close up. Nearly went in the back of the Aston Martin, and Niederhauser now needs to pick his time. Will he be afforded time from Tenford, or will Tenford try to overtake him back?
So Larry Tenford is next up in the black Porsche there, going through shot really wide out of turn 9. Niederhauser had a look here a lap ago down towards turn 10. Doesn't really think about it this time. Harry King covers off the line. Harry determined not to let anybody go past him. And as the cars now go up towards turn 12, the British driver, champion-elect in gold. He's already won the overall championship, as in the combined sprint and endurance in gold, or helped that for Chris Lulham and Thierry Vermeulen. They've secured that. Harry only dipping into the endurance rounds, but his efforts have helped his co-drivers take that combined championship. He comes over the line now. Last time through, that margin was 0.341 of a second as it stretched. They go over the line. This time the margin is up to 0.4 of a second. Niederhauser through traffic, Harry King through traffic, flat out down to turn 1, hard on the brakes, closing right up, drops down to second gear as he goes right. This is Niederhauser's view.
So now King has got clear air. What's the pace? Because Tenford has been catching this battle for the last 3 or 4 laps. Both have a slide at the exact same point through turn 3. The track still has zero grip even after 2.5 hours of racing. It's not rubbering in. It is like glass out there. Drivers all week have been complaining how bad all of their cars feel, and they're having to work overtime, pushing as hard as they can. Look after the tyre. Don't slide it too much, but don't be too reserved. And I still think that's where Faroko has had a masterstroke in that middle part of the race, just running the traction control high, looking after the tyre and getting the go out of the Ferrari, out the slow speed corners.
Have a look in the background at Lucas Auer, because he's on the back of Enrique Chavez now, fighting for 10th place and trying desperately to get himself into the points. Niederhauser still stuck behind King. Tenford is next. There's Enrique Chavez in the Valkenhorst Aston Martin, and Lucas Auer 11th at the moment, still ahead in the championship as the cars make the way now down to the left-hander of turn 10. We're riding on board at the moment with Lucas Auer, and just as we do ride on board and Lucas tries to find a way past the 34 Valkenhorst Aston Martin, we're going to do a very, very quick shuffle, because I know this isn't necessarily the place you would like the car to be, but Mauro Engel has joined us in the booth to watch all of this. Mauro, great to see you, but this is a race so frustrating for lots of reasons, I guess.
Yeah, it hasn't quite gone our way so far. But anyway, yeah, half an hour to go, or just under, so hopefully things can still improve for us.
You're still just ahead in terms of points. Patrick needs one more place, Patrick Niederhauser, and he can't clear this Aston Martin, and it's so competitive between the two. I know Lucas isn't in the points yet, but you're still, in terms of a total number, outscoring the Porsche by 1. It's close.
Yeah, obviously we still have that 10-second penalty to serve, which I assume will be added to the final race time. So yeah, that's not looking great for us to score points in this race. Yeah, so we're looking more at what the others are doing ahead of us.
Your thoughts on that first corner? It looked as though you were either going to go in the back of a car or you had to go left.
Yeah, it's a split-second decision. In the end, it was the wrong decision. In the moment, it felt like the safer one to try and keep the car clean. I was being pushed a little bit from the right side, very close to the 63, just ahead of me, and obviously I redressed to the McLaren, but with the amount of cars, didn't quite have an overview of that I jumped the 63, and like I said, I can only blame myself for that. So that's certainly not ideal.
Sure. I know you'd rather be with the team. I better let you go. Good to see you. Thanks for coming up, and let's hope things work out positively for the 48-man filter team. Mauro Engel joining us in the booth. Mauro, fingers crossed for you. There are 26 minutes still to go, and Mauro Engel goes back to join the team, and we said what a good guy he was, but it's nice of him to come and visit us and have a few words and offer his side of the story. He is still ahead on points by 1, but blimey, it's nerve-wracking, this.
Yeah, and it's very fair us putting our point across, but to actually hear it from the horse's mouth and describe it, and I don't disagree with anything he was saying, and I think he was very fair with his assessment what happened at lap 1, turn 1.
And Mauro's been around the block long enough to know that some you win, some you lose. You know, there's no point hiding behind a mistake, and he's offering, you know, with hindsight, he says I'd have done something different, but hindsight's a wonderful thing. Right now, the sight we have here is Harry King versus Patrick Niederhauser. We've got 25 minutes to go. This hour is rattling through, and Niederhauser's running out of ideas.
Yeah, it's just not happening, is it? It's been status quo for the last 10 laps, and King's pace has improved after that Lamborghini got out of the way, and he can now get into the low 44s again. We're going to hear in from Harry King on the Aston Martin in front.
Okay, Harry, just a bit of feedback. Keep it tight off of 10, and just be cautious of over pushing entry to T7. Copy, thank you.
Mega feedback there, Al Fleming on the radio, the engineer for the 33, and that's almost what Froko was saying, wasn't it? Out turn 10, keep it tight, and turn 7, where they've just flown through, careful on entry, and they'll have the live telemetry, and maybe what Al Fleming's seeing there on the telemetry, Harry's going in too hard and maybe over-rotating the car and actually losing on exit. So good feedback and very polite mannerisms from Harry King, even at 260 kilometres there, say, okay, thank you.
Harry King, another great character that came out of Ginetta Juniors, Senior Ginettas, Carrera Cup GP, Porsche Super Cup. He was Benelux champion, did a lot of Porsche racing, but the opportunities with Porsche just did not come. So he's looked for other opportunities elsewhere. Super GT, GT World Challenge Endurance Cup, Asian Le Mans in prototypes was really impressive in the winter. Comes up over the line. He's stretched the margin again, hasn't he, over Niederhauser? So through goes Harry King. Niederhauser then is in 8th place. That would give him 71 points, 72 going into the race for Engel, Cairoli, Auer. That means that they are still champions potentially by 1 point. Niederhauser needs one more place. Keep saying it. One more place gives him 2 more points, and from one behind he would be 1 ahead. Sounds so straightforward and so easy, doesn't it?
Yeah, why doesn't he just do it? It's boring now. Flush of the headlights. Is that a sign of desperation? Someone that doesn't have desperation, Louis Pret, he's got the whole track to himself. He's coming into turn number 10 here, and suddenly the next car is at turn 12. The car behind him on track and for position, turn 7, phenomenal stint, and the 58 car has had pace all day, but Louis Pret's pace has been phenomenal as we look at the 50 car, which had that phenomenal pace earlier on, but has been stuck in this BMW sandwich again for the last 7 to 8 laps at least now.
You'd have to go back to 2016 for the last McLaren win in an Endurance Cup race, long before the 720 came along. So it's been a really barren period between wins and what, well, we assume is a potential win for Louis Pret. He's not done yet, 22, 23 minutes still on the clock nearly, but Louis Pret looking very, very strong up front. He's just gone across the timing line, in fact, as I say that, and so he has the advantage by quite a margin. It was around the 15-second mark, and here is the 2nd, 3rd, 4th trade. Now look, Niederhauser right back on the tail of Harry King. Through they come, swooping out of 13. Niederhauser having another big push. The car dancing up the curve then. It's becoming a real handful as Niederhauser tries everything. Nothing is being left on the table here as they come by. King through, Niederhauser goes through. The gap was half a second on the last lap. It's down to 4/10 on this lap. Patrick Niederhauser right there behind, but he's not close enough to think of a big lunge at turn 1. He closes up under braking, but it's too late then. They've got to make the corner.
Yeah, he's just starting to turn in earlier and earlier as well. And again, that just smacks of desperation. You could see the slipstream effect on his dash, the delta going green. So these cars probably finding 3 to 4 kilometers an hour, maybe a 10th and a half in the slipstream, but then the dirty air negating that. And you can again just see him turning in early, maybe struggling with understeer, maybe that damaged front bumper is affecting the aerodynamics on the front of this car. I remember Sven Muller getting in the back of Yafei earlier in the race, and I just saw the bumper wobble ever so slightly around the last corner. So obviously that car isn't at 100%.
If it's only the slightly wobbly front balance, it's better than any sort of suspension damage or overheating. Often if you damage the front of the Porsche, you do the rad as well, don't you? But it wasn't that sort of an impact that Sven Muller had in that previous stint. So Niederhauser then goes up through turn 12. 21 minutes are on the clock. 16 seconds is the lead gap. Louis Pret, Adam Smalley and Dean McDonald having started on pole position and leading the race. On that, you'd say all sounded quite straightforward, but far from it. It's been a race of changing fortunes, changing strategies, and still Patrick Niederhauser is a point away from the championship, or 2 points away. He needs to get himself up past that Aston Martin. It's as simple as that. Overtake this car, you're champion. Stay where you are, you're not.
What's Harry King's appetite? He's got nothing to win, nothing to lose in equal measures by gaining or losing a place to Niederhauser. I just think that underlying Porsche nature, spent so many years in the Carrera Cup car, to not get offered a factory contract, I think is the added motivation.
Who runs the Harry King Aston Martin?
2Cs.
What other car does 2Cs run?
A Mercedes.
What's the Porsche fighting in the championship?
Mercedes.
Okay, so there's your answer. Harry King is going to defend for all he's worth, isn't he, against Patrick Niederhauser.
Very nice. It was, I didn't know where we're going with that. I was going to say the wrong answer and get punched in the face. But let's go with that one. It's on multi-levels, the motivation, we can conclude.
Agreed. And yeah, there is a certain amount of pride at stake. No doubt Harry King wanting to keep Patrick Niederhauser at bay. That's Sven Muller you're looking at in the picture-in-picture box. Watching on the other side of the screen, you've got the timing tower where you can see who is where outside that top 26. Tommy Foster currently 27th in the RJN. McLaren, we notice. Silver being dominated by Alex Arca. Niederhauser again, so close to the back of Harry King. So Niederhauser so far at the moment. The Porsche cannot find a way past. It goes really wide out of 9 though.
That's going to be a track limit warning there. The camera on 9 will pick that up. They've pulled away again from Larry Tenforder. So interesting. The Aston seems to struggle in dirty air. And again, Marcello not able to get past. So here is race control's message.
48 Mercedes will have a 5-second penalty for not serving the time penalty correctly, as now Niederhauser to the outside rubs up alongside Harry King. That's the first big move he's really made. It didn't work. It was brave stuff, and Niederhauser's got to be careful because things like that can end in tears.
And you might look from the outside. Why didn't he try and send it round the outside? The outside line is like communism. In principle, it should work, but in theory, it doesn't. And that's why Niederhauser backed out of that one and decided, you know what, I'm going to tuck him behind us. We have a car in the gravel, the Stella car at 12. Is that going to get stuck? It doesn't. It gets going. That saved us from full course yellow. Very dramatic, and that was brave, wasn't it? And
yeah.
A bit of gravel on the inside as well.
Lorcan Hannafin at the wheel of it then, gets the car back up running out of turn 12. So Harry King now with a bigger gap as Niederhauser tries to regroup. So a 5-second penalty for number 48. And he is, this is Lucas Al I'm talking about, only 11 tenths up on Lucas Stoltz. They're going to lose places, maybe 1 or 2. Whether that's added to the original 10 kind of doesn't matter. They're going to be outside the points. But it's all academic. Even if they don't score, they're still ahead of Niederhauser on points if Niederhauser can't overtake Harry King. Replay. That's Ugo de Wilde up the curb. That's okay. What are we waiting for? King versus Niederhauser. Nose to tail they come through. Patrick Niederhauser again bouncing up the curb. And he's caught back up again a little bit here.
Yeah, showing the energy the cars are going through those corners, bouncing over the curbs. That sausage curb, a great illustration. These cars are just brutalized for the full race. This was the outside move, and this is the next corner. You think, why don't you just stay there, Niederhauser? You've got the overlap, but the long way round, and the corner goes to King, and King is in control there, and it's his throne. He's not willing to concede.
So Harry King hangs on then in 7th place. And that is how Lorcan Hannafin came to grief, trying to get up past, that was Dennis Marshall's Ferrari, I think, coming into 12. So the race now has 17 minutes to go. There is the battle between 98 Raffaele Marciello, 50 Arthur Leclerc. This is for 3rd. BMW versus Ferrari. Ferrari on the inside, and Arthur Leclerc just will stay ahead of Marciello going up now through turn 3. The Ferrari defends the inside line. If these two come to blows, that might help, and they do come to blows as they get to turn 4. Leclerc is not going to be lent on. Marciello to the outside line, and he's going to get run out wide by Arthur Leclerc. Marciello wants to stand his ground for the inside at 5, can't do it, has to slot back in behind. So Ferrari stays ahead, goes deep, tap in the back by Marciello, who tries to open the door. It is open, coming off the corner. BMW to the inside. Marciello tries to squeeze alongside Arthur Leclerc. He's going to get through at 7. Hard racing, and he's done it, he's gone by.
Took 5 corners for him to capitalise on the pace, but it's done. And now what can Marciello do? Can he do anything? That's a podium position, but he'll be looking at the 777 Almanor racing car in front to try and snatch 2nd place.
That's also been a change of lead in Pro, hasn't it? Marciello getting the BMW up past the Ferrari, and Arthur Leclerc fights back. Behind them is the Silver Cup leading Audi of Alex Arca as they now go out of turn 10. And Alex Arca trying to buy into this as well. If any car out of this battle ends up going off the road, that of course would give a place back to Niederhauser. That could affect the championship. Could also, though, affect Lucas Al to an extent. So let's see what pans out. But Marciello, having long and hard work to get past Leclerc, has gone through. up towards the line they will go. This is Harry King still hanging on. King currently in that 7th place, and King to be crowned, it seems, Gold Cup Endurance winner.
Yeah, and it would be royally deserved as well if he keeps it like this. This has been a great performance of a car that hasn't really had the pace in the Aston Martin as a generalisation. Chavez doing a similar job, you would say, to Lucas Auer in the 48 to keep him outside the top 10.
Niederhauser has 15 minutes now to get by. He had the best part of an hour, didn't he, when this stint started, and he's worked his way up. This is where motor racing can be cruel, can't it? He's done so much and only one car to get past. As far as gold is concerned, Harry King could let that Porsche go and still win the championship. Doesn't matter. He's won gold as long as he stays where he is in class. So losing a place overall makes no impact whatsoever. But for the various reasons we've been musing upon, he does not want to let that Porsche go by. But Gold Cup champion-elect Harry King with Thierry Vermeulen and Chris Lulham. Great season they have had, and Harry King, I think, has made people sit up and take notice again. This in silver is your championship-winning team, provisionally. Jared Roberski, along with Will Moore and Max Janssen in BMW number 42. And as I said a few laps ago, for a car that was facing the wrong way on the opening lap, that's been a mighty recovery.
Yeah, amazing they didn't have more damage with that melee, and there was a lot of good driving going on at that moment in time as well. Might be stating the obvious, but when you see what the drivers are having to fight through, cars strewn everywhere, dust, rubber being thrown in the face, amazing there wasn't more contact.
So race leaders then drop down towards the end of the lap, as this at turn 10 is the bronze champion Dennis Marshall, sharing with Dustin Blattner and Conrad Larsen. And Tare Zhao, Luke Hertog are going to be up to 2nd. So that has been a big win, because they were outside of the top 3 in bronze coming into the weekend. But with the demise of the 81 Mercedes early on and the Lion Speed Porsche not really starring, that has helped them also bolt up the order.
Got to just remind myself and to viewers at home that the 48 car in 11th will get 5 seconds added to its race time, won't it, at the end of this race?
It will. As long as it's outside the top 10 overall, it won't score points. But it has 72 at the moment, and currently 71 for Niederhauser. So even if they drop away, they're still going to outscore the Porsche. It all hinges on Niederhauser overtaking Harry King. If that doesn't happen, the championship is the Mercedes drivers.
Yeah. Do you think it's going to happen? Has Niederhauser got it?
With every passing lap, I start to question it more, don't you?
There's a Hail Mary left, is my view. I think he gets the gap back to a car length, he sends it, and what will be, will be.
Yeah, because effectively he's nothing to lose, has he? At the moment, the WRT BMW is in 6th place, ahead anyway. That would give them 63 points. So Niederhauser, Müller and Picariello are not going to be overhauled for 2nd. They might as well, as you suggest, have a full-on send and try and get the place off Harry King and the championship. Here is Raffaele Marciello then, up into 3rd place, getting away from Arthur Leclerc. Alex Arca here has done a really good job, has he not? On target for a Silver Cup win. Alex Arca has always been a very, very quick driver, perhaps doesn't get the credit he deserves, because partly it's the family team and maybe because he's in one of the classes not fighting overall, but he was the silver champion in the combined championship 2 years ago, and Alex Arca, you know, there he is in 5th place. He's not really being caught particularly by Van der Linde. He's not being caught by King. He's holding his own, and those lap times are really respectable for those around him. It's a good stint.
Yeah, it's been really good. There is Lucas Auer in the car that owes us 5 seconds added to his race time, and David Prell's pace has been good. Niederhauser there has almost tried to go stealth mode, hasn't he? He's kept the lights off, showing the car is predominantly fluoro yellow, so yeah. Harry King will probably see him coming, and maybe that could be a change at Rutronic next year. Go for dark livery, and you could maybe send it a little bit more subtly.
Have a look at some of the winners in terms of places. Jens Klingman has gained 15 from his grid. Marciello 16, Calvin van der Linde 25 places, Enrique Chavez 22, Maurice Scheuring in 16th place has gained 40 positions from where the car started the race. Well, they did have a 3-place grid drop, but hey, who's counting? You're back on board with Niederhauser. The Hail Mary, I think that you were predicting, he's getting a little bit closer now with 11 minutes of the race to go, and he's bringing the gap down again.
I think it's got to be here at turn 10 is an obvious one. Turn 1 is obvious. I think you need to go slightly left field with your strategy of the lunge. I would go 5. Look at the cut there. I think that's what was being told to Harry King on the radio. A little bit of rubbing in 12. King starting to slow the cars down in the corners. The problem is that favours the Porsche with the engine in the back. The traction better in the Porsche versus the Aston, so that will favour him. I think the lunge should be somewhere like turn 5, where King maybe isn't expecting it, and you just send it to the inside last minute. Let's keep an eye. 10 minutes remaining.
It's all very good planning, all of that. You've got to be close enough to make it happen. So Niederhauser now needs to stay on the back of King through this next sequence. He is staying with him all the way down to turn 1, possibly thinking about a move. And again, he does have a tentative look on the inside, but Harry King is wise to all of that and closes the door. But Niederhauser now cannot afford to drop a length, can he? He's got to be right on the back of the Aston all the way through 3 here, coming up to 4, and then down the hill the other side for 5.
Traffic ahead. The Optimum car is the first car they will come to. They did the odd strategy. I think that car will be fast. I think it's on a brand new set of tyres, so potentially the 5 Optimum car is actually going to pull away.
And King goes a little bit wider. Niederhauser up the curb. He's close enough to make that dive on the inside, coming into turn 5. He thinks about it. He goes for it for the championship. Niederhauser goes through. He's done it. Patrick Niederhauser goes through, and that makes them the champions if they stay there. A delighted Alessio Picariello. Sven Muller can't quite believe it yet. Patrick Niederhauser deserved that. Boy, has he worked for it. You were right in predicting turn 5, and it all really started coming out of turn 13. He got closer and closer and closer, sat on the back of Harry King down towards turn 5. This Porsche now goes 1 place up the order. It gains 2 points, and that, by our maths, is going to make them the champions. And you could tell the joy and the relief on the faces of his co-drivers.
Amazing. You can buy me a pint later, Patrick Niederhauser. Thank you for making me look clever. But it's a great move, and he sent it, and there's disbelief now. Why has he waited so long? Why didn't he do it sooner? Has he got the pace to stay ahead?
Yeah, Sven Muller thinking, yeah, but hang on. Harry King might come back at us. We're not done yet. He's not pulled away. Harry King, yeah, he has dropped a couple of lengths back. So there's also that back-marking McLaren up the road. So now, champion-elect Patrick Niederhauser, Alessio Picariello and Sven Muller. An irony of ironies, they're going to do this without winning a single race in the endurance part of the championship.
Yeah, and actually the 41 car is struggling for pace. Sorry, the 41st place, number 5 Optimum car rolls out the way, and it's fine. The pace of Niederhauser now, he's dropped King, hasn't he? King has got nothing.
And there is confirmation. So what we've been talking about, 1 place to be gained, championship it is. Niederhauser, don't forget, started all this stint in 11th place, and he's worked like a Trojan up into 7th and to get the championship. Porsche fans rejoice. Mercedes AMG fans, you can feel a bit despondent right now. And up front, let's not forget Louis Pret, by the way, still leading the race by nearly 20 seconds ahead of Jens Klingmann. And then also Louis Pret, of course, on top in gold.
Driver display in the 96 showing a black and white flag for track limits. We saw him cut 10, didn't we?
Yeah.
That has now put him onto his last lifeline. He should be fine. He doesn't need to push. There's nothing he needs to overtake in front. He's fine from King behind, so he should be able to relax. Someone that's been relaxing is Pret. He's been managing this from the start of his stint, hasn't he? The gap now nearly 20 seconds in the lead. Phenomenal job from the whole 58 crew from Garage 59.
Absolutely. What odds would you have got on this as the winning car outright at the start of the weekend? Garage 59 have had Sprint Cup success this year, but the last McLaren Endurance win back in 2016, so it's the first Endurance Cup win for the 720 SGT3 as comes through last year's endurance champions, Alessio Rovera, Alessandro Pierguidi. They managed to win the title without winning a race as well. So it's something in the water in the Endurance Cup. But those two, Victor last year in Endurance without a race win, and now it looks like the Porsche trio are going to do it. That's Marciello way up the curb. You want another car being taken by the scruff of the neck? Ta-da!
He's got the bits between his teeth, isn't he? And Klingmann is going to be his target. What can he do? We've got 6.5 minutes remaining. The pace for this car of Marciello has been really good over the last few laps. On average, taking 3.5 tenths a second out of the car in front. He's now only 8 tenths behind, so that gap could be gone in the next 2 laps.
So there is Arthur Leclerc, Ferrari GT racer, of course his brother Charles, Ferrari Formula 1 racer, and the car now in 4th place overall. Alex Arca behind, running in 5th. And this would be the first time that a Porsche team has won the overall title in endurance. So there's quite a lot at stake here for Rutronic Racing. They have had honours in sprint in terms of race wins this year, but the endurance title will be very important indeed, and this is also going to affect those manufacturer points as well within GT World Challenge. Right, Marciello versus Klingman. Raffaelli is not done yet. This is for second place in the race. I know we've been concentrating on the championship, but Raffaelli then has been inching up onto the tail of Klingman, and here is the vanquished Lucas Auer. He's really struggled in this stint, hasn't he? He's not been able to improve at all. Maro Engel's face says it all, and Maro will know that not only has the car not had the pace, but an element of it is on him in terms of the penalty. But having said that, if they've not served it, they are in 11th place, not because of him actually, but on the way their race has unfolded and the pace of the car.
Yeah, it might sound a bit perverse, but he's actually probably quite relieved, because imagine if that 5-second penalty that he got for the car lost them the championship. So yes, he will be gutted, but actually, selfishly, if I were him, I would actually be slightly relieved.
It's not a very kind circuit tomorrow. I seem to remember in an endurance round, was it 2 years ago here, there was an incident on the first lap, and it was just about 2 or 3 laps before the end that the penalty actually came through, and poor Maro was involved in that as well. So there's something about Barcelona that doesn't really smile upon him. As right now, here, Jens Klingman versus Raffaele Marciello. This is another big BMW battle. Jens Klingman set for second in the race in gold. We are 4 minutes and change away from the checkered flag, and you've got 2 really experienced drivers here. Jens Klingman might be running in the Gold Cup, but do not think that he's some sort of rookie taking on Marciello. He's been around the block many, many years. Down towards turn 10 they go. Leclerc 4th, Alex Arca in 5th place now.
And Marciello there, where's the move going to be? It's always harder when it's on the same type of car. Different teams, of course, but where's the strength of the 98 versus the 777L Manor Racing car? It's going to be small differences, that's for sure. Louis Prett's going to watch his race back later, potentially, thinking, I've just had the stint of my life, and we've not spoken about him because he's been in no man's land. But I want to just say the stat. If you take the fastest 5 laps of all 180 drivers here today, Louis Prett is the fastest of all of them. So that is a huge standout performance for me, for the silver-rated Louis Prett. Here we go back to the BMW battle. We're properly in the slipstream now. Is there going to be a defence from Klingman in front? He's thinking about it. Marciello looking to the inside. He's going to get the move done.
Oh, Klingman tried to close the door, but it's a bit late, and he then backed out of that, let Marciello have the room and goes through. So Raffaele Marciello up into 2nd place. Still, of course, the leader of that Pro Cup as he comes now out of the right of turn 3. This is Louis Prett. We're on lap 89. He did the fastest lap of the race on lap 63. And he has consistently built that gap. Adam Smalley said after the qualifying session in the interview, they've been probably one of the fastest and certainly the most unlucky of teams. Dean McDonald, one of the co-drivers who started watching on with Adam Smalley. And Louis Prett has risen to the occasion, hasn't he? I know we've not seen every corner of every lap, but he's not been making mistakes. We've not seen him bashing the curbs. He's not been really overdoing it in terms of track limit warnings. He's been smooth, he's been quick, and he's got away from the rest of them. He's been able to build this gap.
It's been phenomenal, hasn't it? And another good weekend, good season for the Prett family. His father, Philippe Prett, racing in Maserati in the GT2 category, champion and race winner again this weekend.
Coming now out of the right-hander, turn 14, another lap in the book. Meanwhile, Patrick Niederhauser has not given up, has he? He'd like another place just to make sure of this, and he's on the back of the BMW of Kelvin van der Linde. Really interesting that, given how he's been able to get away by nearly 4 seconds from Harry King. So there's the pace of the Porsche, but it took him so long to get past. But look, he's absolutely gobbled up the real estate to get onto the tail of that BMW. At the start of the lap, it was 9/10 of a second. So is the BM going to be as tough a nut to crack as the Aston Martin?
BMW's gone through its tyres. That car is circulating so slowly from van der Linde, who's just got no grip whatsoever as we're now in the slipstream. Are we going to get 2 more laps? Prett's gap's big enough to P2, where he could actually back out and make this the last lap. I think it's too risky because he would have to let a couple of back markers through. So I think he'll keep the pace up and we'll squeeze another lap out of this race.
So there is Patrick Niederhauser. He also has to make a call here, doesn't he? It's all very well getting onto the back of that BMW, trying to go through, but just suppose something went wrong in the overtake and you end up in contact and off the road. All that hard work getting past Harry King is for nothing. So I would suspect that Niederhauser isn't going to chance his arm here unless it's an absolute dead cert.
Yeah, he's fortunate, isn't he, where he's got a big gap behind him now of 4.7 seconds to King. He loves that curve. It can feel, as we ride on board, it really hooks the inside up much quicker than the outside. Gives him a load of real spin. So he's obviously preferring the rotation, but looks leery. But yeah, the pace difference now 0.8 of a second per lap for the last 4 laps.
So there is Patrick Niederhauser then, who is on target for the championship overall, as he's on the back of Kelvin van der Linde in the BMW. The South African driver coming now hard on the brakes down towards the left at turn 10. So BMW versus Porsche, two very different shapes in terms of GT3 cars. The race leader is now, according to that graphic, on his last lap. Now, where is Louis Pret? Yeah, he's just gone through to start the last lap. So last lap started. It is lap number 91. And this is the last key battle. It's for 6th place. But if I were Patrick Niederhauser, I'd just sit there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, there's nothing to be gained, all to be lost. And it would feel slightly strange. The adrenaline would be super high in Niederhauser's veins, of course. And now you're just asking him to back off. And that's going to be a lovely lap for Louis Pret now as he comes down to turn 5, the corner where Niederhauser won the championship.
So Louis Pret has been one of the stars of the day, has he not? It would have been fascinating to see him in a proper battle, but don't forget that into this final stint he was able to drive away from Jens Klingmann. There were a couple of back markers between, but once Klingmann got through, he wasn't able to bring the gap down. Instead, he ended up dropping away and having to go defensive. So Louis Pret has been able to build that lead really impressively. The race of his life, I reckon, this, Louis Pret, as he comes now down towards turn 10. Checkered flag is at the ready. And what a season it has been, what a drive it has been there. Adam Smalley with his arm around Dean McDonald and Stefan Ortelli on the other side. They can barely watch all of this, but they're about 3 corners away from an enormous celebration, a huge release of the tension and the emotion. For them, it's going to be a race win. For the Rotronic Racing team, it's going to be a championship win. So the McLaren now turns out of turn 13. It's going to be a win for a car out of the Gold Cup. It's going to be a win for Garage 59. It's going to be a win for the first time in endurance since 2016 for McLaren. It is a win for Louis Pret, Dean McDonald, Adam Smalley. The car comes across the line to win in Barcelona, and there is the delight. This is the car that's going to take second in the race, or is it? Because no, Jens Klingmann's gone back ahead of Raffaele Marciello. The switch has happened back, so Klingmann is on target now for 2nd place overall and 2nd in gold. 3rd to Marciello, 4th to Leclerc, 5th to win silver Alex Arca. 6th is going to go the way of Kelvin van der Linde, and 7th is the Porsche to win the championship. Patrick Niederhauser, Alessio Picariello, Sven Muller win the GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS overall. Harry King comes across the line to win the gold championship along with Thierry Vermeulen and Chris Lallen, and there Sven Muller and Alessio Picariello now can celebrate. What a race. The tension in that garage for the last hour must have been unbearable.
I think when we spoke, is he going to do it? It didn't look likely, did it? And then suddenly they went, and I think that was the reaction from the team. They couldn't believe it. This team can't believe it. Andrew Cacoldi on the left, team owner, alongside Chris Goodwin, celebrating. This car has had not a lot of luck, but what a way to finish the season.
Stefan Ortelli there, who guides and coaches Louis Pret. And you would argue that the guidance and the coaching has been pretty good, wouldn't you? Because that was a mighty stint by the Monaco-based driver.
Yeah, alongside another Monaco-based driver, Arthur Leclerc there. Didn't quite have the pace, did he, of Frocco in that car, which was still a standout stint for me. And here are the champions. You can see the alarm puncture there. I'm surprised at that. Maybe just collecting all the debris actually cut the tyre. I'd be surprised if the tyres have dropped pressure-wise this quickly within half a lap. So maybe that shows you how close they were to not winning the championship.
Just looking to see whether that alarm comes back on. There, in the meantime, is Adam Smalley with Stefan Ortelli. We'll hear, no doubt, from Adam very shortly.
I wonder if we're going to get some donuts from this car, because the last message I saw on the screen was TC0, so potentially some time to create some smoke.
Yeah, if the regulations allow. The last thing you want to do is incur the wrath of the stewards and risk a championship, but the car's going for the pickup to get the extra rubber, which helps with the weight, it helps with the ride height. So if you think they're driving in a funny way offline, there is a good reason for it. And there, Patrick Niederhauser taking 7th. That's what he had to do in order to outscore the Mercedes team, and Patrick is delighted. And are these the donuts? He's off the track, isn't he? And let's see what he does now. Alarm puncture, it's still there, but he is going to give it a bit of welly. Not full donuts, but just something for the grandstand at turn 10 to perhaps enjoy.
Yeah, a respectfully polite way of doing it without getting punished by the fun police. Clever move.
Patrick Niederhauser, Alessio Picariello and Sven Müller are our champions in what has been, in a sense, a tough year in GT3 for Porsche. You know, we talked about the car in the British Championship, for example, and it's always been a bit of a battle. They haven't had an outright win in this. They've been banking points, but struggling a bit for wins. Let's listen to Harry King coming down the pit lane. Gold Cup champion.
Good job, mate. P8 overall, P3 in Gold Cup, and champions in Gold Cup, mate. Well done. Thank you.
Believe me, that's nice. Thank you, guys. What an opportunity, what a year. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, that's a mark of Harry King. The first thing he says is, what an opportunity, thank you to the team. There's no arrogance about Harry. I know I'm a tad biased because I hold my hands up to being a Harry King fan, but he's just a thoroughly nice bloke. He can drive a racing car very, very well. And you just heard an example of how nice a bloke he is straight away, thanking the team, not just for the car, but for the opportunity, not taking any drive for granted.
Yeah, and there is Philip Pretz, Louis Pretz's father. I was talking about the GT2 champion this year, and I think there'll be general disbelief from all three drivers. Smalley on the right, McDonald on the left. The door won't close. I think the window net's just in the way. I think they're saying, let's get on the roof. The race is finished. The championship's finished. We can repair this back at Basic Garage 59. Smalley wondering, how well rated is the roof strength for this 720S Evo?
Well done, Adam. Well done, Louis. Well done, Dean. What a win. What a result. And a brilliant job done by all three of them. So there the cars underneath the race control building. That is a very significant car as well. Championship winning Porsche, and out of it we'll get Patrick Niederhauser, one of the most colourful Porsches on this grid, and Patrick says, yes, I've done it, and now looks for some teammates. Where are you all? We'll go with the camera, and there is the start of the celebrations. The Retronic team come up to join in, and Patrick Niederhauser doesn't know whether to laugh or cry in a sense, but that must have been a very stressful hour.
Yeah, you're suddenly by yourself, teammate there running over Hartog in the sister Retronic car, has had a mega season himself as well. And strange existence as a driver. You're a one-man band. It's all on you. It's all on your shoulders. But there's a huge team behind the scenes in the pit stops, engineering, data, organisation, and that's where it gets sweet. You get to celebrate with them, and what a city to celebrate. Sunday night in Barcelona. Watch out, locals.
Yeah, quite, especially if you're a champion and you're in party mood. Patrick Niederhauser, his last title was something like 2019, wasn't it, when he was the ADAC GT champion in Germany. He was a single-seater champion in 2011. But Adam Smalley, Dean McDonald and Louis Pret are our race winners. They're with Alex.
Louis, you took it over the line, the drive of your life.
Honestly, I have no words. It's been a super tough season for us in endurance. I mean, I think we all deserved a bit better, but to win overall today is just amazing. And thanks to the two boys, and obviously to Garage 59, because the thing was a rocket today.
It was a flawless execution from all of you, from start to finish. Talk through your stints.
I mean, obviously, first of all, Dean did a mega stint to hand over the car to me. The way the pit cycles came out, we came out in P5, but I just needed to crack on. Got the moves done early doors, and then, yeah, pulled out the lead. So absolutely over the moon. It's a privilege to race with these guys this year. Bit emotional, but thank you to these guys. All Garage 59, they deserve this more than anyone, so thank you so much.
You boys have made history, and a lot of it was down to you, sir. That qualifying was outrageously good. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know, I'm a bit lost for words right now. I struggled to watch Louis' last stint there, so I sat at the back of the garage for half an hour. But it's unbelievable. Everyone deserves it. These two guys have been amazing all year. The team's been amazing. Yeah, I can't thank everyone enough. It's been amazing.
Well done. Enjoy your celebration.
And there is what a champion is going through. Patrick Niederhauser, joined by Alessio Picariello, and Sven Müller ain't going to be far away. Patrick, having had a few minutes to gather his thoughts, well, now he's going to gather some trophies, isn't he? But here is the race-winning car. drivers, I think, will tell you that there's one race that sort of catapults them into the attention, and for certainly Louis Pret, but equally Adam Smalley and Dean McDonald, that's probably it. To win from the Gold Cup, to win by 18.5 seconds, that was a mighty effort by everybody. And Garage 59, I think, will be relieved, because not only was the pace there, but so was the reliability, whereas the sister car, we never saw after that first pit stop, when it ended up in its garage with clearly a major problem. Right, so there is the winning car of the race. Let's hear from our champions, though. Alex has caught them.
Well, no wins all season, and yet, boys, you did it, and what a race that was. Patrick, just talk us through that last stint.
I take this championship over 10 times, so I win. Feels like a double win today. I mean, yeah, hard to put it in words. It was a long last stint, luckily, because took me a long time to get past Harry. Very nice battle with him, but I think the key was that right after the safety car I could make up quite a lot of positions straight away. And yeah, I knew it was just, you know, we finished second in Spa, which is an amazing result for the team, but it's second, you know, it didn't win Spa, so I just gave it my all to win this championship. I think everybody in the team deserved. My two mates did an amazing job today as well, as always, so just utterly happy. Super.
Tough behind the wheel, but I tell you what, it was tough for you boys looking on as well, wasn't it, Sven?
I mean, what a roller coaster. I'm shaking like hell. I mean, Alessio did a crazy start, so fantastic, and then it looked like with strategy we lost a bit, but then at the end we keep it calm and had a good pit stop, and then we had a good car all season. Never a win, but we were really consistent, and that's why we got champion, and I'm so happy, and thanks to our team. Had hard times, but this one was really good.
We said consistency was your key, but I tell you what, that start, you leapt up, kept yourself out of damage.
Yeah, I mean, our quali was not bad, but not good enough, and I knew I had to go for it. And doing the start is something I enjoy, and it went well today for me. But then, as you saw, because of what happened with the safety car strategy and so on, I thought it was all for nothing, but we were still in front of the 48, and I think that played out at the end, so I'm happy about the start. I'm happy to have shared the car with Sven and Patrick all year. I think we have shown consistency and perseverance all the time. Even if we were not the quickest, we were always fighting until the end, and that paid off. Yeah, a great teamwork. This is a great example of teamwork today.
3 incredible drives. Well done, boys.
So Patrick Niederhauser getting an indication of just how drained he now must feel. The adrenaline's worn off, now the emotions sort of gone through him. He will feel absolutely spent.
Yeah, you can see the colours of their race suits, the amount of sweat Niederhauser has just produced in that final stint. And they were lucky with the damage. Look at the battle scar on that corner, still flapping away. And that could have been enough to change the championship had that fallen off.
Yeah, sometimes the luck rides with you, sometimes it doesn't. It rode with them today. It did not with the Mercedes crew, did it? But that was a car that just did not seem to have the pace across the weekend. So Porsche celebrate the overall title for the first time in GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup. Alessio Picariello jumps down from the car. Sven Müller, Patrick Niederhauser, there are going to be race podiums, and they'll be the champions as well. There are the silver race winners: Alex Arca, Leonardo Moncini, and Sebastian Ogard. So really good job done by them. The Retronic team are already celebrating. And bronze cup won by the other Retronic Porsche. Let's get to them.
Loic, Morris, Antares, what a year it's been. That bronze title is very well deserved, and what a tough race that was.
We weren't expecting anything like this because qual was very difficult for us. I think we got a bit lucky, and these two new guys here drove a mega race.
Yeah, you really did. Talk us through your stint.
Well, it was quite difficult. I think from the beginning on we managed to cycle our way through all the way to the top.
Luke did a mega job to get us into P4, and then, you know, as a DTM driver, I like the restart to, you know, elbows out and go for it. Took care of my tires and managed to get P1 in the end. Yeah, then it was about bringing it home. Really happy about my first victory in GT World, so it was a great race.
Yeah, right, Loic, you elbows out, you were full attack, weren't you?
Yeah, I got the honors of overtaking most, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, it was very fun. I'm not sure what was shown on television, but I'm definitely gonna rewatch my stint from the onboard on back. Yeah, it was crazy. I think I restarted all the way in the back, and then I lost count at some point. I think it was over 20 cars that I passed, left, right, center, with no hits. These guys did a fantastic job, and yeah, a bit of a surprise to finish second in the championship, but yeah, mega, and it's hats off to the team. They supplied us a car which was great over the stint of the full stint. We had a good race car, maybe not so good of a quali car, but we can always do better.
Great race, boys. Well done.
I like the way that Alex positions the drivers in height order, ascending to Luke Hartog, towering over everybody else in super slow-mo. Maurice Schuring there, talking about being elbows out and charging his way out of turn 12. And that shows you how close you can run towards the gravel without quite dropping into it.
Yeah, levitating with the lip that had been brought there, and you can see some of the tyre marks down the side as well. But car relatively clean, even at the end of a crazy 3-hour race.
So Rutronic taking a championship, but a class win, not the bronze title, just to clarify, but the bronze class within the race. And so now with the Champions Trophy, the celebrations are underway. Alessio Picariello makes it a two-part trophy there, but bravo. Stefan Rattel stands and looks on. We'll get the drivers up to the podium, hopefully, fairly shortly. Alessio Picariello, the Belgian driver, has done the bulk of his racing over the last few years in Asia and China particularly, kind of brought back into Europe over the last couple of seasons and has reminded people just how good he is. But Alessio Picariello has had a very good career, winning in Audis, winning in sports cars as well as GT cars. Let's look at the race result then. Adam Smalley, Louis Pret, Dean McDonald win from Jens Klingman, Ben Tuck and Al-Faisal Al-Zubar. A gold 1-2 is pretty unprecedented. Third, the Pro Cup winning Augusto Farfus, Jesse Krohn and Raffaele Marciello from Alessio Dono, who we didn't really touch on in his stint because he was quite a long way down the order, but Antonio Fuoco and Arthur Leclerc catapulting up to fourth. Leonardo Moncini, Sebastian Oegaard, Alex Arca fifth. They win silver from Kelvin van der Linde, Charles Wirtz and Ugo de Wilde. Then Patrick Niederhauser, Alessio Picariello and Sven Muller seventh, and they win the championship. Eighth, Harry King, Chris Lullen, Thierry Vermeulen from gold champions. 9th, Heinz Guven, Larry Tenvoorde and Alessandro Giretti, while David Pittard, Christian Cronjes and Enrique Chavez rounded out the top 10. 12th, the bronze winners, Luke Hartog, Antaro Zhao and Maurice Schuring. So, it's a race to watch back and try and unravel, isn't it, as to how various things happened, and inevitably in all of that there were things that we were going to miss, like the puncture for Alessio Rovera. That cost that car a lot of time and put it down to 33rd, and the Mattia Drudi, Nicky Tim, Marco Sorensen Aston had its drive-through rescinded, but that car, you were saying, had just no pace. That fell to 34th. That also had problems towards the end, and after that really bad pit stop, Chris Froggatt, Eddie Cheever, Marco Pulcini ending up in 39th place. Quite a lot of non-finishers, quite a lot of damage as well to round out the year.
Yeah, that huge shunt between the 81 Winward Mercedes and the Kessel car was the big one, wasn't it? And luckily, all drivers okay. And again, just a show of strength of these modern GT3 cars.
British GT champions Charles Dawson, Cian Jewis a lap down in 44th place. And as you can see, we lost that WRT BMW towards the end as well. Right, so there the drivers all being rounded up, ready for the race podiums. Augusto Farfus there with Raffaele Marciello in the Rover overalls. That's Louis Pret in the blue overalls with his arms folded nearest to us. Who else have we got? Ben Tuck over in the background. Team reps are there. Jens Klingman in the white and black overalls leaning against the wall. The SRO staff making sure they've got everybody and everyone's got the regulation Pirelli hat on. Our podium announcer is ready, and that means that we're not far away then from getting the drivers out onto the podium to round out what has been A really busy race, a really dramatic race, a race of changing fortunes in this final round of GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. It's been a superb season of racing, and there's going to be more of the same in 2026. So the podium is underway. This is the overall podium, where third place has gone to the BMW drivers Raffaele Marciello, Jesse Krohn, Augusto Farfus. There you've got Jens Klingmann, Ben Tuck, Al-Faisal Al-Zubar for second place. Mighty result in itself. Garage 59 represented on the podium as well, and a win for Louis Pret, Dean McDonald and Adam Smalley is quite something. It's going to be a big, big cheer for the drivers in a moment. Out they come, Adam Smalley, Louis Pret, Dean McDonald, and the winning drivers in the race also win gold, and it is going to be for a British team and a British manufacturer, the British National Anthem that we're going to hear first as the drivers stand on our first podium. That was quite an effort, wasn't it, by Louis Pret, by Adam Smalley, by Dean McDonald, and they've really gelled as a team.
Phenomenal, and James Carter is the team representative on the left there. You can see how much he loves motorsport. Still got his stopwatch around the neck, so congratulations to the three drivers, but also the whole of Garage 59.
Matteo Braga, the circuit activity manager for Pirelli, comes to hand the trophies then. And that reversal of places on the last lap, giving second to Jens Klingmann and Raffaele Marciello settling for third. There are the trophies to the Gold Cup second placed crew. Al-Faisal Al-Zubar is somebody that's really impressed over the course of the season. It's really hard in some ways to break through, because when you've got, like you said at the start, 180 drivers, you've got to be really, really good to stand out. But for me, Al-Faisal has done so.
Yeah, Omani is just getting quicker and quicker. He's a super smart guy out of the car, and it's now starting to translate inside the car too.
The team's trophy has been presented to Garage 59, and there the trophies to Adam Smalley, to Louis Pret, to Dean McDonald. On the way out, 2 seats to the left of me was Adam's father. If he's 2 seats away from me on the way back, it might well be his round. I should think that Darren is going to be grinning from ear to ear. Winners' trophies, Adam Smalley, Louis Pret, Dean McDonald. They win in Barcelona. And there, Stefan Ortelli, who looks to be getting as much pleasure out of Louis Pret's win as his own successes. That's a guy that's won the Spa 24 Hours outright, the Le Mans 24 Hours outright. He's won Porsche Super Cup titles. He's won you name it. And yet there he is, as enthusiastic as ever.
Yeah, cut him open, he bleeds motorsport.
Absolutely right. Absolutely. Team drivers happy on the podium. That leaves us with one task on podium one, and it is the champagne ready to be sprayed. And I'm still impressed in this very modern world that a good old-fashioned stopwatch around your neck is what you need to win a race.
It's a very old school one, proper 80s as well. But yeah, JC knows what he likes and likes what he knows. And, that's definitely performed for them. And
he's been with Andrew Cocotti for ever and a day, hasn't he?
Yeah, which is testimony to itself.
Indeed so. When Andrew was racing, they had a good double act, and that relationship has continued through Garage 59. Chris Goodwin, Andrew Cocotti, and Alexander West, of course, another key part of that. We've not seen much of Alexander racing this year. He did have a dabble, didn't he, in GT2, I seem to remember, early on in the year, but good that he has been able to look on, from a team owner's point of view, a good win. A kind of double win, outright and class there.
Yeah, where would the 59 have been if it hadn't had the issue in the first pit stop?
Let's look at the championship then in the overall situation. It is a win by a point for Alessio Picariello, Sven Muller and Patrick Niederhauser from Matteo Cairoli, Lucas Auer and Maro Engel, who came up here to join us. Hugo de Wilde, Kelvin van der Linde, Charles Witt, they were always the outsiders. They have, though, Kelvin and Charles won the Sprint Cup title, so there is some consolation at least. Raffaele Marciello, Jesse Krohn, Augusto Farfus. Fourth, they were the race winners at the Nürburgring, Jordan Pepper, Luca Enschler, Mirko Bortolotti, way down the order today. But of course, they were the winners of the Blue Ribbon event, the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. 16th in the end today, with a 10-second time penalty for leaving the track and gaining an advantage applied late race. As far as the full season is concerned, the champions, though, are the 32 BMW team from the Lucas Auer, Maro Engel duo, and Patrick Niederhauser and Sven Müller in third. So sprint and combined for WRT. This is the gold podium where Harry King, Chris Lulham, Thierry Vermeulen await the arrival or the return of Jens Klingmann, there Ben Tuck and Al-Faisal Al-Zubair. And then back to the podium will come our overall winners, namely Adam Smalley, Louis Pret and Dean McDonald. The Gold Cup, a bit like the Silver Cup, to look after the next generation of talent, encourage young guns into GT racing. And Adam Smalley, Harry King, Carrera Cup GB champions both, celebrate the success of the Garage 59 team. So the trophies to be brought forward. The second Gold Cup win for a McLaren this year, but the first for Garage 59. The other McLaren win was CSA, going back to Paul Ricard at the start of the year. Then we had a win at Monza for Jens Klingmann, Al-Faisal Al-Zubair and Ben Tuck, and then two on the bounce, Spa and Nürburgring for Harry King, Chris Lulham and Thierry Vermeulen. Mattia Braga is there with trophies. And there's an awful lot of silverware to take home for the winning McLaren drivers there. Ben Tuck gets his trophy. Another very impressive driver, and Ben just gets better and better, doesn't he?
Yeah, really does. Managed by Oliver Gavin, sweating his assets hard. Now Oliver Gavin, now he's a driver manager. Tuck out every weekend, and yeah, maybe it's goldware for this class, but double bubble and the British driver on each of the car crews, or at least one. And so the national anthem ringing true for all three car crews there. And I was a little bit annoyed with the boot choice of Garage 59, but then I've just realised each of those colours, the white, orange and blue, matches up with their livery, so my OCD can live with that.
So the champagne ready to be sprayed, and very happy drivers indeed. And you look at that podium, when looking at the age of the majority of the drivers, you would say the future of GT racing is pretty healthy.
Yeah, and healthy is the relationship between Smalley and Harry King, Carrera Cup GB rivals, but now able to share a drink and a smile at least, and Gold Club class champions as well overall for Lulham and Vermeulen.
Thierry Vermeulen, Chris Lulham, Harry King are our endurance gold winners, from Jens Klingmann, Al-Faisal Al-Zubair and Ben Tuck, and then Simon Gachet, Arthur Rougier and James Kell coming home in third place, having had that win at the start of the season. Louis Pret, Adam Smalley and Dean McDonald taking fourth at the end of the year, helped of course by that win. So the Barcelona circuit hosting the final European World Challenge round. As far as our full season points are concerned, Thierry Vermeulen and Chris Lulham victorious, from Al-Faisal Al-Zubair and Jens Klingmann, and then Louis Pret in third position. That, as we've been saying, takes the points from sprint and endurance into account. So that's why, for example, Harry King, who didn't do sprint, doesn't stay on that same number of points. Next, we turn our attention to the silver podium, and there has been a change there, because it would appear that a penalty has gone the way of number 188, so that falls out of the top three. So third place then come Loris Cabarrus, Cesar Gazo and Aurelien Panis. For second place, onto the podium come Aaron Walker, Tanat Safran-Tirakul and Tom Calenda. And then the top step is going to be claimed by Alex Arca and Sebastian Ugard, along with Leonardo Moncini. There is a very happy Sebastian Ugard. Leonardo Moncini, he did a pretty decent stint early on as well. And Alex Arca I was really impressed with, because occasionally he has the odd moment, but that was a really good, solid stint. And just to underline the point that we banged on about all year, the Audi is still competitive, even though the manufacturer support's not there these days. So there the trophies ready for our winning drivers, and Silver, which again looks after the next wave of GT drivers, has given us some really good racing this season. It is Ignacy Armeniol, the general manager at the Fiera circuit, who will step forward and hand over the trophies to our winning drivers. And their third place, the Mercedes AMG crew, Aurelien Panis, Cesar Gazo, Loris Cabarrus. Then second, Aaron Walker, who was a silver class winner at Spa in the 24 hours last year, joining reigning silver champion Tanat Safran-Tirakul. And new to the championship, Tom Calenda. So it's not a bad debut, is it, to get on the podium? The trophy going the way of Tresor Attempto. Arkin Arca, the man behind the team, but it's his son Alex Arca, joined by Leonardo Moncini and Sebastian Ugard on that top step. So lots of applause for the winning drivers, understandably. A silver win is good, but to be fifth overall as well, that's quite something in this company.
Yeah, all three of them looked like gold-rated drivers today, didn't they? And all of their stints, they stuck with the lead battle. So congratulations to all three of them.
Very, very competitive. The silver cap. Aaron Walker, Tanat Safran-Tirakul in the middle, the taller Tom Calenda at the other side of them, and then in the black overalls, the other Mercedes crew, Aurelien Panis, whose father Olivier Panis, remember, was a Formula 1 race winner once, along with Loris Cabarrus, Cesar Gazo. Their celebrations are underway. Champagne down the neck, but at this point nobody really seems to care hugely, and a great result for those drivers. Alex Arca sprays everybody underneath with a wave of the champagne. And Tresor Attempto have had to shuffle drivers around quite a bit this year, but in the championship it is Jared Roberski, Will Moore and Max Jensen that take the title from Loris Cabarrus, Cesar Gazo and Aurelien Panis, and then Alex Arca finishing third on his own, and that, as I say, is partly because of the shuffling of drivers that's had to go on this season. Pedro Ibrahim, James Kellett, Charles Clark ending up fourth, so they've been overhauled by Alex Arca with that win. Ivan Klimenko fifth with Lawrence Leclerc, Mathis Lismont sixth, and then Etienne Shelley and Gilles Stadbader come next. As far as the overall championship is concerned, that does go the way of Cesar Gazo and Aurelien Panis from Max Janssen, and then Alex Arca taking third in silver. Ivan Klimenko next, after remember what a good job he did in sprint at Zandvoort. Lawrence Leclerc next. We've lost Ezequiel Perez Compact sadly over the course of the year, but he had some good results, as also did Kobe Powells and Jamie Day to be sixth. And next out are our bronze podium drivers. They're Dennis Marshall, Conrad Lawson and Dustin Blattner. They win the championship, third in the race. Second, Andre Mukavos, Max Hofer and Andre Nessov in another of those Tresor Attempto Audis. And the top step's going to go the way of Antares out, Maurice Schuring and Luke Hartog. It's more success for the Rutronic Racing team. Always nice to see the team congratulate other drivers. And then out will come the ever-smiling Antares out, the very tall Luke Hartog, and a debut class win in the championship for Maurice Schuring. And the pressure on winning that class, just as intense for Rutronic as winning the championship outright.
Yeah, and an amazing performance from the team, Joe, to run 2 cars so competitively. It really shows what a great organisation they've got.
So there we have the national anthem for Rutronic Racing, the German team. Dustin Blattner, champion, Konrad Larsen, Dennis Marshall, the combination then that take the title in bronze, but the winning trophies will go the way of the Porsche drivers. Again, Ignacio Manuel arrives with the trophies for Dennis Marshall, for Dustin Blattner, for Konrad Larsen. We've been saying all season what a good job Dustin Blattner has done as a bronze, and he's done it again today.
Yeah, he's been faultless. I can't remember him making a mistake, and Kessel have delivered a very fast Ferrari as well, I think, this season.
The trophies will go next to Mukavos, Nesov and Hoffer. There you go for the Audi drivers. The orange one sponsored Audi, orange boots for Max Hoffer. So one rather badly damaged car for Arkin Arka's team, but some good class results nonetheless. And then the winning team trophy to be presented. The Rutronic Racing team. And then up for the winners' trophies. Luke Hartog still with his knee pad on, suggesting he may have had a bit of a sore knee after his stint. Antaro Zhao says to, look, you should have the trophy before me. But a true gentleman is Antaro Zhao. He is then victorious, with possibly next on his hit list, IGTC activity in Indianapolis, because he's been in the Independence Cup in that and has done a vast amount of miles to do his racing this year. Never mind the vast amount of expenditure, having started off in Asian Le Mans as well in the winter.
Yeah, so committed to motorsport, and all of these bronzes are financially, but emotionally they put so much in, and look at the smile on his face.
Fantastic stuff. The Hong Kong driver, Antaro Zhao, very much a Porsche fan, a Porsche specialist, and coming home to win the class then in this final race of the season.
How do you think Hartog's knee pad? It's because he's so tall. When I've walked past him in cars, his knees are so bent, it's banging off the steering column. So I think it's just to give him a bit of protection from doing an hour of that. And yeah, you see the F1 guys wearing them, don't you? Just to brace themselves. And I think that's the reason for just the solo one.
And no podium these days is complete without the selfie. Luke Hartog is the man in charge of the smartphone, so that job done. Let's look at the championship then. It is the Konrad Larsen, Dennis Marshall, Dustin Blattner combination victorious from Antaro Zhao and Luke Hartog, with Gabriel Rindone, Patrick Kolb and Ricardo Feller taking third. Renat Salikov, Marvin Deans, Gabriele Piana came here second. They fall to fourth with that accident, taking them out of the race. Benjamin Ricci, Paul Evrard and Gilles Magnus next. Again, some of those drivers came in and out over the course of the season, as did Zach Robertson. He was with Castle at Spa, Darren Lung and Sean Galisle coming home seventh. And as far as bronze is concerned in the overall championship, in other words, the combined situation, it is Blattner and Marshall ahead, Salikov and Dienst taking second, and Konrad Larsen in third place on points. Dustin Blattner and Dennis Marshall, of course, together in sprint. Konrad Larsen just joining in, as it were, for endurance. Bastien Bus next for the UNX Racing team. Then you have Bashar Mardini, who drove for Lion Speed, Gabriele Piana, who did endurance for Winward, and Darren Lung with his own Paradigm team doing the endurance races as well. So quite a season for GT racing, and some hard luck stories today, some good news stories today as well. Let's have a word with our gold winners next. Let's get back down to Alex Legui.
Boys, congratulations. I mean, there are no words. Your consistency over this year has been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's been a cool season, really cool to be part of it. today I struggled a bit more, but these guys did a great job, and also the whole team worked super hard on the car. I think we were the quickest Aston all weekend, so something we can really be proud of to end the season like that.
That race, it was very tricky, that last stint for you, wasn't it? Niederhauser was hot on your tail.
Yeah, no, I was made fully aware of the situation, but I also knew that our situation was also far more important than theirs, so I had to be a little bit more intelligent on the last few laps of the race and bank the points that ultimately we need to win the championship. So it's a credit to the team. They've done a fantastic job all year. Verstappen.com and 2Cs. And it's been a pleasure to share alongside Thierry and Chris. So I think this championship is a credit to them all.
Verstappen.com's trophy cabinet is growing and growing thanks to you boys.
Yeah, absolutely. I can only repeat what these guys have said. We've had such a smooth endurance season with very little faults from everyone at Suzuki Motorsport as well, Thierry and Harry. We had some strong quality laps, and like Thierry also said, the pace this weekend across our manufacturer has been very strong.
Endurance nailed, sprint nailed. Well done, boys. Congratulations.
Chris Lallam's been another driver that's been impressive this year. I know he's had massive amounts of experience in the sim, and he's done some proper racing, if you like, dare I call it that, in radicals. But this is a completely different level, and he has always been up near the pointy end, whether it's qualifying, in isolation, the sprint, for example, or in his stints. You know, he's always looked like he's been racing for a lot longer.
Yeah, I'm not picking fault, but I think made a mistake in quality today, track limits. He made that mistake at Monza with the contact at turn 2, didn't he? But he's been phenomenal. And the FIA agree, because he has now been upgraded from silver to gold rated, and that is stat driven. Look at the livery falling off the front of the Aston. That's how hard they pushed today.
Yeah, and Harry King underlining that he can drive other things than Porsches. And of course, don't forget that Lallam and Vermeulen have had to switch from different cars across the course of sprint and endurance as well. So now champions podiums come, and here is the endurance champion overall, Patrick Niederhauser, Sven Muller, Alessio Picariello. The Rutronic Racing team start their celebrations, and with not just drivers but the teams as well. There's an awful lot to celebrate here. Rutronic Racing had a stressful time today and a funny kind of season. Not winning races in endurance, but yet winning the championship. So consistency, if not individual race pace and success.
Yeah, a proper team collective, wasn't it? And well deserved. They did the left field strategy, didn't they, at Spa? It nearly paid out for them. Quick pit stops all year as well have helped cement their on-track performance. And look at that, all the team involved, and there's almost too many personnel now to single out of what they all do. But you've got race engineers, data engineers, mechanics, chief mechanics, organisation, crew, and that's why these teams hemorrhage into these such big organisations these days.
And such a great job done as well by everybody involved in that. And it's not just, you know, the speed of the car, is it? It's all the processes in the pit lane. You can win or lose by penalties there for too many people in the fast lane or too many crew members touching a car. You know, there are lots of ways you can really lose a race or a title.
Yeah, and that's the problem, and you need to have everything in a strong organisation.
Celebrations for our champions here in Barcelona. The highlights of what was a dramatic 3-hour showdown for GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. And it began with the McLarens of Garage 59 converting the front row into 1 and 2 at turn 1. But others, such as Maro Engel, off the road. He tried to get out of a scrub of cars and avoid contact, but was deemed to have gained an advantage by doing so. A penalty came later on. There was also drama as cars speared left and right, one being the number 42 Century BMW that survived and was able to win the Silver Championship, and that was quite fortunate, given it all looked a bit bleak early on. This did look bleak, though. Nicola Rossi getting involved with Rinat Salikov, big damage to the Ferrari, and a lengthy full course yellow and safety car interruption. There was debris on the road, wrecked cars, and a driver to assist, but Nicola Rossi and Rinat Salikov both okay. Early pit stop cycle through, 59 arrived, but never left. That car had a meltdown, it felt like, and would not fire up again and rejoin. Big winner on the early full course yellows and safety cars. There was 32 BMW that came into the mix. Number 48 Mercedes leading the championship, but being in the race behind the championship rival Porsche of Rutronic Racing as the cars powered on. And then there was this little bit of damage. It looked as though the front bumper was ripped off 96, and yet somehow it managed to get itself hooked back up the air, forcing it back onto the car. no drama came, but there was drama there for Alfred Ranauer. Tipped into the gravel, another full course yellow triggered. Adam Smalley carved his way up into second place, overtaking the Oliver Söderström Aston Martin. That gave him one more spot. Also charging along was Antonio Fuoco, who was picking off cars with ease. He'd got the traction control wound up, he was looking after the tyres, and he was just looking unstoppable. Picked his way past Leonardo Moncini for third place, and the Ferrari continued to get higher and higher up the order. And then more drama as off the road went Rocco Mazzola. Massive damage to the front of his Audi, and another full course yellow into safety car period. Lucas Auer rejoined in 48, and at this point it was quite straightforward. Patrick Niederhauser had to finish in 7th place if 48 was outside the top 10, and it took him a long time to get from 8th to 7th. He was all over the back of Harry King as Arthur Leclerc lost out to Raffaele Marciello, who was able to make his move on the inside going into turn 7. And then finally Niederhauser made the move on the inside going into turn 5. That was 7th place after 40-odd minutes of hard work and delight for him and the rest of the team. Alessio Picariello on his feet to celebrate, but through it all to win the race outright and win the Gold Cup, Adam Smalley, Dean McDonald and Louis Pret, who drove a brilliant stint to bring the car home victorious. The championship goes the way of Patrick Niederhauser, Sven Müller and Alessio Picariello, the Retronic Racing team, coming out on top after 3 very dramatic hours here in Barcelona. So now the champions being crowned. We've had our overall Endurance Cup champions onto the podium. And next will be the gold winners, Harry King, Thierry Vermeulen and Chris Lallam. And fair play to 2Cs as well, which has kind of made its name running Mercedes AMGs, but now to switch to a different brand and to take another title. That's been a very good effort.
Yeah, great diversification as well to hedge your bets on the manufacturer. So congratulations to everyone at 2Cs. Isa Al Khalifa, Nick Cristofaro, there working hard behind the scenes to create one of the strongest privateer teams based inside the UK, I think is a claim they could be making. And again, look at the size of the organisation there, and actually Nick Cristofaro there on your left in the white t-shirt, gilet and shorts has built that team from the ground up.
So the celebrations then underway for the Endurance Cup Gold winners. Champagne sprayed, but at this point nobody seems to have a mind getting wet and sticky, do they, with the champagne? And well done to the 2Cs team and being able to adapt so nicely from the Mercedes, the brand with which really the squad has made its name, to something really rather different here.
It's interesting, isn't it? You see someone like Al Fleming, the engineer, just to the left of shot there, bright guy, and you never realise it's quite hard to spray a bottle of champagne until you see someone do it really wrong. And Al there doing a mega job of it. You can see the tall man on the left I'm talking about. We heard him on the radio earlier trying to coach Harry King to keep Niederhauser behind, but that's all forgotten now as they're just worried about who won the championship.
And you kind of wonder what comes next, don't you, after that great success, and with the very keen interest that Max Verstappen himself has put in. On more than one occasion this year, he's been asked about Formula One activities, and the answer was, don't know, I was busy watching my GT team. So the interest is there. He himself has been racing at the Nordschleife. For how long before we see Max on one of these grids? Well, it's going to be a big tribute to him and his involvement and his enthusiasm that the team has had a championship, not only in endurance, but in that combined championship situation as well, where you take sprint and endurance. And Harry King working so hard to try to keep Patrick Niederhauser at bay towards the end of the race there. Aston Martin with the bodywork rippling there, as you can see, the wrap starting to peel itself off, but it's been a hard race and a hard season for that car.
Guess you could say that's a wrap.
You could say that.
We've still got more podiums. So.
Yeah, we'll save the jokes. In fact, give us fair warning, won't you? Then we can get ready. We've got silver to celebrate as well. The drivers across the classes having their moment on the podium. And silver won by Will Moore, Max Jansen and Jared Roberski for the Century Motorsport team. That's another job well done. And again, the fact that that car was off the road at the first lap of the race, turn 3, didn't really give you the suggestion that it was going to come through as a championship winning entry.
No, they knuckled down then for the remaining 2 hours. It's about 56 minutes, wasn't it? Because we had 2 formation laps. But yeah, they steadied the ship and they kept the pace up. And I wonder if there was any legacy damage on that they had to drive through, because the pace looked super strong and they did more than enough of the job that was required of them.
So the drivers, assuming they are there, will be brought forward to the podium shortly.
I wonder if that back screen thing would fit in my lounge, because it's a great size, isn't it?
So this is where the organisers try to find all the requisite drivers, but I think we're getting there. So we have the silver combined teams champion as Boots and VDS coming forward, and drivers Cesar Gazzo and Aurelian Panis to celebrate. So not the silver endurance, I suspect we couldn't find those drivers, so we'll have the combined champions instead. So the order has gone slightly off kilter here. Boots and VDS losing its Pro Cup car. Remember Mikael Grenier pitting with dramas fairly early on in the race. But the Boots and VDS team switching last year to Mercedes AMG and doing a good job running cars in silver as well as in the pro situation. More champagne wasted, more champagne sprayed.
It's a bit unfair, isn't it? Who gets it and who doesn't? There seems to be maybe 6 bottles unevenly distributed, and seems like the evil mechanics get it and get their way with it.
I do like the backdrop though, with the sort of firework effect and the night drop. So the big screen, which relays the action during the race, and then is the podium backdrop for the ceremony. We'll show you some of the action on the screen and then give way again to our next champions. So we've had the race, and there are of course the champions from the Endurance Championship itself, and then the combined sprint and endurance.
Who's your driver of the day?
Driver of the day, it's a very hard one. It's tempting to say Louis Pret, but he was helped a bit by 2 back markers behind him. I'm giving you the reasoning behind my logic here. And then Jens Klingman was a bit busy having to defend rather than go on the attack, but Pret was very impressive. Patrick Niederhauser's last stint was impressive.
I don't want your life story.
No, quite. Alex Arkin was impressive. I haven't yet got one. I need longer notice of that. Yours?
Froco.
For that one stint.
It's something I've not seen this season. Just the impetus he had to get past cars, it was just relentless. It was fantastic and a real standout. And I think I like it as well for the dynamic added. I think he was there because of a different strategy of the traction control, and then almost a logical one as well.
Ferrari finishing 4th in the end. But yeah, it was a mighty impressive stint, you're right. And we shouldn't have been surprised, because we know how good Fuoco is. And even if he doesn't do as much GT racing as he does hypercar, prototype type racing these days, he's still massively impressive. We've now found the silver endurance champions of Max Jansen, Jared Roberski and Will Moore. Good season by Will. He's got better and better and better over the years. And Nathan Freak, former driver himself, the man behind Century Motorsport, there on the podium as well.
Got the world's fastest MR2, I think, is his claim to fame now, Nathan Freak.
Is that right? Well, everyone needs a hobby. So congratulations to the Century team. Nathan Freak, former Formula Ford champion, as I say, very handy racer himself, but he's built Century into quite a powerhouse now, and also very good, as we've seen in the UK, in GT4 BMW success.
Yeah, nearly won the British Championship, didn't they, last weekend with Robertson and Ravi Rami. They're actually here this weekend, assessing their options for next year.
So the Century Motorsport team, Jared Roberski also making the switch there. He's the driver on the podium in the DAW overalls. He's made that switch from single-seater racing into GT cars this year after trying his hand in GB4 and GB3, but a really good effort. And his father, Garth Roberski, was part of the Formula Renault pack in the UK going back to the early to mid-90s. But Jared Roberski adapting from one type of race car to another, and very successfully so.
Yeah, and great crew Nathan Threek pulled together there. 3 drivers who hadn't worked together fantastically well all season.
Yeah, true enough. The BMW then with Max Janssen looking very racy towards the end, dragging it up the order, and Will Moore along with Jared Roberski celebrating championship success, and to win in silver is certainly not easy. Very, very competitive category, as we've been saying all season. So more success for BMW to go along with what we've been talking about in terms of Sprint Cup and the overall combined championship for WRT. Also goes to prove, doesn't it, that other teams, Rover as an example, Century as an example, can run those BMWs and get good results out of them.
Yeah, it seems like a very fair ship BMW run, all customer teams equal, and as long as they do a good job, the car can be at the front end.
Getting more champagne brought forward. I think we need bronze next, don't we?
Sounds good.
So Dennis Marshall, Conrad Lawson and Dustin Blattner, bronze champions, to be celebrated next.
What's been your favourite race of the year?
It's always Spa, because Spa has everything in it. It has a mega grid, it has interlopers, it's the best beer in the world, it has a circuit like very few others. It's an epic place. Let's hear from our silver champions next. Alex.
Will, Jared, Max, my goodness me, what a year this has turned out to be. Max, at the beginning of the year, I remember speaking to you and you being like, I just don't know if we can get it. Well, here you are.
Yeah, the team has been amazing all season long, so all the rounds we've had basically this year, they've put up a mega car. Honestly, from the start on, I wouldn't have expected this to happen. In the end, here we are, so I am a little bit proud of all the guys. So thanks a lot again to the whole team and these mega teammates. And I felt like we've done our best all season long, and it's paid off massively. So thanks again.
Congratulations, boys. Enjoy your celebration.
Right, so if my favourite race of the year is Spa, yours was which?
Yeah, Spa was a standout for me as well, and the intensity of it, I think, is second for none. I think it's the best race in the motorsport season, bar none. So finally, we agree.
It's only taken us all season. It's also such a big grid as well, and you get some proper star names. It is, I know we say the biggest and best GT3 race in the world, but we say it with good effect. So now we have the bronze champions, both in terms of overall and endurance, celebrating. Conrad Lawson joining Dustin Blattner and Dennis Marshall there on that podium. And for the Kessel Racing team, another really fine season, wasn't it?
Yeah, Ronnie Kessel there shielding himself with the banner there, trying to keep himself dry. But yeah, mega job from Kessel. And I think, again, like BMW, Ferrari, doesn't matter which team are running it, Kessel versus AF. I would say it's pretty even across the season.
Yeah, you're right, actually. And Kessel Racing has always been a loyal Ferrari operator. They don't just run race teams, they look after private collections of Ferraris, road game Ferraris, historic race Ferraris, and do it very successfully indeed.
Can't remember if it's a secret or not, but they run the Pagani on track program as well. So a huge organisation as well, run by Ronnie Kessel, who's orchestrating the selfie right now.
Don't think it's a secret anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry.
But Kessel Racing has been regular in this championship, and I don't think she's in that podium group, maybe not here this weekend, but very regularly you'll find as the team manager Tiziana Sidiera, who was a very, very accomplished Italian rally co-driver in the 1970s and 1980s, and they went to work with Ronnie Kessel as the team manager, and has done a mega job, and she runs a very tight ship, you don't argue, and she's done a great job for the team. And that Ferrari then coming out on top in the Bronze Cup, which again has been mightily competitive all season, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, hard to call, and we say it not too much because we should be proud and celebrate, but the bronze drivers, the game keeps moving on. They get faster and faster. The gap's closing more and more to the pro drivers, and Dustin Blattner has been standout. There's been sessions where he's been 8/10 off the fastest lap of the session. 8/10 of a second on these Grand Prix circuits is absolutely nothing, and that should be celebrated as someone who's doing it for the fun and love of the sport.
And our last podium, we understand, is coming up. I'm trying to wrap my brains as to who we've not had. It might be overall, as in the WRT BMW drivers for the combined overall podium. I don't think we've seen Charles Weerts and Kelvin van der Linde yet. It might be a podium for you and I, for most words talked about a podium in the history of mankind, but I'm not entirely convinced.
Maybe.
Don't go monosyllabic on me now. Alex, it's all yours for a minute.
Dennis, congratulations. That has been a flawless season overall and endurance.
Yes, almost flawless. Not everything perfect, but most of the time we had a great car, great drivers. Big thank you to Kessel, to Konrad, to Dustin, also to Zach, who was our 4th driver in Spa. I think maybe we can get the guys over here. Dustin? No escaping for you.
Congratulations. Well done, boys. Well done.
And there is the BMW podium. They are the winning manufacturer, I would offer you, because you've got BMW drivers, Jens Klingman there, you've got drivers from WRT, so it is WRT the winning team. BMW drivers are plenty, so the efforts of the assorted WRT cars gets the Belgian squad as the team's champion. Wasn't for us after all, you see.
That's a shame. I'll put my champagne down. I'll sip it. And yeah, look at, again, the effort from WRT. Emma Ladderman there to left of shot, looking after so much for WRT. And she gives me a lot of information, so thank you to Emma.
And Vincent Voss with his trademark flat cap arrives, and nicely Vincent doesn't try and take centre stage, just peeks into shot at the edge there, but well done to WRT. Perhaps not quite the result they wanted today, but it's not been a shabby season, far from it, as yet again they have had great success. So that is the end of GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS in 2025. Join us again next April. It all starts again. What a great season we've had. Thanks for your company from all of us here. Bye-bye.